Steward Zhua's master. Everyone present was taken aback. Then they started talking amongst themselves in hushed tones. The members present here were all from the Tianyu Empire, and many from the former 7 noble houses. Yet all here, once foe or friend, looked into Zhua Fan with no results. Chu Qingqing's sudden question had them thinking again. With Zhua Fan's capacity for power and shrewdness, just where's his master? That's what we'd like to know too. Edifice Lord Chu, you're asking the wrong person. All of us are in the dark as well. Steward Zhua came from the Luo clan, so you're better off asking them. An elder of Exord Marquis' abode pointed to Luo Yunhai on his main seat. The others bobbed their heads. Yeah, you should be asking the Luo clan. Steward Zhua is theirs. If they don't know, no one does. Luo Yunhai shrugged. People, Brother Zhua might have come from the Luo clan, but not even we know how he got all those skills. I believe that all of you, having roamed Tianyu for decades, are far wiser and capable of getting some hints into his background. You think we'd have lost to you so badly if we'd known already? Rolling their eyes, the people from Hell Valley, Pill King Hall and many others twisted their heads away in annoyance. Wu Qingxiu's team frowned. Did Zhua Fan just pop out of a rock or something? There were so many powers in Tianyu, yet none figured out his master. Luo Yunhai shook his head and cupped his hands. Sorry, Senior Brother Wu? Brother Zhua had grown up in the Luo clan just like any ordinary person. Only after the Luo clan was facing disaster did Brother Zhua reveal his talents. Not once had he ever remotely mentioned anything about his master either, so we didn't press the issue either. Even though you came a long way to check on his background, I'm sorry to say that not even we know. How can that be? Wu Qingqiu was stumped. Chu Qingqing looked disappointed, hoping to get a trace of Zhua Fan through them. That maybe we didn't get anything. Yilin was calm as a cucumber, though he was smart not to show it, only displaying a vague smile. Zhua Fan's master was among the greatest in sacred domain, and the oldest. It was obvious they were clueless. This secret was privy to a very few sacred beasts and himself, a sacred beast inheritor. Others would ever know such a heavy secret. Not like they deserve it, humph. Yilin dangled one leg over the other, looking quite smug. The grasp of secrets embodies the gap between people. Ha ha ha. Just as the investigation hit a dead end, an aged voice said, Last Chu-Chu. Why exactly are you looking into Zhua Fan anyway? Are you perhaps suspecting that the fall of the 3 sects have something to do with him? Chu Qingqing looked back at the group with hope. The one to call her that had to be an elder close to her from years back. Uncle Zhou. Chu Qingqing turned to Elder Zhou from the X-Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Godai Long Zhou. He was the first senior involved with Zhua Fan in Tianyu. The two grew so close they became brothers. Godai Long Zhou had to know something about Zhua Fan. Chu Qingqing bowed in joy. Uncle Zhou, how have you been all these years? Godai Long Zhou smiled. Ha ha ha. Still kicking. Though aggrieved having heard of Brother Zhua's passing. If only I had the strength, I would have. Long Zhou's eye flashed with bloodthirst. Chu Qingqing clenched her fists. Yeah, they don't have the power, or they'd have long destroyed the demon scheming sect. Wu Qingqiu sighed at the sudden shift in mood, also saddened. As a member of the investigation team, he didn't come to incite revenge though. So he bowed. Junior sister Qingqing sees Sir as Uncle Zhou, so I'll be presumptuous to call Sir that as well, despite my inadequacies. Oh, there's no need for that, young Master Wu. Long Zhu returned the bow. Wu Qingqiu was nice and very polite without any arrogance. He was still a disciple from a superior 3 sect, not to mention in the ethereal stage. Long Zhou would never take advantage and presume himself his elder. Wu Qingqiu smiled. Uncle Zhou is too kind. It's only natural to treat seniors as such. Moreover, I also notice Sir has been referring to Zhua Fan as brother. I would be very grateful if Uncle Zhou would be willing to answer some questions. Young Master Wu, please ask away. Long Zhou bowed as Wu Qingqiu did. Wu Qingqiu nodded. Uncle Zhou, to be quite honest, we suspect the culprit in the destruction of the 3 sects to have come from outside our lands, or someone taking revenge for what happened to Zhua Fan a year ago. Thus I ask for everyone's help. in telling us if Xuefan had been close to anyone in Tianyu besides you all. As far as I know, his skills did not come from the demon scheming sect, so where could they come from? Are you implying that his master took revenge? Long Zhou cried out. The others jumped, perking their ears to not miss a thing. It has to be. To train an abomination like Xuefan, the power achieving this must be a force to be reckoned with. They had begun to have an inkling just how great his background was. It was not like just any average power could just ruin 3 sects in Western lands overnight. The ones to rejoice the most were the X-houses. Thank God Xuefan won in the fight for Tianyu. If he lost at our hands, then Tianyu would have been plunged into hell. When it destroyed the demon scheming sect of Western lands 9 sects, ruining Tianyu would have been child's play if they thought about it. So that's why he was so obnoxious. I always felt it off. His backing explains it. Demon scheming sect never figured it out, so that's why they're now 6 feet under. That's what you get for messing with someone stronger than you thinking you're better. So easy when you have no clue who's behind him. Everyone sighed. Only Long Zhou pondered. Brother Zhu's master. Well, he did mention it once, though I'm not sure if it was real or not. Really, who? Wu Qingqiu lit up. Long Zhou was grave. Overlord 9 Serenities. Ugh. Wu Qingqiu's group was stunned. Overlord 9 Serenities? Is there someone like that in Western lands? Yilin almost did a spit take. Is that a reference to 9 Serenities sovereign? Elder brother, are you toying with these yokels for not knowing about the 10 sovereigns? Everyone around looked perplexed. Uncle Joe, Overlord 9 Serenities does sound great, but I'm ashamed to say I've never heard of him. Who is he? Where does he come from? Wu Qingqiu asked. Long Zhou shook his head. I don't know. He just dropped that full of smiles, so I always thought it was a joke. Now that you're asking about his master, it feels like it might be true. Overlord 9 Serenities. Wu Qingqiu's eyes shone. Who is he? No one in the entire world with any amount of name to himself or power knows such a person. Do any of you know? Wu Qingqiu turned to the rest, only to see them stumped. Wu Qingqiu frowned. He came to know more about Xuefan and got a clue, only to have more questions left unanswered. Overlord 9 Serenities, what the hell is that anyway? Sounds as grand as the best in the central area, invincible sword, but never heard of him. Yilin played dumb while his senior brother was getting nowhere. Why don't you go ask Devil Mountain? A girl spoke. Wu Qingqiu's team turned to Lei Yuding, Luo clan's Shadow Corps captain. Lei Yuding continued. When the Luo clan was stationed in Blackwind Mountain, Xuefan took me to set up the arrays around it. I overheard him say something about creating a second Devil Mountain here. Maybe that's where his master is. Wu Qingqiu had found a direction at long last, though his hopeful look was met with equally lost gazes. Wu Qingqiu's face twitched. No point asking about Devil Mountain then. Where the hell is that even? The more we dig, the more secretive Xuefan's background is. All I got for my questions are more questions. Where should they go next? Wu Qingqiu sighed. Brother Xue, did you really pop out of thin air? Why can't we find anything about you? With his hair billowing in the wind, a tall and bright man stood on a tall peak, looking free and easy. This made the deep sigh that came after from this eminent middle-aged man as he watched the sky uncharacteristic. Whoosh! 3 people suddenly landed in front of him and bowed. Elder Du, have you learned anything from your investigation in Tianyu? Elder Du looked at them and asked, is the destruction of the beast taming sect, demon scheming sect, and mystical heaven sect related to Xuefan? Or did someone else have a hand in it? The trio shook their heads with a sigh. Elder Du was confused. Was that a tough question? If Xuefan has a strong force behind him, we'd continue our investigation in this direction. If not, that leaves our revenge and we can focus on the powers coming into Western lands. This may very well be the first time Western lands has been assaulted and requires the Exalted's full attention in looking into the 3 areas. Once again, people are suffering. Elder Du gave a bemoaning sigh while the trio hung their heads with heavy looks. Elder Du was curious. What's wrong with you? Just what did you find? Elder Du, we have found something about Zhuo Fan's background. Although Wu Qingqiu hesitated, Luo clan, his home in Tianyu, has now gathered many clans and formed the Luo alliance. Their growth is swift, beyond anything a small nation could become. It's steadily heading towards becoming a top empire. Elder Du cut him off impatiently. I know of Luo alliance. No matter how fast it grows, it's nowhere near capable of destroying even the weakest sect of Western lands. Especially not without some noise. Only an absolute power can pull it off. They, are way behind. They may have the motive, but since they lack the power, they've been ruled out. Now, is there any other power? Well, there might possibly be just one. The trio exchanged looks and Wu Qingqiu hesitated. Elder Du found it strange. Wu Qingqiu, you're always calm and collected about everything, so why are you dawdling? Speak up. What did you find? Elder Du, have you heard of Devil Mountain or Overlord 9 Serenities? Wu Qingqiu probed. Elder Du asked, where is that supposed to be? Who's Overlord 9 Serenities? I just knew Sir hadn't heard of them either. You think I'd know every damn name in the vast western lands? You think I have time to learn some nobody's name? Elder Du huffed. Wu Qingqiu sighed. If only he were a nobody. The master of Double Dragon Gathering's best disciple, Zhuo Fan, is Overlord 9 Serenities from Devil Mountain. Being the master of the future best in Western lands can't be said to be a nobody in some way. You're saying he taught Zhuo Fan? Elder Du turned solemn. Since Zhuo Fan had always been showing remarkable and bizarre skills, some of the likes Western lands has never seen, then the master has to be just as monstrous. But the name and location. Elder Du frowned, while the trio waited for him to come up with a response. As he was racking his brain, an elder and 3 familiar figures came over, Yanmo, Wentao and Xie Tianshang. Double Dragon Manor had formed 3 investigation teams. Chu Qingqing's went to Tianyu to look into Zhuo Fan's Avenger, while Yanmo's checked out Beast Taming Sect's side, in Chuanrong. The Beast Taming Sect was the only one unrelated to Zhuo Fan. If the investigation in Tianyu reached a dead end, at least over there could offer some clues. But by the looks of them, it was plain to see nothing came of it. For God's sake, what kind of ridiculous power did the attackers on the Beast Taming Sect have? It's too crafty. There's not a trace left in the Beast Taming Sect, with the entire Chuanrong being clueless as well. The imperial capital had lost a large part of imperial members overnight, yet none was the wiser. This definitely stinks. The fat elder shook his head while whining about his lack of results. Chu Qingqing bowed. Greetings, Elder O. It's fine. Ugh. So damn annoying. Elder O waved her off while still whining. Yanmo sighed. What a waste of time. The culprit left not one damn thing behind. None. I'm really starting to think a Western lands outsider did this. Wu Qingqiu frowned. Besides outside influence, the only viable suspect would be Zhuo Fan's Avenger. Though his investigation had hit a snag, alas, they had let the clues slip right through their fingers. Zhuo Fan had wiped Beast Taming Sect and Demon Scheming Sect from this world, down to the last soul while none saw him, though he did leave a trail in Chuanrong's imperial capital. They just had to look closer and they'd have caught a glimpse of Zhuo Fan's ghost appearing among mortals. Though the Chuanrong emperor censored anything related to him in the imperial capital right after. He didn't fear Zhuo Fan being found out, but that the destruction of the Beast Taming Sect had something to do with his clan, earning the ire of Beast Taming Sect's elders. It was best keeping a scandal in the family, or they might even be overthrown if word got out they were involved. Chuanrong emperor covered for Zhuo Fan, but more for his scandal since there was common interest. With all of Chuanrong tight-lipped, Yanmo's team had no success. Old Du, what are you mumbling about? Can't I even get a hello? Elder O saw Elder Du pensive and found it odd. Elder Du said, Old O, ever heard of Devil Mountain or an expert calling himself Overlord 9 Serenities in all your years roaming the Western lands? Where did you hear that taunting title? Elder O asked. Anyone calling himself Overlord 9 Serenities is asking for it. He'd be thrashed the minute one was foolish enough to utter it. Only that invincible sword dares call himself like that. Though no one in all the lands could beat him. This Overlord 9 Serenities sounds just about the same. But that would mean peak Genesis stage. Elder Du shook his head. Right? If Overlord 9 Serenities is so powerful, he'll be a calamity upon Western lands. We can't go looking into this case any longer. We best stay far away from it instead. Who is Overlord 9 Serenities anyway? Did you piss him off? Seeing Elder Du so helpless, Elder O asked. Elder Du was vague. I know not how he looks or his cultivation, so how could I piss him off? Demon scheming sect and the rest probably did though, to earn their destruction. They say he's Zhua Fan's master. What? Elder O cried out. You're telling me that his master destroyed sects out of revenge for his disciple? Just who is Overlord 9 Serenities? How strong is he? I don't recall any in Western, the whole world bearing that title. Elder Du sighed. I know that, but to call himself such, he can't be a pushover. You said it yourself. To use such a taunting title, he had to be able to back it up. What's most important is that he's Zhua Fan's master. With the disciple such a monster, what would that make the master? This clears things up. Elder O spoke firmly. This is a classic case of revenge by annihilating sections. Demon scheming sect and mystical heaven sect are done, for which means the next is heaven trailing sect. Everyone cried out. But heaven trailing sect isn't a lower 3 sect like the others. It has a dozen soul harmony experts and the renowned heaven trailing sword with his heaven reaching sword protecting it. Taking it out will be harder, Elder Du analyzed. The others nodded, with Elder O looking tense. However, if that Overlord 9 Serenities is in Genesis stage as we surmised, Elder Du's heart sank and his face was hard. Shui Ruohua's team, led by her elder, rushed over, shouting, This is bad. We went to check Heaven Trailing Sect only to find that the entire sect is destroyed just like the others. What? Whoosh. With the breaking news of Heaven Trailing Sect's destruction, the 3 teams now trailed the sunny skies at full speed to reach Universal Righteous Sect. Old Du, if Overlord 9 Serenities wants revenge, then the next target is definitely the Universal Righteous Sect, Elder O said as the 2 flew shoulder to shoulder. Elder Du nodded with a frown. Wu Qingqiu spoke up at this point. Universal Righteous Sect is a superior 3 sect with many Genesis stage cultivators, not like the previous 2 categories. I just can't see how it's possible for it to end up the same as the others. Child, you're too young, having yet to witness true experts. Elder O sighed. You must have heard by now of Danqing Shun trampling on the 10 sections. Did you think he wasn't strong enough to destroy one? Even a superior 3 sect? Humph, it was Western lands rules that stopped him. He's part of Western lands after all. But this Overlord 9 Serenities is ready to kill down to the last soul to take revenge for his disciple. Coupled with Danqing Shun's strength, then a puny universal righteous sect stands no chance at all. In front of true and ultimate power, a sect is nothing more than a house of cards, left to be stomped under his foot at his whim. Elder O's eyes flashed with a deep look, fearful of such display of raw force. Wu Qingqiu shuddered and nodded. Yan Mo mocked. Elder O, since he's so mighty, with even a superior 3 sect worthless, won't that makes us small fries? No. As we represent Double Dragon Manor, someone with the authority to move all of Western lands' forces. Elder Du's eyes flashed. As long as he's not dead set on it, we can leverage our names to talk it out. Not just anyone is willing to become a public enemy of the entire Western lands. Not even Danqing Shun of old. And if he is dead set on revenge? Well. Yan Mo asked, to which Elder Du sighed. Then it'll be a second invincible sword. Invincible sword? Yes, going by his rumored strength. He alone has the capacity to fight an area's entire force. Elder Du spoke heavily. Only with the alliance made up of the other 4 areas could we stop his advance. However, now he has reached peak Genesis stage, from which he can't advance an inch. If there was a stage beyond Genesis stage, he'd have achieved it with his talent, becoming the undisputed strongest man in the world. His invincible title is warranted. The others grew tense at the revelation. Yilin's eyes flickered with the flames of battle. The only reason Invincible Sword was stuck at that level was because the mortal domain had a limit imposed on it. Though how did he train to reach such great power then? I wonder who'd win if I'd reach Genesis stage. A sacred beast inheritor or a mere human? The thirst for battle thrummed in Yilin's heart, surging like a volcano. Look! We're almost at the universal righteous sect. Elder Du pointed in the distance. At a verdant forest. Let's hurry up. Boom! An explosion of fire like no other erupted and drowned his words. The golden inferno rose beyond the clouds, like it had swallowed the heavens. The heat wave came next, slamming into them like a hammer. The three elders cried out, "Protect the disciples!" The elders unleashed their Yuan Qi, and with the world's power, they formed a shield in front. It proved to be of no use, as a shockwave came and blew it to pieces. It attacked the elders and forced them to spew blood, before sending them flying. The next were the disciples, faring no better, spilling blood from their mouths and falling unconscious. An hour had to pass for them to come to, but what they were seeing was nothing their tiny minds could prepare them of the devastation. For thousands upon thousands of miles, not a blade of grass grew. Any sign to indicate a lush and verdant forest once grew here was now gone, replaced by ashes and burning soot. PFF. Elder Du spat blood once more. What the hell is this? WY is... There's nothing left. We must have arrived just as the explosion happened. But for even we, in the Genesis stage, to suffer such heavy wounds, I can only dread what power it has at its epicenter. Elder O got up on shaky legs, his words waking everyone up. Right, the universal righteous sect was just there. Then, looking ahead, all they saw were golden flames billowing higher and higher, its searing heat burning on their skin, so strong it evaporated the blood they just spilled. It worked on their bodies as well, baking them alive and drying them up in just 15 minutes. Chu Qingqing found this view eerily familiar. Her eyes filled with tears as she muttered, "Zijua Fan." What? The elders jerked. "Qingqing, what are you saying?" Chu Qingqing sobbed. On the day of Zhua Fan's death, the same inferno happened, spreading for 500 miles, taking even his body. This fire may be much stronger, but I'll never forget such flames. The elders looked at each other in realization. Junior brother, this fire feels similar to yours. Wu Qingqiu asked Yilin. Rolling his eyes, Yilin huffed. Senior brother, are you mocking me? This is far more powerful and concentrated. If I had this in the Double Dragon Gathering, I wouldn't have lost. Really? Wu Qingqiu eyed him, still suspicious. Yilin was faking it on purpose. Of all the natural golden flames in the world, he knew only one that held such unbridled power, decimating dragon ancestors, decimating golden flame. As to how it ended up here, he was positive Zhuofan got a dragon breath pill from the dragon ancestor. Elder brother, what a waste of a dragon breath pill to use it here. He knew the dragon breath pill Zhuofan got was a sacred beast's strongest attack. That thing he used was a mere toy. Throwing such a dragon breath pill around the mortal domain was like burning ants. An utter waste. Yilin sighed inside. That's supposed to be used to save yourself, not get revenge. Let's see what exactly happened. The elders nodded with grave looks. They all knew the universal righteous sect had been wiped out, but an investigation still had to take place. The three elders carried their damaged bodies as they led the disciples towards the inferno. Zhuofan was walking away from the blaze in a black robe and with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha! Dragon breath pill is the best. I just poke a hole in the sect barrier then threw it in. No matter how many Genesis stage and Soul Harmony stage experts it has, they're all toast. This had to be the easiest revenge yet for Zhuofan. He didn't have to waste time and sully his eyes with their presence. Just throw something in and send them to their maker. Worthy of dragon ancestors' true power. Though seeing such destruction, Zhuofan found it unbearable, not remorse for anybody, but that the dragon breath pill was such a waste here. though he used it in the end, wiping any sign of life from every corner. Humming a tune, Zhuofan walked on. But then he frowned as he looked further ahead. Someone's coming? Whether friend or foe, an away team or a fugitive. I'll know once I'll look. Zhuofan's right eye flashed in 6 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void 6th stage, Void Domain. The air rippled under his power, forming a barrier. Zhuofan entered it and vanished from the world. All he left behind was a world of flames. Whoosh! The blistering heat coming off the golden inferno burned anything and warped the air. Chu Qingcheng and the other teams from Double Dragon Manor soon arrived, where no living being could survive. Even the Genesis stage elders were feeling the hot air burning their throats, to say nothing of the disciples. They all looked pained and panting for breath, like staying here any longer would directly sap their life. For God's sake, how can a human do this? Everywhere they looked all they saw was golden flames and even more golden flames. Elder Du's face watched in shock. The Superior 3 sect, Universal Righteous sect, had been destroyed in a flash. Is this the power of Devil Mountain's Overlord 9 Serenities? Overlord 9 Serenities and Devil Mountain. Zhuofan, in his little hidey hole, had his heart jump at that name. How did they come to know that? Soon he figured they must have looked into Tianyu. Double Dragon Manor started investigating the destruction of Western Lands sections. Great, pinning it all on the fake Overlord 9 Serenities should buy some time before Double Dragon Manor gets to the real answer. Who knew the little joke he pulled ages ago in Tianyu would be so useful? If Double Dragon Manor had kept investigating, they'd soon catch up to him. And that wouldn't do. While he feared no one, he wasn't looking for trouble either, and getting chased to death all the time wasn't a good thing. Obliterating 4 sects of Western Lands was a heavy crime from which he could never escape. Did Overlord 9 Serenities do this? Eldero looked around in shock. There's just no way. No person could have such power. I bet not even the world's strongest, invincible sword could pull this off. You mean? Something stinks around here. Elder O's eyes flashed at Elder Du's words. This can't be done by just one man. There has to be another explanation we've yet to figure out. Maybe something volatile was happening beneath Universal Righteous sect that he made use of to do this. Why else then of all the other sects only the Universal Righteous sect ended up like this? In any case, I refuse to believe that a cultivator could be so strong. His analysis earned the nods of others. Of course, if he's so powerful, what's the point of investigating anyway, since they'd end up killed all the same? If not, the whole Western Lands would fall. But if it were like Eldero said, using the Earth's unstable power to create such a disaster, then he wouldn't be as strong. We could fight him. Zhuofan nodded inside. At least there's someone in the team that can use his head. Yes, there's no one in mortal domain capable of such might. As this was the strongest attack of a sacred beast from sacred domain that none in the mortal domain had ever heard of, coming to the conclusion the power of the earth was borrowed instead was not a bad logic. This, however, meant the team would keep going and affect Zhuofan in turn. Yilin was well aware, though clueless how to ease this problem. Elder O. Maybe Overlord 9 Serenities didn't do this by himself, but the entire Devil Mountain perhaps. Do you think by finding this sect, can Western Lands fight it? The elders shook and grew tense. Right, a guy doesn't have the power, but if Devil Mountain was packed with experts, then anyone could resort to such cruelty. This proves their sect is stronger than Western Lands. There was no point in looking further into it when they couldn't even beat it. Impossible. Eldero spoke with determination among the hesitant looks. Kid, look closely at this catastrophe. Could all the power of the world gathered together recreate it? That's why only the world's power can be the culprit, and not a man's. I still believe Overlord 9 Serenities used this method to shake us. A mere bluff. Also, we would mistake his level and drop the investigation. This only proves he hasn't that kind of power Western Lands should fear. How else would you explain his secretive actions, vanishing after ruining every sect? Even as we came here, We saw no sign of anyone around, clearly done to cover his tracks. Eldero sputtered on in a loud tone, finding his logic even more sound. It even sounded smug for being so smart. The others nodded their heads. When did the old Coots melon get so sharp? Even Zhuofan had to give him credit. He might believe the old guy's logic if he hadn't done this himself. Only Yilin was not about to let it go, sighing. What if going after Overlord 9 Serenities is us playing with fire? When we face him, what then? There's no what if. I don't believe anyone is almighty unless I see him for myself. Like hell, he's even more unstoppable than that invincible sword. Eldero flicked his hand, looking smug and convinced, buying into his own excuse. The others nodded, finding the logic sound and continuing the investigation. Zhuofan chuckled with a shake of his head. Having ruined Forsex in Western lands, it was safe to say the sooner he left here, the better. Zhuofan gave one pair of eyes, with the golden inferno reflected within. One last look, finding it hard to look away. We won't be seeing again. Xianxia, success. As thunder exploded, he saw sparked lighting flashing between his hands. Startled, Zhuofan watched the thunder ring flicker to life. Chu Qingqing's own ring reacted the same. Zhuofan looked at the two rings in shock. How? This space is cut off from reality. So how are the thunder rings reacting? As this ring had been with its master for so long, it molded to his true nature. The yearning Zhuofan and Chu Qingqing had for each other triggered the rings, breaching the confines of this space. Zhuofan. Chu Qingqing looked at the thunder ring in shock, her eyes tearing up as she cried out and searched everywhere. Zhuofan, you're not dead. You're here, aren't you? Zhuofan ain't dead. The elders turned to her. Qingqing, what are you saying? How do you know that? Chu Qingqing only cried out Zhuofan's name. Her eyes filled with hope. She knew that only his thunder ring could connect with hers. These rings were their oaths. Junior sister Qingqing, maybe you just think you saw him from how much you long for him. Zhuofan is dead. So how can he be here? Yilin started. If they find elder brother, then he'll become Western Land's enemy. While shouting, he rushed to Chu Qingqing, holding her hand and the ring, hiding its luster. Chu Qingqing only knew him and Zhuofan as enemies, and that didn't change. His sudden action earned her hatred. Beat it! I know you only see Zhuofan as your enemy and can't wait for him to die. But he's still alive and he's here. Zhuofan, it's me. Qingqing, come out. Yilin shrugged, his kindness scorned. What good will it do calling him out? You're just letting Western lands hound him. This chick has lost it, thinking my gesture was out of ill will. If only you weren't sister-in-law. Yilin gnashed his teeth. Use your souls to scan the area. The elders immediately started looking around for any signs, but all they sensed was the searing heat. The three elders shook their heads, sighing at Chu Qingqing's frantic cries. Is this how an excellent disciple fell into darkness by the loss of her husband? Qingqing, don't do this. Zhuofan's gone. He's not here. Chu Qingqing was frantic in her search and cried even as Shui Ruohua and Danner hugged her, tearing up at her pain. The others shook their heads. This is called being obsessed. Chu Qingqing did not listen to reason, shaking her head and pointing at the flashing ring with joy. Senior sister, he's still alive and here too. Just look, only we have this pair of rings, and they only react when the other is around. This is his keepsake. He's definitely here. Chu Qingqing was desperate in convincing everyone of this reality, but they only saw it as her lying to herself, wanting to believe with every fiber that Zhuofan was in this world. Qingqing, I may not know that ring, but we have scanned this place for 100 miles around yet there's no one here but us. Elder Du soothed. Chu Qingqing bit her lip, not giving up. No, he's close by. It's just that you can't find him. No one can find him with his skills. Only I, as his wife, know in my being that he is here. That's enough, Chu Qingqing. Eldero shouted in anger, a vein popping on his forehead. We're Genesis stage experts, yet you're saying we can't even find some brat? We can find something as small as an ant, let alone him. Since we did not find him, then he isn't here. How long are you going to continue this crazy act? Glaring at him, Chu Qingcheng still called out Zhuofan's name. Zhuofan, it's me, your wife. Please come to me. Don't just stand there. Take her away. Elder O's patience was at an end as he stared at Wu Qingxiu. Bobbing his head, he went to Chu Qingcheng with a sigh. Junior sister Qingcheng. There's something off about the ring. I'm sure of it. Zhuofan is gone now and there's no way he can be here. Let's just get you back to Double Dragon Manor and get some rest. No, the ring never lied to me. He's here. Struggling with all she had, Chu Qingcheng kept crying out, Zhuofan! In his sealed space, Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and shut his eyes, even though tears gathered at the corners. He knew he shouldn't have met her, because he could not take the parting. Qingcheng. The heart prevailed in the end and Zhuofan spoke in a low tone. All shuddered at the heavy tone, unable to overcome their shock. Chu Qingcheng was overjoyed. Zhuofan, is it really you? I knew you're alive. Is Zhuofan actually alive? The elders looked around frantically. With him alive, the case of the sex destruction has a solution. Yet no amount of searching helped. A laughter came then. Ha ha ha. 3 imps trying to scan with your souls in face of yours truly? How pitiful. With a whoosh, black thunderflame erupted from that space, as high as a kilometer and spreading for miles and miles. The black thunderflame took the shape of a giant with golden eyes, the flame within like 2 erupting volcanoes. The sheer dread coming off him slammed into the 3 Genesis stage elders. They shuddered and felt like mere insects that could be stomped at any time. This. All craned their necks to watch the black fire giant, feeling their knees going soft at its power. Yilin fared no better despite knowing the truth behind it. He gulped. What is this? Did the 9 Serenities sovereign descend? This power was at the level of his master and only the 10 sovereigns wielded it. Everyone knows 9 Serenities sovereign is missing, so how can he suddenly be in the mortal domain? Yilin was too shocked to make any sense of it. When a sacred beast inheritor was scared, much couldn't be said about the rest, looking white as paper and gasping for breath. The 3 Genesis stage elders were overcome with fear, looking at the huge face gazing at them with scorn. Ha ha ha! Weren't you great before, you weaklings? Did the cat get your tongue? Senior. Elder Du's shaky voice barely got a word out as he bowed. May I know who Senior is? The 2 golden balls of fire flashed as he cackled. Ha ha ha! Mistaking respect for fear. I've heard this saying many times. But weren't you 3 pipsqueaks, shouting about wanting to see me? You won't believe it until you see it, right? Well, here I am. Do you believe it now? Overlord 9 Serenities? Success. The elders gasped in shock. Elder O, who had analyzed Overlord 9 Serenity's power, just now almost soiled his pants. The sheer power rolling off this giant was enough to rob them of all of their courage. They knew now universal righteous sex demise wasn't made by borrowing power, but by unquestionable might. Overlord 9 Serenities had never been seen before, but now they felt it all too well, the destructive power he wielded. The trio fell to their knees on the spot. Senior, please forgive our foolish words of ignorance. Ha ha ha! Brats, do you take me for someone as petty as you? The black giant mocked. The Missy has gone against your words and contradicted you, yet you wanted to attack a helpless woman? Humph! Who knows how pissed off I'd be over the last 300 millennium if I were as petty as you. Success. Gasping for the 3rd time, they all looked in shock. Oh hell! 300 damn thousand years. What the hell is he? Even the oldest sect in Western lands is barely 10,000 years old. But this guy is 300 times that. For crying out loud, he's an old freak through and through. What invincible sword, he's nothing to this guy. No wonder he's so amazing and overpowered. Wonder what stage he's at. Definitely above Genesis stage. The trio broke out in sweat, scared to death from even moving. Ignoring them, the black giant stared down at Chu Qingcheng with a sigh. He waved and a flickering ring floated down. Xianxia, may I call you that? Is this what you were looking for? The ring rested in Chu Qingqing's palm, staring at the keepsake belonging to Zhuofan. This is Zhuofan's. Chu Qingqing looked at the giant, wanting to ask more but too afraid to know the truth. The giant spoke. Child, forget about him. He won't be coming back. Chu Qingqing's fist shook. I had founded Devil Mountain 300,000 years ago, when no one could stand up to me. Recalling ancient memories, the black giant spoke. But after 200,000 years, I grew tired, focusing on understanding Tao and entered seclusion, vanishing from the world. As it happened, in my rare travels in between across the world, I have met with disciples worthy of note. Zhuofan is one such disciple. To understand Tao, one must live in the world then rise above it. Most disciples do not roam the lands, but Zhuofan was still young, and so I let him go before taking him back to dwell on the experiences. I thought the skills I passed on to him were enough to safeguard him. But never have I imagined he'd be tricked by some rotten people. This is life, this is fate. The black giant sighed in mourning. The elders broke out in sweat. It's obvious now that it was revenge. But it's not like we can do anything to him either. Didn't you hear him? He was already at the top of the world 300,000 years ago, stopping all infighting before withdrawing. He's on a different level than our petty wars. All of Western Land's power won't be enough to even scratch him. Not to mention Devil Mountain isn't made up of one man. There's still plenty of disciples. If they come out, what would happen to the world? The elders were scared to death. Looking into this case any further would poke the hornet's nest. Not even the invincible sword would be so stupid. But Senior, I've seen the same fire when Zhuofan died that I see today. Was that Senior as well? Unafraid of this giant's power, Chu Qingqing looked up with hope. The golden balls of fire flashed. Yes, that was me snapping my fingers. Well crud, if just snapping your fingers turned 500 miles into a wasteland, then the old guy must be beyond almighty. The elder's heart jerked. Yilin barely held himself from lashing out. He knew what happened the best since that was actually his doing. The fact that this black guy took credit for it proved. This is no Nine Serenities sovereign, but Zhuofan's high-class act. How did he make it so real though? He's even got 3 Genesis stage elders shaking in their boots. Glancing at the said elders, Yilin snickered inside. Then Zhuofan. Chu Qingqing was still hopeful. The giant was blunt. Is dead. Dead. Chu Qingqing recoiled from shock, paling. Zhuofan was in pain seeing his lover showing such utter despair. His nails drew blood as they dug into his palms, but his voice was firm. When I arrived, Zhuofan's soul was gone, his body mauled. In my rage, I removed everyone down to the last man. I then took his body to bury him on Devil Mountain before coming to handle any resentments. Some puny sects of Western lands showed some truly outrageous nerve to kill Devil Mountain's disciple, Humph. It's all thanks to my insights in Tao that tempered my spirit, or else the whole of Western lands would have burned. The elders hung their sweaty heads, fear already prevalent in their terrorized hearts. Holy hell! The 4 sects had poked a god this time. Only fortune has it that his temper got milder, and he did not drag down the rest of Western lands with them. They could practically imagine him changing the world's landscape 300,000 years ago like it was nothing. Good, the 4 are done with, lest they troubled Western lands further. The elders instantly switched tunes, no longer looking into the unfortunate loss of 4 sects, but actually cursing them for asking for it and getting what they deserved. You'd be better off messing with the invincible sword than this old freak. Does that mean he's truly dead? Not registering all of his words, Chu Qingqing gazed with dead eyes before slumping. Shui Ruohua rushed over. Qingqing, what's wrong? Zhuofan wanted to go as well, to hold his wife, but he reined in his impulse, lowering his hand and shaking his head. His heart was bleeding, but he found no other solution. Not when his enemy was just too strong. It was tantamount to suicide, with no idea when he'd appear. He didn't want to drag her into this and chose to cut off this cherished marriage he had barely formed, hum. The thunder ring in Chu Qingqing's hand vanished and appeared before the giant's face. Listen up, you brats. Qingqing is my disciple's wife and now, a part of Devil Mountain. The black giant looked at Chu Qingqing. Tell her when she wakes up, that all of Devil Mountain will recognize her ring. To stay calm in the face of trouble, for it will flicker and shine with new hope. The giant vanished then, along with his power. Looking at the remaining inferno around them, the elders stood up at last, only to slump back down, gasping and lamenting their fate. Old Du, that was scary as hell. That freak, Senior felt worse than when meeting the Exalted. You think? I bet not even facing Invincible Sword would get such a reaction out of me like that. Senior. His dreaded aura was just terrifying. Yeah. The trio felt like they went through hell, now fortunate they came out alive. Then they looked at Chu Qingqing. Hurry and take her to the sect. Elder O, junior sister Qingqing has fainted from heartache. We can't disturb her. Yet Sir wants to return. Wu Qingqiu sighed. Elder O sputtered. Cut the crap. Who said anything about dragging her back? I'm telling you to carry this lady carefully and tend to her health. She has to recover. Ugh. Everyone made weird faces. What's with the elder's mood flipping like that? 1 minute he snapped when Chu Qingqing contradicted him, and now he... Elder O rolled his eyes. Are you fools, or what? Didn't you hear Senior? Chu Qingqing is seen as his disciple's wife and now under Devil Mountain's protection. If anything happens to her while in Double Dragon Manor, then the Senior will take it out on us. On the other hand, with the Senior backing us, not even Invincible Sword will sound scary. That makes the young lady the brightest gem we have that we must nurture. Elder O was firm, with the other elders nodding. Now they understood and agreed with him. These elders are damn practical at least. Yilin realized why Zhuofan assumed the role of Overlord Nine Serenities, to protect Chu Qingqing. He witnessed Chu Qingqing going against the elder and while not able to defend her in person, he used Overlord Nine Serenities to give a pretentious speech and raise her value in the elder's eyes. It was the same as looking after her while being worlds apart. He figured that no matter what danger might befall Western lands, none would touch Chu Qingqing. Yilin sighed and said, Elder, the case of the 4 sects' destruction now has a resolution, but there's still one problem. Overlord Nine Serenities has taken revenge for his disciple, but what about beast-taming sect? Let's just lump it in as well. Elder Du waved. Senior had us so scared there's no way we'll still be looking into beast-taming sect. Since it and Zhuofan have grudges, we'll say it's the master looking out for his disciple since we can't look into it now. That settles it. Yilin nodded, grinning inside. That'll be a perfect closure. They took the unconscious Chu Qingqing and left the area, with the elders taking the lead, not wanting to stay a moment longer. After they were gone, Zhuofan came out of his space with a pained look. It was his last goodbye to Chu Qingqing. Elder brother, that was one high-class act. You got us soiling ourselves from fear. I even thought Nine Serenities Sovereign was here. Zhuofan frowned and turned to see Yilin coming back. Zhuofan asked, Why are you here? There's still some things I don't get. I had left with the old coots then, but I have come back for elder brother's wisdom. Yilin bowed. Zhuofan walked away. Don't feel like it. How cold, after bringing sister-in-law, so you could see her one last time before leaving Western lands. Zhuofan paused and sighed. What is it then? Just how did you turn into a demon emperor and even got those 3 Genesis stage experts scared to death? Yilin beamed. Zhuofan spoke. Easy. A grain of truth in a sea of lies. The figure was an illusion I made, but it's not enough to scare those 3 by itself. But since they were wounded and weaker, they couldn't sense properly. Also, the black giant contained a trace of the destructive thunderflame. But what sold it was the eyes, the remaining 2 dragon breath pills. Those held the power of dragon ancestor, of unquestionable power. This way, truth mixed with lies to make the fear they felt undoubtedly real. Amazing! You're one shrewd guy to not only defeat me but achieve this as well. Yilin gave a thumbs up. Ignoring him, Xuefan left but paused again soon after. "I'm leaving Western lands. Make sure that, in the Double Dragon manner, Qingcheng. Don't worry, with me around, sister-in-law will be safe," Yilin declared. Xuefan grinned and vanished from the lit-up night by the blazing inferno. Exalted, Overlord Nine Serenities was at least 300 meters tall, reaching the heavens and stepping on the earth, even without being able to see him fully. He was covered in black flames as they swallowed the skies, his eyes burning like the midday sun, around 10 meters big and unleashing a terrible light. In the heaven-reaching pavilion of the Double Dragon Manor, the three elders returned with their teams of disciples to report, now kneeling before the exalted double dragons. The fear had yet to recede from their features ever since that encounter. The exalted looked at them, then at each other with dumb looks. Exalted He Ran was astonished, finding it hard to speak. 300 meters tall, with eyes as big as 10 meters? You call that a man? Ugh! The three elders recoiled and shook their heads. They saw this reaction coming, since not even they would believe an old monster like him would still be around without having borne witness. "Exalted sir, we saw it with our own eyes. We'd never lie about this. Sirs can ask the kids too. They were there as well under the expert's overbearing aura." Elder O sighed. "We saw the universal righteous sect being razed to the ground, replaced by a scorching inferno. The senior's power is beyond anything we know. A true monster cultivating for 300,000 years. There may not even be anyone to challenge him in the world. Not even Invincible Sword. However, Devil Mountain has secluded itself, with its disciples no longer roaming the lands. If such an ancient and outstanding sect would have stayed around, that Invincible Sword wouldn't even have had the chance to show himself." The exalted were skeptical still. This was a tough pill to swallow. How can the world hide such an overbearing existence? But seeing the group so flustered and honest, then recalling Xuefan's obscene power, the one to teach him had to be a freak in itself. The exalted shared a nod, choosing to trust it somewhat. That Overlord Nine Serenities might not be such a literal giant, since there were skills to make one look big, though he had a giant's power to shake 3 Genesis stage experts like nothing. That made looking further into Devil Mountain's vendetta a complex issue now that was better put off. No one wanted to kick the hornet's nest. Exalted He Ran waved his hand. "Since no other area is behind this incident, it shouldn't affect Western lands, so we'll let it go for now." With 5 sects gone, they were asking for it to be destroyed by messing with the wrong man. "We don't need to stir it further and plunge Western lands into more mess either. Elder Do, inform every sect of this, that it was not a conflict with another area. You're also to warn them to keep to themselves and not run amok. Who knows if there isn't a second Devil Mountain out there?" "Yes, sir. I'll be right on it." Elder Do bowed and withdrew. Exalted by May frowned. So the 5 sects killed themselves through their actions. But what are we to do now about the empty seats? With the Western lands so vast, with just 4 out of 9 remaining, it will leave a great vacuum across the board. It may even prove to be a weakness for others to exploit. Exalted He Ran sighed. "We can't touch Devil Mountain, but now Western lands has suffered heavy losses, affecting its stability. The people below sighed as well. It wasn't as simple as having Western lands' power cut short with the loss of those sects, but also its control over it. This only grew worse since a Superior 3 sect and a Middle 3 sect were included. A Superior 3 sect didn't just have some mere venerables, but oversaw a large empire as well as dozens of other neighboring nations, watching them for any infiltration from other areas. While Heaven Trailing sect was the last Middle 3 sect, located around a third-rate empire like Tianyu, it still overlooked the dozens of other nations around. Adding to that was the Beast Taming sect being gone as well, leaving no one in the Chuanrong Empire. At least a fifth of Western lands was now out of the 9 sects' control. It was a severe blow to Western lands' stability. Western lands sects didn't just share control, but also danger. The chances were high that the central area might take advantage of this breach, crushing Western lands' force like nothing as it invaded. This was the Exalted's greatest fear. Elder O pondered before speaking. Exalted sirs, this land might be empty, but not that big, with only universal righteous sects territory on the large side. Why don't we just split it among the other 4 sects? Absolutely not. Exalted Ran shot it down. The domain of every sect is based on strength, on what they can take. Not having the strength aside, the sheer manpower required to be sent will be too much to get all that land under control. Don't forget the demon scheming sect's lesson. Eldero shook and hung his head in shame. How could I forget such a crucial point? The 9 sects had stabilized the western lands, but that was due to their hostility among each other and not unity. When one betrayed, the other 8 destroyed it. The same applied to every sect. The group held together under the same principle, watching each other like hawks. If one betrayed the sect, he'd be culled on the spot. But once a faction rose from a sect and settled outside, you could be sure it would grow and fight the original. Especially now, when the lands need support and help to prevent the outside enemy from creeping in. Xianxia was rubbed the wrong way when he was kicked off his chair and even brought outsiders to rebel. This situation was even worse, as when a sect would be split, internal discord would rise. Elder O was sweating buckets, cursing his loud mouth for such a rotten idea. He almost sent Western lands to its doom. Exalted Ran knew it wasn't on purpose and only frowned at the problem. Xianxia bowed. Exalted sirs, I might have a proposal, though unsure if I should speak. There's no harm in speaking. Exalted Ran urged. Xianxia began. The 9 sects overlook their own domain, safeguarding Western lands. This makes it so only those people of every sect know their domains the best. Calling them local thugs isn't wrong in this sense. The Exalted looked at him hard. Exalted sirs, since 5 thugs died, rather than take one from the other 5, it's better if we pick a new thug from the empty places, to defend Western lands. You mean? The Exalted heard Xianxia's proposal and spoke at the same time. Foster a new power to make up for the empty 5 sects? Xianxia nodded. But what group in the secular world has what it takes to take on the duty of a sect? Exalted. I know of one that can take such a burden. Xianxia's eyes shone with determination. In our journey to Tianyu Empire, I discovered the Luo Alliance, filled with capable people, experiencing swift growth and looking out for others. Among their men there are also experts from the demon scheming sect that the Alliance took in. With Double Dragon Manor's assistance, they are certain to grow even faster, to support Western lands' peace. Exalted Ran's brow shook, then looked at the rest. What do you think? Agreed. 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 Yilin, Yenmo, Wentao, and the other disciples spoke together. The Exalted were curious about this. What's their connection to Luo Alliance to side with it? Then again, since the Luo Alliance could gain such outstanding geniuses' favor, it shows it's capable. Exalted Ran turned to Elder O. Look into it, see if they are worthy and help them. This shall be Western land's fortune. Yes, sir. Elder O bowed and carried the order. The meeting went through some minor matters before ending. Xianxia and the disciple flew for a waterfall when he smiled. Having secured the Luo clan a seat among the sects, brothers with spirit should be pleased in heaven. I don't know about that, just that I can't let my rival down. Yenmo sighed and shook his head. Let's tell Chu Qingcheng the news as well. It should help her ease her sadness. Hard to tell. She doesn't look like the type to chase glory. Yilin sighed. Yenmo smirked. Hey, Chu Qingcheng doesn't like you much, so what are you doing coming as well? Her not wanting to see me is one thing, and another for me to go to her. What's it to you anyway? Yilin huffed. Xianxia chuckled. Don't fight now, we're here. The group landed in an elegant yard around a clear pond. They were only greeted by Shui Ruohua and Danner, looking lost and scared. What's wrong? Xianxia rushed over and then froze. A graceful figure leaned on the bed with a heartbroken look. Her silver hair fluttering in the breeze coming from the window. Shriek. Roar. The howls and cries of animals of all kinds shook the forest. The densest area in the Tianyu Empire, while also the most dangerous, was All-Beast Mountain Range. Any average person setting foot in it was tantamount to suicide, with even the stronger ones not faring any better going deeper. Rumor had it that the range held some true supreme beasts that no cultivator could defeat or escape its claws. Over the ages, it gave this range the thickest air of mystery humanity had yet to unravel, even though people trekked it now and then. Or maybe there had been some, only to never escape its domain with the truth. Now though, a man in a black robe was walking casually deeper in, with only the spiritual beasts howling and growling as company. In the end, there were always some ignorant beasts baring their fangs and pouncing on the man's flesh. One got pretty close to him, but the spiritual beast's eyes blanked out, slumping dead. The man, though, went on without a care, his smile vile. The sudden weird intruder stirred up all the spiritual beasts in the All-Beast Mountain Range. Some savage ones scrounged up their courage to challenge this interloper, only to fare no better than the first foolish creature. It went all the way to the 6th level spiritual beasts. Only after 3 7th-grade spiritual beasts fell dead at his feet did the beasts of All-Beast Mountain Range finally know fear and the demonic power of this man. As if on cue, the beasts scattered, the birds fled, leaving no one but the interloper in this wild environment. Finally, with no beast around to growl, the All-Beast Mountain Range's true king descended. "Who are you? How dare you venture deep into the All-Beast Mountain Range?" With a reverberating roar, the man looked up and the huge shadow bearing down on him. A 3-headed bird looked at him in fury. On its forehead was an azure flame, flickering around. Snickering, the man said, "3-headed crow, it's been a while. You know me?" The 3-headed crow started. The man in black lifted his head and showed his smile. "Forgot me already? Remember when you took me and young Sanzi here to see Senior Kuanping? Serjua." The 3-headed crow was stunned, then landed with a bow. "Forgive me for not welcoming you, Serjua. You honor us with your presence. I only heard there was a human making a scene and was unaware it was you." Shuafan waved him off. "Ha ha ha. It's fine. I only came to see Kuanping. Since you're here, take me there." "Well." The 3-headed crow looked conflicted. "Serjua, 1,000 pardons, but I need to inform Master first of your sudden arrival. Please wait here for a moment. No beast will harm you with the Master's azure flame protecting you." Shuafan raised an eyebrow, hearing the scorn. The 3-headed crow sounded respectful, but it was just veiled mockery. What he meant by Master's azure flame protecting you was in fact telling him he was nothing without it. How else would you have had an easy time coming here? You'd have long been a spiritual beast's meal by now. Don't get cocky. He's clearly mocking me for only coming here thanks to Kuanping's power. He couldn't be more wrong. Shuafan squinted. 3-headed crow, I've met Senior Kuanping before, so why make it so hard? Just take me there. Can't do. All-Beast Mountain Range has rules. To see Master, all must be announced first. You can only see him with his permission. Master would otherwise punish me for bringing you unannounced." The 3 heads shook, his stance clear. Shuafan sighed. "That's such a waste, going back and forth when I'll meet the old guy anyway. How about this? You take me and I'll take full responsibility. Just say that I forced you." "You?" The 3-headed crow cracked up. His eyes shone with disdain. "Please, and here I thought humans have brains. Why sound so dumb then? I'm a great 9th level spiritual beast, and you think you can force me? You'd have a better chance with any other spiritual beast, thanks to the azure flame, but that treasure won't work on me. I have it as well. Forcing me? What a joke. Ha ha ha." It was plain to Shuafan what he was thinking, so he smiled, while his left eye shone with the black thunder flame, unleashing its dreaded aura. "Who?" As if smacked by a mountain, the 3-headed crow slammed into the ground, its azure flame flickering to stay alive before dying out. The 6 beady eyes widened in shock. The greatest gentle flame, chaos flame, belonging to the Lord of the Sacred Beasts, the head of 5 great sacred beasts, was just destroyed. How? It was one of the 5 greatest powers born out of chaos, so how could it just cave? The 3-headed crow refused to believe what happened. But looking back at the blackness burning in Zhuo Fan's eye made his heart shudder. Felt like staring death in the face. This human has the power to kill sacred beasts. The 3-headed crow was smart enough to figure all that out instantly. Its feathers standing on end, sweat trickling down. With a nasty snicker, Zhuo Fan stepped on the still shaking spine. Now you can raise your head high and declare to Kunping that I forced you. The heads shook in fear. This overlord of the all-beast mountain range in the 9th level was scared to death. Then let's go. Zhuo Fan's right eye closed and the aura faded. Without terror seeping into its bones, the 3-headed crow slowly got its feet under him and took flight without a peep, spreading its 500-mile-long wings as he flew to Kunping. The man and beast arrived in 15 minutes, the familiar cave appearing in view, like a beast ready to swallow you whole. The 3-headed crow landed next to it, since he couldn't just bring someone unannounced, having already defied his rules. Not like he had a choice, not when the human was stronger. The 3-headed crow braced and shouted, Master, Sir Zhou has come to see you. Dad's here. The first to shout was a cheerful youth, followed by a flash of red. Gu Santong shot out of the cave and into Zhuo Fan's arms. Dad, you came at last. Zhuo Fan softened and smiled. Young Sanzi, I didn't come just to see you. Your old man will always be by your side. Really? Gu Santong cheered. Great. Dad will stay with me. Awesome. Dad is... A bright laughter announced Kunping's buffed body coming out as well. Ha ha ha. Brat, are you so free to see me? You didn't even drop a hint you're coming. I'd have sent the crow to bring you. Thank you for that. Zhuo Fan nodded. Kunping sounded polite, but Zhuo Fan read in his eyes a grudge. What kind of king has people coming and going as they please? Zhuo Fan jumped down with Gu Santong in his arms and gently patted 3-headed crow's warm plumage. Like a good pet he was. Thanks for dropping me. You can go now. Ugh. Kunping's smile crumbled as his face shook. His cold eyes stared straight at the crow with fury. 3-headed crow was Kunping's subordinate, his right hand, obvious by the chaos flame he loaned. As things stood now, even this trusted aide went against him, bringing an outsider without his approval. To top it off, he listened to another's orders. If that wasn't betrayal, what was? Zhuo Fan had done it to undermine his authority, to poach his aide. As the king of beasts, anger was a given. Alas, Zhuo Fan was a distant guest that had yet to push things too far. Not enough to warrant conflict. The same couldn't be said about the 3-headed crow. He directed killing intent towards the crow, releasing bloodlust. The 3-headed crow shuddered, tearing up in fear as the 3 heads looked hurt. Master, it's not me. He made me. Not like Kunping would believe him. His mind was set on dealing with the 3 heads and how he was going to vent. Senior Kunping, I've come too suddenly and I'm imposing on you. I had forced the 3-headed crow to take me before informing you. Do forgive me. Looking between one angry and one bitter face, Zhuo Fan chuckled inside, speaking at the perfect moment whether intentionally or not. Kunping was outraged, not bothering to mask it as he cursed inside. He's under me and I can do what I want with him. What are you doing helping him out? Since he still had use for Zhuo Fan, he had to rein it in. He let out a long breath, pushing the anger down and speaking in a calm tone. Gu Santong got ahead of him though. What's so bad about it? Dad's one of us. Wherever I am, it's Dad's home. No point of informing when he's just coming home anyway. Right, Uncle? Yeah. Ha ha ha. Kunping turned to Gu Santong with a weird look then let out a dry laugh. 3-headed crow? Listen here. Zhuo Fan is one of us, so he can come see me anytime. Understood. Kunping's smile turned into gnashed teeth at the end, glaring at 3-headed crow. Gu Santong was oblivious to the subtleties, taking it at face value. Kunping was just teaching his men to look after Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan knew how to read between the lines though. Sour since his own man was listening to another's orders. Zhuo Fan shook his head. The 3-headed crow felt victim here, bobbing his heads. Don't just stand there looking dumb. Stand aside and wait for Zhuofan to leave. Glaring at him one last time, Kunping found Three-Headed Crow even more of an eyesore. Three-Headed Crow didn't make a peep, it just sat there at the side, like a good subordinate. Gu Santong asked, "Uncle, you're looking mighty angry today. What's up?" "Nothing, nothing, just a toothache." Kunping waved his hand. PFF. Zhuofan almost cracked up. "Toothache? You're a sacred beast for crying out loud, immune to cold weapons and the world's elements. Yet you're telling me you got a toothache? Are you alluding to something here? That maybe I pissed you off?" Gu Santong frowned. Even for him this reason was hard to accept. But he didn't push it. He returned to hugging Zhuofan's neck. "Uncle, you can just have the bird leave. He doesn't need to send him off because Dad said he'll always be by my side. He ain't leaving, he—" "Oh, Arya-what?" Kunping jerked around at Zhuofan and shouted, "Is young Sanzi right? You're staying as well? What about your affairs? What about mine? Aren't you sorting them out?" Staring at his shocked face, Zhuofan smiled. "Senior Kunping, before I answer, let me tell you my latest exploits. I've already completed half of your task. Not long ago, I met with the decimating dragon ancestor." Shuddering, Kunping looked amazed. What did he say?" "Everything, including the events ages ago, as well as my situation." Zhuofan smiled and then sighed. Kunping gasped and nodded, looking serious. "Since you know everything, what will you do? What else is there but being on your side, hunted as I am as well?" Zhuofan looked lonely. "Kunping, thanks to Sir's aid, I have gone from nothing to having everything. Wife, son, friends, family. But it's also due to you that I had to cast them all out. I just don't know if I should hate you or thank you." Kunping eyed him coldly. "When we met, you had nothing, and the same applies now. What changed? Ha ha ha. Anyway, to have everything, you need to keep your life and be the last victor. I'm not asking you to like me, nor to be grateful, because we're all in this together. Me and the other sacred beasts can't escape and will need you to do some things for us. So when you said you wanted to find Heavenly Sovereign's remnant and get his inheritance, I knew you'd be one of us. Ha ha ha, just like I thought, you didn't let me down and survived Lightning Canyon. A true disciple of 9 serenities. Also, did that old fire dragon have a solution out of this?" Zhuofan sighed and explained. Kunping lit up and nodded. "I see, so the mortal domain has 8 large gaps, the whirlwind tunnel. Ha ha ha. The old fire dragon cell has been thrown around yet still found such a secret to help us escape. Far better than me, stuck here in All Beast Mountain Range. Oh, since there are gaps in the mortal domain, then Heavenly Sovereign's divine eye of the void isn't perfect. If we unite, winning might very well be in sight. Boy, live on well. We'll just might make it in the end, ha ha ha." Patting Zhuo's shoulder, Kunping laughed like he was the winner. Zhuofan wasn't in the mood to join him. This was a grudge since ancient times, yet now he got dragged into this mess. He even had to forsake everything. Zhuofan's heart was in pain. He sighed and left with Gu Santong. "Young Sanzi, you're coming with me now. We'll never separate again." "Wait, where are you going?" Kunping shouted. Zhuofan spoke. "I need young Sanzi's help to deal with Dragon Ancestor's task. Since he's in this mess as well, I don't need to push him away. The task he gave you should be much easier with just you alone. If in trouble, you can always send me a message for help, so there's no need to take the child with you. It's better for him to stay here and learn from me. Maybe Qilin will be needed later, for the 5 great sacred beasts to unite." Kunping squinted. Zhuofan sneered at his words. "Teach? I know exactly how Sundering Thunder Phoenix died. I don't want young Sanzi to die without even realizing, just so you could take his power. There's no way I'll leave my son in such danger." Gu Santong looked lost. "Young Sanzi, come with me if you believe me. I'll explain it later." Zhuofan spoke. Gu Santong looked deep in his eyes, then nodded. Kunping's eyelid twitched and he mocked. "You think you can just leave, Zhuofan? Where do you think you are, your backyard? Maybe not before, but now, ha ha ha, things have changed. Shuafan pointed and a huge golden flame appeared. Kunping gasped, "Old dragon's dragon breath pill?" The three-headed crow jerked back in fear. "Humph! You think it can hold me?" Kunping sneered. "It may be his strongest attack, but I'm no weakling either. We've been fighting for ages with none coming out on top. You think you can scare me? You're not." Shuafan had a vile smirk. "Oh yeah, you sacred beasts never had a winner amongst yourselves. Dragon ancestor can't beat you, so of course dragon breath pill won't work. Though that was before. Kunping, remember why you can't leave all Beast Mountain range." Shuddering, Kunping's face fell. "Yes, you need the aura of the beasts to hide your own. The dragon breath pill can't take you, but it will destroy all Beast Mountain range. I wonder if you'll manage to survive when Heavenly Sovereign finds you out and comes to kill you." The azure flame eyes shook and Kunping sighed. "Clever brat, just take young Sanzi. But are you confident you can keep him safe? He's a sacred beast offspring, but has yet to mature. Many in the mortal domain have the strength to end him. Not before, but now I can." He took back the dragon breath pill, and Zhuofan's left eye shone with the black thunder flame. "Because I am his father." He took Gu Santong's hand and left. Kunping watched in shock. "What was that?" The three-headed crow rushed over. "Master, he did indeed force me to bring him here." He looked from the crow to the distant Zhuofan. Kunping sighed. "I see, so things have indeed changed." The central area, strongest of them all, and ruled by a single nation, Sword Star Empire. While the entire world lay fragmented, the central area was the most united, filled with experts. While ethereal stage experts ran things everywhere else, here they were errand boys just to earn a living. To the point the guards and patrols in cities were mostly made up of ethereal stage experts. This came as a shock to any cultivator from the other areas. This was a land where one nation ruled, where one power held control, not like theirs split apart in bits and pieces. Since ethereal stage experts were treated as such, that made all the cultivators below be nothing more than waiters and other odd jobs. So while the outsiders might be seen as young masters in their homes, here, there were strong people at every step, enough to squash them. All they could do was keep their nose down and not make a scene. Among them was one odd pair of father and son. The days of being brash, obnoxious, killing whenever and running away when they wanted were long gone. This wasn't their home and they had to be cautious, especially when their lives were on the line. "Halt! Where do you come from?" The gate had a huge board over it, engraved with the words Flying Cloud City. All flying cultivators were landing before it, making a nice queue to enter the city with calm and order. On each side of the gate stood two grizzled old men, releasing their mighty power for all to feel and declare they were rare ethereal stage experts in other areas, but a dime a dozen here. They were given orders to check all newcomers. Something must have happened for the situation to be so tense. A man in black robe, pulling along a cute and adorable 7-year-old boy, approached the guards with a bow. "Seniors, I come from Western lands. We've been hunted down by an enemy and forced to escape here. I hope seniors will help us." "Hunted by an enemy?" The two squinted and nodded with contempt. "Haha, 5th layer radiant stage, and with a child dragging you back. Of course you'd be hunted. Just go. Not like a weakling like you can cause anything." "Yes, thank you, seniors." Bobbing his head, the man in black rushed in and dragged the boy, running even. The two watched the pair with derision. This is being weak, unable to rise above their station all their lives. Right? Those bugs will soon find the central area much harder than Western lands. Ha ha ha. The two mocked at their expense and continued with the queue. But then they felt a sudden chill in this clear weather that made them shudder. Like there was some savage beast looming behind them. Swishing around, all they saw was a busy street, with people going to and fro. The two looked around in doubt. "Did you feel that, old man?" "Yeah. Like some viper was staring me down, about to take my life." "You too?" "Yeah." The other old man nodded, but then he shook his head. "Must be our imagination. It's only been a month since Lord Dongfang slaughtered hundreds of soul harmony experts. driving fear into us. Now everyone is in a panic. But there's no way those thieves would do anything in broad daylight. Especially not targeting nobodies like us. Ha ha ha. Yeah, sometimes weakness is good. At least those that are strong will ignore us. The other one said with a dry laugh. Then he turned serious and went on with his job. Ironic how they already forgot that just now they laughed at the father and son's weakness. In a dark corner of the city, the man in the black robe held the child's mouth without budging. When the gate situation calmed down, he eased a breath and let go. The child threw a fit, roaring, "Dad, did those old coots look down on me? This hasn't happened since I came out the first time. If you hadn't stopped me, I'd have their heads in my hands right now. If you'd have done that, then we'd be doomed as well." The man in black smiled. Zhuofan was like a totally different man now. His eyes looked bright, his face calm, curbing his evil tendencies to the max. Patting Gu Santong's head, Zhuofan smiled. "This isn't Western lands. Flying Cloud City is the center of one of the central area's 9 domains. The ruler is one dreadful expert. Meeting him will make it very hard for us. What's there to fear? Don't you have dragon ancestors' dragon breath pill? Just blow it in his face and he's toast." Gu Santong stuck out his head while shouting. Zhuofan sighed. "There are only 2 dragon breath pills left. I don't want to use them unless absolutely necessary. In the mortal domain, a treasure like dragon breath pill is of utmost value. Especially that." Zhuofan's eyes were firm. "People have to be strong themselves to be safe. I don't want to ruin my cultivation with tools. That's why these past 2 years you trained in that true self art thingy. Regressing your cultivation?" Gu Santong pouted. Zhuofan shook his head. "True self-art is an art for the heart, not to set my cultivation back. Looking weak is just that, appearances, when in fact it brings me close to self. If not for the 2 years spent training in it, who knows how broken my heart would be in this situation. Thoughts give birth to demons and saints. Maybe I'd have already sunk into a demonic state by now, unable to see the surface. My true cultivation easily reached the 5th layer ethereal stage, all thanks to true self-art's calming effect. Elder Yuan truly was my master." Seeing his vibrant eyes, Gu Santong sighed, knowing he was recalling the people he forsook. But then he pointed at his neck and grumbled. "What's with this golden locket then? It's hideous. Like I'm some wee child. Aren't you?" Zhuofan pinched his cute cheeks, teasing, "Young Sanzi. Any parent would want to see their child grow up healthy. I made the Everlife locket myself with all my love. You have to wear it." Gu Santong's face twitched. "Dad, but I'm 300 years old. Not some kid. You think I don't know what it does? It just hides my strength. I'm in the 6th layer ethereal stage, but with this thing on, I look like a defenseless 7-year-old. All the way here everyone's been pinching and ruffling my hair so much. I'd be dead if you didn't stop them. Hold it in for now. You're just too freaky. Have you seen any other ethereal stage kid around?" Zhuofan waved his hand. "Exposing your strength would be the same as a jester, getting everyone's attention in the central area. How are we supposed to work then?" "I know that. Dad made the demonic treasure to hide my aura. But couldn't you have made it smaller and not so flashy? It's humiliating wearing this huge thing." "Yes, you're so precious." Zhuofan cut his grumbling short. "Look at your childish and cute face. Isn't it innocent? Adding the Everlife locket and you're an angel. No one would ever believe an angel like you hides a savage beast. You'll be the ultimate weapon. Think about it. When we meet some enemy too tough to fight, everyone will ignore you, leaving you room to break them with your fist. Ain't that cool?" Gu Santong scrunched up his cute face, then nodded. "Makes sense. That's my dad. Already setting up the stage. Dad, when will we fight him? Hopefully never." Zhuofan's eye twitched and turned around at the city's center. The former best of eastern lands, Shangguan Feiyun, now the lord of one of central area's 9 domains, lives there. It would be best if we can avoid him. Zhuofan's eyes grew hard. Going by Dragon Ancestors' extremely sketchy map, a world wind tunnel should be around here. And since the strongest takes everything rule, it should be in the flying cloud manner. Closing his eyes, Zhuo Fan analyzed the situation. But with flying cloud manner being Shangguan Feiyun's, that means there'll be tons of experts. Sneaking in is nigh impossible. Star Reader. Feiyun equals flying cloud. Zhuo Fan opened his eyes, feeling a headache coming. Gu Santong sighed. What do we do then? Since Dad says there's a ton of experts, 2 of us can't stop them, short of using the Dragon Breath Pill. Dragon Breath Pill is the very last resort. I don't want to waste it. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. Young Sanzi, you saw how tight the security at the gate was, how cautious the old guys were. We've been in central area for months now and seen plenty of cities, but only this one's guards were cautious. Gu Santong shook his head. Maybe because it's one of the 9 domains central city? No, there's gotta be something else. Zhuo Fan shook his head and smiled. The central area has been overbearing and even declaring itself unafraid of the other area's spies, because they're strong enough that no matter what leaks, they could still flatten anyone and anything. That's why the central area is relaxed and casual, instead of being tense and earning ridicule. Yet Flying Cloud City is different. This goes to show that something happened recently to make even Shangguan Feiyun grow cautious. This means that with how tight the security is, even at the manor, we have no chance at all of checking it out. Gu Santong shrugged. Zhuo Fan chuckled. Fortune favors the bold. With Shangguan Feiyun tense, that means he's threatened. I may not know where this threat comes from, but there's conflict going on. These troubled waters might just be what we need to slink through. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Dad's the smartest, ha ha ha. Gu Santong laughed. Then what now, Dad? Zhuo Fan smirked. Find a stopover and observe the changes. We may be staying here for a while. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan flicked his sleeve and walked towards the most packed district, with a puzzled Gu Santong behind. 3 hours later, the duo stood before a large courtyard, looking abandoned for some time. Next to them was a bearded man in the 6th layer radiant stage. Good eyes, sir. Flying Cloud City has few great homes. If not for an urgent need for spirit stones, I wouldn't have given it up. The man saw no one around and made his pitch. Gu Santong rolled his eyes. When he first saw the old man in the market and in radiant stage pulling them to the side, he thought he was someone special, only to try selling them a house. It seems central area really is packed with experts, so much so radiant stage experts are useful only as real estate agents. What will that make of profound heaven experts, sweepers, or chamber pot cleaners? Sizing the house, Zhuo Fan nodded inside, saying, Say a price. How about 8 million spirit stones? 8 million? Zhuo Fan mocked. Why don't you grab it? You take me for a money bag? Even in Western lands, the most a house would go in an imperial capital is 1 million. A house is just a place to stay, while spirit stones are the core of one's cultivation. Buying houses instead of looking after your training is breaking your future. The man showed a despising gaze. You think this is Western lands? In central area, unless you're of amazing talent, you're a nobody. Look at me, if I roamed the Western lands a bit, I'd already have some prince or noble bowing to me. Here, though, I'm just an agent. Run out of central area then. Be someone among nobodies then a nobody among geniuses. Or is it that someone of Sir's strength can also make you rise? What rise? With my talent, I can't even get out of central area. The man gave a heartbroken sigh. I'll be honest with you, I came here with my lord. He is a soul harmony expert, a guard in Flying Cloud Manor. He's one of the best in this region too. And later. Zhuo Fan cut him off impatiently. Since your lord is cared for by the Flying Cloud Manor, then he should be valued. So why? Sigh, it's all fate in the end. The man waved his hand. We've been having it well at first, eating and drinking our fill, but just a month ago, the manor had a break-in, with the thief almost making out with some great treasure. The Sword King Shangguan Feiyun found out and flew into a rage, killing hundreds of soul harmony experts on the spot, including my lord. It wasn't his fault though, since the thief broke in even with Genesis stage experts in the manor. But when the lord got angry, they are the ones suffering. So your lord died and now you're selling his home? Zhuofan figured it out. Now he knew why the city was so tense. Someone snuck into the manor. Since the thief went for his target but still didn't succeed. Now waiting for another chance, the flying cloud city must now be under tighter security to stop him from getting help as well. Otherwise, the Sword King would have just focused on tracking him down instead if he succeeded. Since the treasure was still in the manor, the thief would try again. The perfect moment for us to slip in. Zhuofan grinned inside, a plan already forming in his mind. Actually, you can tell yourself by looking at me that I'm an errand boy. How could I pocket 8 million? Afraid Zhuofan might label him disloyal, the man played the victim here. Sir, just think, even with my lord a city lord's guard, I am just a guard servant. Could a radiant stage cultivator handle a lord's house? When my lord died, the treasures and pills in the house were stolen by ethereal stage experts, leaving this place empty. So they let me look after it, deal with the asset, then move back home to have some status, rather than a nobody here. That's why the 8 million won't be mine alone, but split among many experts. If you still find it excessive, I will lower it to 5, but that's my final offer. I'm only cutting the price since I'm in a hurry to leave. If you don't agree, I'll just have to sell it to someone else. The guy looked aggrieved, but none of it got to Zhuofan, who kept staring at the house. The guy frowned. He already played his role to perfection and even cut the price. What's the hold-up? Is he poor? Doesn't look like it. Since he's pensive, then he's on the fence about buying it and should have the money. Just that the price is steep. His eyes lit up and rushed to say, Sir, I'll come clean. This house is special. How special? Zhuofan cocked an eyebrow. The guy shook his head. I don't know, since my lord had many secret rooms in it, for cultivation, refining, maybe even alchemy. Others split its wealth after his death. But it's not clear if they took all of it. As long as you find one item, maybe you'll break even. Take it as a freebie of sales and try your luck. Zhuofan chuckled. The greedy ones might fall for such a tactic, but not Zhuofan. Though he still needed a stopover from where he could check things out. Grinning, Zhuofan turned to the guy. Brother, didn't you say 5 million? That was without the freebie. The man beamed. Zhuofan waved his hand. You'd have long found it if there ever was one. Nothing to do with me. 5 million you either sell or I walk. I'm sure there are plenty of others in the market with how hundreds of experts died like you said. Shuddering, the man felt like ripping his mouth off for saying more than necessary. He was in a rush to leave though. If he didn't sell it now he'd be stuck. He had no choice but to lower the price. And so, the two finished the deal and Zhuofan brought Gu Santong into the house, unaware that this place already had an owner. Freebie. Like an innocent child, Gu Santong was all smiles as he skipped into the house in excitement. One moment he was on a beam, the other in the pond, looking up every nook and cranny for that previous stuff. Zhuofan let out a chuckle. Young Sanzi. That man only said it to bait us into buying the house. There's no freebie. If there was any, they have long found it and left us with nothing. Maybe not, Dad. Skipping still, it did not put a damper on Gu Santong's excitement. Maybe those idiots couldn't find it while we can. With Dad's smarts and my nose, we'll sniff out any secrets. Zhuofan shook his head. Young Sanzi, and what if you find it? The puny soul harmony stage's toy is junk to us. There's dozens of stuff in my ring, and any one of them is superior by far. Why waste your energy? Gu Santong shook and looked back, though his searching never missed a beat. Zhuofan found it odd. Then he exclaimed, Young Sanzi is a child at heart. It's not about finding something, but the journey. Young Sanzi used to search for herbs not just to fill his belly but also to play. Then Zhuofan and Kunping gave him more herbs than he could swallow, but took away the fun. His belly was stuffed, but had nothing this child could do for fun. Zhuofan looked at young Sanzi ashamed. He failed as a father, feeling guilty for not having understood his heart. Young Sanzi, go search. If you find it, tell me. I want to see it as well. Zhuofan shouted at the child darting around. Gu Santong looked back with a wide smile. I'll be sure to find it. Gu Santong was gone. Looking at the flash of red, Shuofan shook his head, smiling inside. Dad, I found it. There's a treasure here. Gu Santong's cheerful cry came. I bet this is something Dad hasn't gotten yet. Shuofan was stunned. There's actually something here? That was quick. Maybe that thief was right about being a freebie here. Shuofan followed young Sanzi's voice, arriving before a run-down building. Shuofan sized it up. Isn't it just a shed? The Lord must have been a weirdo to set up his cultivation room here. Or is it out of paranoia? Yeah, that has to be it. Those ethereal and radiant stage experts wouldn't think twice about looking here. Shuofan not once thought about the stuff that might be hiding here, since hardly anything could impress him now. He only came to cater to his son's excitement. It's what a father must do. Young Sanzi, what did you find? Let me, Shuofan cheerfully entered the shed, only to freeze in shock. In the middle of the shed lay a girl, with an egg-shaped face, sharp eyes, rosy skin and thin waist. By the looks of it, heavily wounded, if the pale face and red line from the mouth were to be trusted. Young Sanzi squatted next to her and pointed in excitement. Dad, treasure, woman. Shuofan's face twitched, revealing a vile smile at young Sanzi and bopping his head. How old are you? How is a woman a treasure? I'm only 3.5 centuries old. Gu Santong was annoyed. I'm no child. I know plenty of stuff. Ugh. Shuofan was speechless. I stand corrected. He isn't a child at heart, but a shifty old man using his appearance to his advantage. He doesn't need compassion, but a heavy hand. Shuofan eyed Gu Santong. Young Sanzi, what will you do with your find? Since you're 3 centuries old, it doesn't look like you can use it as you are. Blushing hard, Gu Santong knew exactly where Shuofan was going. He glared in shame and anger. Dad, you're nasty. I'm nasty? When you called a woman a treasure, what else could you have been meaning other than something nasty? Oh, wise guy. Shuofan stared back. Pouting, Gu Santong huffed. I found her like this, unconscious and weak. The way I see it, she must be the cauldron the Lord used to cultivate. If so, I only saw her as a cultivating treasure. What's wrong with that? Damn brat. Are you splitting hairs with me? Shuofan didn't shirk and touched the girl's icy wrist. He laughed. Ha ha ha. You got it all wrong. How's a maiden supposed to be a cauldron? Gu Santong turned to the girl with a puzzled gaze. Was I wrong? Then what is she doing in this place? Was she left behind? Shuofan mocked. Kid, what are you thinking? This girl ain't from this house. Think about it. With her looks, even as a cauldron, they'd take her for sure. Also, judging by her wounds, a month at least. Shuofan faced his son, showing off his wisdom. But then he squinted. But that means... Shuofan's eyes shone and walked behind the house. Young Sanzi, get a room ready. I'm going to heal her. Gu Santong was taken off guard by his actions. Never knew Dad as a caring guy, going as far as healing a stranger. Especially a girl. Gu Santong had a coy smile. Sure, Dad. You're going to use healing as an excuse to dual cultivate. Wait till I tell Mom. Shuofan jerked, then glared back. Why, you little miscreant? Since when have I dual cultivated? Did you forget what happened a month ago in Flying Cloud City? Flying Cloud Manor had a break-in. Gu Santong bobbed his head, then pointed at her. Dad, then... Shuofan's eyes shone, nodding. More likely than not, this girl is involved. By saving her, we'll get some valuable info out of her. So don't just stand there. Get a room ready. Oh! Gu Santong bobbed his head and darted for the house, setting up a room in a jiffy. Shuofan came in with the girl and set her on the bed. He used his energy while touching her forehead. Returning dragon's roar. Roar. A green glow started entering the girl's body, healing her under their very eyes. When the glow vanished, the girl didn't wake. Her breathing faint, still in danger of vanishing. Dad, It didn't work? When we beat that old Huangpu, he gave us a hard time with this skill. Gu Santong was puzzled. Shuofan smiled. We were just in the radiant stage. But once in the ethereal stage, the real wound isn't on the body, but the soul. The lass is in the 8th layer ethereal stage. Her wounded soul comes first, then her body. It won't matter if her body is healed but not her soul. I only gave her some first aid, letting her hang on a little longer. Now comes the hard part, healing her soul. Gu Santong nodded. Young Sanzi, look after her. I'll be cultivating for 3 days to make an 11th grade pill to heal her soul. Don't disturb me. Shuofan walked out. Gu Santong said, Aren't the pills we have enough? It's not just her soul wounded, but her odd state. Like. Shuofan frowned in thought. He lifted the Qilin arm, looking at the scar vaulting sword left. A wound made by a sacred weapon. The strange energy is still there. Since it's a heavy wound, it needs special pills. In a dark room, a 10-meter-tall bronze cauldron sat on a raging fire that spewed out thick smoke. The light shone upon a man, casting a black shadow and revealing his face. He had his eyes closed, his hands poised in a sign, as he sat before the cauldron. The cauldron started shaking then, blowing out its lid with a bang. It revealed a round and shiny pill, with a golden luster. It floated in the air and darted away. Shuofan flashed his eyes open and saw the pill flashing by him. He made a sign and pointed. Hold! The pill froze in the air, not budging. Grinning, Shuofan took a vial and placed it inside. The pill looked like a victim as it just slumped dully on the glass wall. Shuofan closed the vial with a smile. He walked outside, taking a deep breath of fresher air. 3 days refining feels like ages. The gaudy sun above and the deep breaths helped lighten his mood as he took large steps towards the guest house. Creak. He found Gu Santong inside, bored out of his mind, sitting at a table and watching the bed with a dead look. The pretty girl was like a sleeping beauty. Shuofan smiled. The young miss. How has she been these days? Dad, you're finally out. Any longer and I'd have gone stir-crazy in here, Gu Santong complained. Shuofan teased. Many others wouldn't have been able to sleep from the excitement to spend 3 days close to such a flower, but only you'd see it as a chore. Humph. Like you said, I first need to be equipped. Gu Santong looked at his small stature and sighed. Shuofan's face twitched, rolling his eyes. Damn brat, you will one day. I heard sacred beasts mature when their powers increase. So grow up well. Patting his head, Shuofan chuckled, turning to the patient. Gu Santong held his chin, then shook his head. Shuofan touched her wrist. There's still hope. Her situation hasn't worsened. Shuofan took out the vial and placed the still warm pill between her soft lips. The pill flowed into her body and she shook wildly, her unmarred face turning into a frown. The change was brief, as the girl eased a breath and calmed down again. Dad, why isn't she waking up? Was your pill a dud? Gu Santong saw the girl laying as always and complained. Feeling her condition, Shuofan nodded and smiled. Brat, that was an 11th grade soul pill. Sacred soul pill. A dud? No, it's her heavy wounds that need more time to heal. In a few days she will recover. You watch over her and don't let her flee and make it all pointless. Shuofan walked out. Hold on. Gu Santong complained. Dad, why am I stuck babysitting? You do it. I will make some tonic pills for her, ha ha ha. Shuofan beamed, his pace quickening. He justified himself. Refining is so taxing. I wouldn't have done this if didn't want her to wake up. Whoosh. Just as he reached the door, a flash of red blocked him. Gu Santong pouted and snapped. Dad, my head might not be as quick as yours, but I'm no fool. You said no ordinary pill can help her, so you had me watch her while you refined. And don't we have plenty of tonic pills? What do you take me for, a 3-year-old? Shuofan froze, darting his eyes around for a solution. Gu Santong shouted before he could find one. It's your turn to babysit. I'm out to play. Gu Santong was gone. Hey, wait. Too little, too late. The kid was long gone. Turning from the sleeping beauty to the distant sun, Shuofan sighed. Can't this kid share just a little of my burden? Watching a comatose person is boring as hell. I still need to find more about Flying Cloud City's situation. Yep, Shuofan was like Gu Santong in this regard, not wanting to be stuck here. Like father, like son. Waiting here for the slow trickle of time was worse than killing them. But since the son fled, that left his old man to do this rotten task. Helpless to the extreme, Shuofan slumped in the chair with Gu Santong's dead expression on his face. Yawning, he looked at the bed, then checked her condition now and then. He soon noticed that her state was improving, though she showed no sign of stirring. Frowning, Shuofan gave her a few more pills with no result. 3 days trickled by painfully slow, and the damn girl was still sleeping. Shuofan's was far more impatient than Gu Santong, pacing around the room. The rare glance at the bright outdoors with chirping bird only worked to taunt him. Anyone would have lost it at this point. For crying out loud, where the hell did he run off to? He just couldn't wait to get far away from his dad? Didn't he want to stay with me at all times, to rely on each other, be each other's support? Now look at him. It hasn't been a week and he's already fled. What kind of son leaves his dad for 3 days? Scowling, Shuofan paced some more, and glanced at the bed even more, now turning his irritation on her. And you? Brat. I've already healed you, so why aren't you awake yet? If you keep sleeping, I'll just thrash you. Silence welcomed him. A raging fire roared in his belly, with no place to vent. These 3 days were spent doing nothing at all. He couldn't even cultivate. Out of fear, the girl woke up and messed his concentration. These long and arduous but mostly flat 3 days were getting to him. He was no saint either, not shirking from hitting a woman. But he had an image to uphold, that of a father. Hitting a defenseless girl will ruin his image of me. As a father, only in front of his son did he curb his evil tendencies. So, his sneaky eyes darted from one corner to the next, making double sure there was no young Xianxia in sight. He showed a vile smile as he approached the bed, rubbing his hands. Missy, it's for your own good. A couple of slaps ought to wake you up. If not, it'll make me feel better too. See, win-win, right? Shuofan spat in his hands, lifted his hands high, and let them fall on the girl's most delicate face. There was no real force in it, of course, doing it just to let off steam. Anything more and her head would fly. The wind behind it, though, made her black hair float. The slaps weren't harmful, but they were sure to leave some lasting impressions. But then her eyes shot open, staring straight at Shuofan in anger. Stunned, Shuofan's hands faltered in the air. Pa! The pause gave the girl time to grab his hand and fling him on the bed. She jumped on him the next second, clutching his throat as she spoke in a loving voice. Who were you trying to thrash? Since her actions didn't seem serious, Shuofan let her have it, pushing him on the bed. Being under her, on the bed, and looking at her fine features, he looked lost. You're awake? Since when? Humph. For a day now. The girl glared. Oh, are you mad you didn't get to slap me? Shuofan only heard the first part about waking up. At least she didn't hear me and young Xianxia. The show can go on then. Though there was some shift in the script. He wanted to appeal to her gratitude for saving her life to get her to spill the beans. But after this oopsie, it was a miracle they didn't become enemies. Getting information now would prove to be a hassle. Sigh. Idle hands are the devil's playthings. Why the hell would slapping some girl even cross my mind? Shuofan shook his head inwardly, looking at the girl pinning him with a bitter smile. Miss, since you're awake, why fake it? How else was I supposed to get a grasp on the situation? Were you a friend or foe? There's only 2 kinds of people one would drop their guard around. A dead man and an unconscious one. The girl raised an eyebrow in pride. Your actions proved it. The fact that you'd be rough on an unconscious person shows you're not friendly. Only by faking sleep for a day could I see through your evil nature. Shuofan's face twitched and nodded. Miss, you're a genius. A true veteran of the cultivation world. I am in awe seeing how you see through my little vile intent. Damn right, since I am Eastern lands. The smug girl grew conceited. Shuafan had his ears peeled, though the girl sure was cautious, stopping midway. Sighing inwardly at the mischance, Shuafan changed his approach. Miss, you're so young yet you're in the 8th layer ethereal stage, so much stronger than Western lands' best geniuses. You must be quite famous in the Eastern lands. What's it to you? Are you testing me for information? The girl roared, her gaze showed she was on guard. Shuafan's heart sank, knowing any further attempts were pointless. To avoid any aggravation, he played dumb. No, miss, that's not it. I was just saying. I don't mind if you won't say it. The girl huffed. Bang. Shuafan was hearing the front door being knocked on. We've been in Flying Cloud City for a few days. Who could be looking for us? Don't tell me young Sanzi is at it again, stirring things all over the place. Don't move. Ka. The girl sounded far more nervous than him. He was choked so hard his neck sounded cracking. Shuafan's face was beet red, tapping her hand quickly. Miss, you almost choked me. I should have, with how vile you are. It's what you deserve for not only holding me unconscious but even trying to slap me. The girl scoffed and ignored his protests. Her attention was completely taken by the knocking on the door. Shuafan knew she had no intention to kill, or Shuafan would have long since killed her instead. Though getting choked is getting me nowhere. What was worse? If his son found him like this, what of his righteous image of a doting father? Shuafan resorted to faked pleading. Miss, I'm but an alchemist. I healed you. You shouldn't harm your savior. Eyes shaking, the girl hesitated before easing her grip. I know that. Clearly your mind is skewed since you wanted to slap me just now. But after waking, I sensed you giving me pills and knew you saved me. I'll let you go now, but don't you scream or try anything. Got it. Shuafan bobbed his head, his hand zipping his lips. Only then did the girl take away her hand. Dad, there's someone at the door. Should I go see? After having his fill outside these 3 days, Gu Santong popped out of nowhere, only to come upon this vivid picture. Quite the compromising position too. Shuafan on his back, with a girl straddling him. What took the cake was her hand on his chiseled chest. Though it was the one that choked him just now, the kid didn't know that. Gu Santong, of course, took the burning image at face value, labeling it as not safe for children. His reaction to this more than obvious adult affair was disgust. Dad, is this what you mean by unable to sleep from excitement? Since I can't understand nor partake, I'll let you enjoy yourself. Gu Santong left the room with a flat look, going to see who was knocking. What did he mean? The girl looked below her with a lost look. Shuafan's face twitched. Miss, you're more immature than a child. Don't you find our state even a little indecent? Indecent? The girl now reacted, having been pointed out. Looking down on Shuafan being under her, she went red in a flash and cried, What are you doing in my bed? Get the hell out. Shuafan rolled his eyes. Sister, don't tell me you don't know. It's you who dragged me on the bed here. And how am I supposed to go when you're sitting on me? Oh, right. Flustered and panicking, the girl rushed off him and off the bed. Shuafan glanced at her, like an innocent bystander. Whoosh. This mystery girl in the 8th layer ethereal stage, in her panic, got tangled in the sheets and fell as she got off. It resulted in one perfect angle impossible to reproduce, sending her falling on Shuafan. The calm Shuafan, still on the bed, pretended to be weak, willing to take anything she'd dish at him, even the incoming looming shadow on his face. So while this unknown had hit his head, Shuafan found a peculiar scent overtaking his mind, along with sweet and soft lips gracing his own. The two were firmly joined at the lips. The pair of eyes had never been so close, watching each other. The two went wide-eyed, and the heat coming from the other made their hearts race and their faces red. Dad, there's a bunch of people outside. Gu Santong's timing was flawless. looking at the even more explicit view with a lost look. Should I let them, I better go. Gu Santong left like natural. Ah! The girl shrieked and jumped off the bed with a burning face. Her eyes teared up too. Zhuofan looked embarrassed, sitting up. Clang. A sharp sound then revealed a jade longsword at Zhuofan's throat. The girl spat through gnashed teeth. That was my first. You stole it from me and now I'll tear you to pieces. Wait. Who stole what here? You did it, not me. Zhuofan faked panic. You know very well I did nothing but lay here. It's all on you. Miss, let's be reasonable here. In any case, I'm your savior. That. The girl was ready to cry. But then she glared. I don't care. You used me and now you die. The girl pushed on the sword, about to pierce Zhuofan's throat. Zhuofan's eyes turned cold and the Qilin arm shone red. He wanted the girl's knowledge, but since she lost it and wanted to kill him, he'd have to return the favor. You brought this on yourself. Dumb girl, since I can save you, I can also kill you. At the very least, dumping your body in a public place should stir something and give me clues. Zhuofan's eyes shone with bloodthirst. The girl was oblivious of it in her panic and shame. She'd never believe a wee fifth-layer radiant stage cultivator would be a demon in disguise. Clang. This was the only sound made by the sword as it flashed for Zhuofan. The scarlet glow that followed hid within a bestial nature, one of power and wildness to turn any ignorant to mush. Zhuofan stood there at ease, ready to grab the sword and snap it like a twig. Boy, you're newcomers in Flying Cloud City? Yeah. We're Flying Cloud Manor Guards. We have orders to inspect every recent newcomer. Where is the master of this place? Call him out. The loud shouts from outside entered the duo's ears. Pausing, the girl's blade went back to her body, stopping the attack. Her brow tensed at the sudden interruption. Zhuofan pondered before he smiled inwardly. This chick must have gotten scared when she heard Flying Cloud Manor. Being found out was the last thing on her mind, which helped confirm Zhuofan's guess. The girl had been involved in the break a month ago. With a sinister smile, Zhuofan's eyes shone. The girl grew angry at his rotten smile. The jade sword once again went to touch his neck as she barked. What are you smiling at? Stop that. Zhuofan turned a deaf ear. It's not me who's scared, but you. So what's there to fear? Zhuofan's eyes looked up, looking amused and condescending. The girl was outraged, and found he ignored her even as she pressed the blade on his neck, like he got confident all of a sudden as he looked elsewhere. Yet no amount of anger from her part would change that. Flying Cloud Manor's guards were at the door, making killing right now highly ill-advised. Once they're gone, humph? The girl squinted, sticking out her lip in anger. Miss. Zhuofan showed a vile look as he uttered, You're better off killing me. I'm not a nice guy, even planning on slapping you while unconscious. Humph, I already knew that, but I'm not killing you over that. But... The girl huffed and glared, then went red in the cheeks. With a weird smile, Zhuofan nodded. Yeah, I stole your first kiss, but I don't think that grounds for murder. I've done something more foul to earn your anger and kill me. More foul? What? The girl was stunned. Zhuofan chuckled, then squinted as he sized her up, whispering in her ear. Miss, congratulations, you're now a woman. What? The girl shuddered, unable to believe his words. What did you just say? Zhuofan mocked. Wasn't I clear enough? Fine, let me be completely transparent. I broke you in. Boom. A storm exploded in the girl's head, shocked to the core as she shook her head. No, impossible. That can't be. You think so? Zhuofan snickered. Miss, you should know better than me just how fine you are. Just think, a man was by your side while you were unconscious, a fully adult male. Could something happen? Did something happen? You decide. I'll kill you. The girl lost it as she howled, pointing her sword at Zhuofan amidst the tears. As if that wasn't enough for him, Shuafan incited her more. Come, kill me, but it won't matter since someone already took you. That won't ever change. With the flying cloud manor guards at the door, if you kill me, you'll soon follow. Maybe we'll even die together, be with each other forever. Well, not that I mind, since my son can look after himself. As long as Miss doesn't have any others to worry about, let us die in the name of love. Why you? Her eyes shook as she gnashed her teeth. The sword trembled but didn't budge an inch. I knew it. She's not alone in the city. She might have relatives far from here, but that wasn't enough to make her hesitate. Subjected to such humiliation, impulse was a human's first choice. But she hesitated because her people were still around and in danger. If something happened to her, it would distract them and make it easy for the guards to catch them. The thought of their safety had her hesitate even in the face of death. Shuafan was more sure than ever that the girl was a great lead. The sword fell to the ground and the girl hugged her knees while sobbing. Anyone would be heartbroken hearing her. Ooh. Shuafan smiled and went to pat her head. Miss, aren't you going to kill me? Beat it. She roared like a banshee, wishing to swallow him whole. Shuafan ignored it, of course, with a smile. Then let me tell you a little secret. You're still an untouched chick. What? Shuddering, the girl lifted her head in shock. Why, you aren't lying? Shuafan shook his head. It's your body and you don't know? Why even ask? Blushing, the girl sensed herself and lowered her head in shame. Then why? I thought of letting you see what's most precious. Shuafan said, once you found out you were broken, you didn't have the mind to care about some kiss, right? When you're about to die, who the hell cares if you're broken in? People always have a line they do not cross, but since it was broken and done with, why think about it? You should always think more about what you have and not cling to what you lost. Shuafan walked outside. Now, let's see Flying Cloud Manor's guards. The more you hide, the more you bring suspicion on you. It's better to face them calmly. Even if you are who they're after, there's no way some nobody guards would recognize you. Shuafan chuckled and went on ahead with a pleased look. The girl was too dumbstruck to react. Shuafan now looked like a sage of great wisdom, and not like the bastard he just played as. Even the girl felt like what happened was ages ago. Shuafan was but a fifth-layer radiant stage cultivator, but his confidence and resolve made the girl's heart skip a beat. Also, Shuafan paused, lifting his hands. Try not to get smart when you don't even know yourself. Cleverness may overreach itself. Ha ha ha. Shuafan walked away laughing. The girl glared and then giggled. Her cheeks were becoming red, and for some odd reason, her heart wouldn't calm down. The sudden arrival of Flying Cloud Manor guards must be the cause. The girl took a deep breath to calm herself, and followed Shuafan. The safest place was amidst danger. Seniors, how may I help you? Rushing to the entrance, Shuafan found dozens of soul harmony experts, all wearing the Flying Cloud Manor symbol, a white cloud. Shuafan bowed at once, like a humble man. Seeing his meager cultivation, the men ignored him and asked as a formality, Are you new in town? Yes. Who is this child? A man pointed at Gu Santong. Shuafan bowed. Senior, he's my only son. Where did you come from? Western lands. Why? To avoid pursuit. Are there any other people here? Ugh. Shuafan paused, unsure if the lass would follow him to meet these men. Saying yes, but the lass not coming would be ruining himself. But if he denied and then found her, the result would be the same. The guard frowned as he repeated, Are there any more people here? Here I am. The girl rushed over with a bright smile. The girl skipped over, bringing with her a fresh breeze. She stopped behind Shuafan with a bashful look, like an innocent girl. The guards were dumbstruck by her behavior, looking lost. It only made the girl feel self-conscious and hide behind Shuafan, like a baby sister oblivious to the world's evil protected by her big brother. The gentle nature instilled in the people a sense of protection. Shuafan was stunned. Hell, This lass is versed in the world and an even better actor than me. He could still remember her outburst from before. He wouldn't tease her for this, since they were in the same boat. He just forced a smile and calmed himself. Moments later, the guards woke up and pointed at her. Is she staying here? Yes. The girl's gentle voice echoed, soothing the guards. The guard had to take a moment to recover and pointed at Shuafan. Who are you two? Why have both of you come from the western lands? She? Shuafan's eyes focused, thinking of a good name for her. But the girl got ahead of him. He's my husband. We came from western lands together. Oh wait, what? The men nodded but then froze, looking from one to the other in disbelief. He's your husband? Why, what's wrong with that? The girl nodded with a smile, then dragged a stumped goose santong next to her. Look, our child is all grown up. The inspection team was shocked, with Shuafan looking lost. Hey, chickie. Moments ago you were trying to stab me, and now you say I'm your man. What are you looking at? You're already getting the best of it by being my husband. What are you crying about? Keep staring and see if I don't poke your eyes out. Glaring at Shuafan, the girl warned as her hand gripped Goose Santong, clearly using him as hostage to force Shuafan. Fall in line or your son will fall first. Shuafan shook his head inside and sighed. He didn't worry about Goose Santong. Not like the lass could do anything to young Sanzi. Shuafan found this trap difficult. He could not admit just any random girl as his wife. Though it was fake, given the circumstances, he had to agree if he wanted to get over this mess. Regardless, he could not say it so easily since there was only one person in his heart. He wouldn't want to sully her image even if it was fake. Eyeing the odd couple, a guard asked, Miss, the man is only in the 5th layer radiant stage while you are in the 8th layer ethereal stage. They just couldn't get it. The world had many cultivating couples of different levels, but it was also a world where the man was the head. His power represented his status. There was no woman willing to lower herself to a weaker guy. The odd thing here was not their gap in strength, but the reversed roles of this couple. This could have happened only if the girl was just too damn strong, so that she wore the pants in this relationship. Such a woman couldn't have just one guy either. Miss, with your strength, you must be someone important in Western lands. Can it be you started a harem to replenish your een and dual cultivate? The guard asked. The girl blushed hard as she flared. Why, you're making a harem? We're just a family with a child. How can I do something as vile as replenish een? With how the world is ruled by strength, people would resort to anything for power, even women. The guard had a nasty smile. Brothers, search the place. If she has a harem, they must be many. There's no way there's just the 3 of them. Humph. Yes, sir. The men shouted and shot inside, already on it. The girl's face looked conflicted and depressed. Shuafan glanced over and sighed. Even I wouldn't believe you, let alone others, since we're too different in cultivation. Whoosh. An hour later, the guards returned with shaking heads and the main speaker frowned. He refused to believe such a strong woman only had one guy. Shuafan smiled and stepped forward with a bow. Senior, please don't listen to her nonsense. She's not my wife. No. The guard shook and grew grave. The girl tensed, sweat trickling down. Is he selling me out? Then who is she? Why is she staying here? Shuafan sighed. Senior, the truth is, she is my cousin. Our clan is hunting us, so we had to run here. Your cousin? Then why did she say she's your wife? The guard shouted. Turning to the girl, she looked nervous. Shuafan pondered. Actually, she does want to be my wife. But my heart belongs to someone else. No other girl can have it. She was only playing a joke before. Please don't mind it, Senior. Tell me exactly what is going on here, or I will have her arrested. The guard barked. Shuafan smiled and nodded. Yes, of course, Senior. Allow me to tell you everything. My cousin and I grew up together, inseparable. I know she loves me, but I could not accept it. Seniors can see that her talent is better than mine, cultivating much faster. That's why I could not accept her love. finding myself undeserving of her. Oh, we can tell that much. You aren't a fit for her at all. The others nodded. Shuafan continued, then I met a lady at the Ultimate Clarity sect, got married and had a child. But this earned the sect's rage and we were hunted down. I could only take my son and flee all the way to the central area. Fortune was with me for having my cousin along as well to look after me, or we would have died a long time ago. I could never return her feelings, and Shuafan turned to the girl. Cousin, I already have someone I love. Your love. Shuafan sighed, looking elsewhere as he was unable to accept her feelings. The men exclaimed. Oh, so a love triangle, with this girl being love-stricken. Ha, what a waste of good seed. An 8th layer ethereal stage expert with pretty looks going after a waste leagues behind her. How can we, experts, find fault in that? The leader sighed. Another one nodded. Yeah, it makes too much sense, actually. Why did they have to be childhood friends? Brother, the place is clean, or at least the thief would have used some flat excuse, not go for such a convoluted melodrama. Just look at how conflicted they are. They all turned to the two to see Shuafan's guilty look. The girl's gaze never left him. Her eyes glazed over. Fools blinded by love. Crashing marriages. The guards shrugged, then the leader coughed. We understand. Then we'll write that. This place belonged to a fellow guard of ours. Since you bought it, it's yours. Now, there's only the 3 of you here. What are your names? Oh, senior, I'm Gu Yifan. Cupping his hands, Shuafan spoke. My son is Gu Santong, and my cousin. Shuafan hinted at her. Feeling sour for some odd reason, the girl spoke. I'm Gu Qingyan. Noted. After writing down on a jade slip, the guard nodded. From now on, you are the owners of this place. If there's anyone suspicious hanging around, report to the Flying Cloud Manor at once. You can also shout and make some noise. Our patrols will respond swiftly. Shuafan bowed. Thank you, senior. Only what suspicious people? You don't know? The guard mocked. Homeless, wandering, shifty, repulsive and guilty-looking people. If you see anyone that fits that description, give us a signal. Got it. Yes, yes. Shuafan nodded. The guard smiled, then waved his hand. Brothers, the next house. Ha ha ha. Let's see how those thieves can hide as we search every place. Ha ha ha. As the laughter grew faint in the distance, the auras of the guards faded as well. The trio watched them go with a sigh of relief. Now, close the door and see her out. Shuafan clapped and said. Young Sanzi woke up and pulled the girl posing as his mom outside. Gu Santong didn't use force, just playing the role of a child. Anything else and he'd be throwing her out. The girl was stunned. What are you doing? What, you ask? Humph. Shuafan glared at her. Didn't you hear, senior? Meeting any homeless. Wandering, Gu Santong added. Shifty. Repulsive. Guilty-looking people. The father and son finished together as they stared at the girl. Anyone suspicious is to be reported to the Flying Cloud Manor. You should be thankful we're only kicking you out. The two threw her out like nothing, then shut the door behind her. She only woke up from her daze when she was outside. But seeing the door shut, anger burned in her gaze and she kicked the door open. The two held the door and pretended to be shaken from the impact by staggering back. They looked at her in panic. What are you doing? The guards are just around the corner. What of it? That's more than enough time to end your lives. The girl glared. Shuafan shuddered in fake fear, then wailed, Big sister, we don't know each other. Us two have been drifters for years before finally coming to the central area, avoiding Western Land's pursuit, and starting a new life. We don't want any trouble. I don't know if you're related to the guard's search, but for our safety, please leave. Take it as a returned favor for saving your life. Please don't drag us into this. The girl looked hard at the two, biting her lip. But then she asked, Hey, was what you said true? What did I say? About you and your wife. Did the sect break you up? What about your wife? Startled, Fan didn't think she'd be hung up on that in this critical situation, but it was also related to Fan's pain. Fan mocked all of a sudden, as if, to get them to ignore you, I made that on the spot, while I cast out my wife for better things and a brighter future. She's just a hindrance, that's all. She should be having the time of her life. Pa! The girl gave him a heavy slap in anger. You rotten bastard. I'll kill you for your wife's sake. Her sword was once again pointing at Fan's throat. Fan waved his hands frantically. Wait, wait. Attack now and the guards will hear you. And I'm your savior. Attacking me is being ungrateful. Humph, I'll spare you for now, but pray we never meet again. The sword shook and the girl roared as she sped away. I'll never stay a second in a bastard's place, or I'll end up as vile as you. Seeing her vanish in the night sky, her curses growing faint, the duo shared a crafty smile. Dad, are you just going to let her leave after all the trouble of saving her? Leave? Where would she go? Fan raised an eyebrow. Did you forget why the guards came? They are combing through the city. The Flying Cloud Manor wants to have eyes on every corner in the city, on every citizen. The taverns are the most conspicuous, with no way of hiding under such heavy monitoring. Leaving her? Ha ha ha, as long as she's in Flying Cloud City, she'll soon come back here. She's got no choice. Gu Santong nodded but wanted more details. But even so, why did we drive her out? Isn't it over the top? Not at all, this is psychological warfare. 1 step back, 2 steps forward. Fan's eyes glinted. We didn't kick her out because of her, but the people behind her. Think about it. Since we saved her, but by also hiding her, then we'll become suspicious about having our own designs. Maybe her people will think that we're on the guard's side, baiting them to come out. That will make gaining their trust harder. Now though, we kicked her out like scared average cultivators avoiding trouble, making saving her just a coincidence. As time passes, those people will be pushed into a corner by the guards monitoring and would think of using us, when in fact we're using them. The roles reverse as the schemes become twisted from every little detail, giving us the perfect win. Gu Santong nodded inside. I see it now. You know she can't go anywhere, so might as well kick her out. Also the people behind her would come, right? Ha ha ha, exactly. Now's just a matter of time. Fan closed the heavy door and took Gu Santong behind the house. Young Sanzi, where have you gone the last 3 days? I didn't see you at all. Around town, but since they took me for a child, they didn't let me enter many places. You said I couldn't force my way in, so I'll take you there tomorrow, what do you say? Truly. Of course, we're waiting for news now, so we can afford some leisure. Ha ha ha. Fan smiled at the child. Gu Santong was overjoyed. On the second day, Fan took Gu Santong to every known place in Flying Cloud City. They played around, had fun, not thinking about anything, not bothering with anyone. On the third day, Fan and Gu Santong went to enjoy the local cuisine and the fine dishes. Relishing in these rare father-son moments, they put their plan behind them, so it went for 10 days carefree and relaxed. Only that night, when Gu Santong was skipping towards home with Fan smiling behind, the sudden sight stunned them. The same girl 10 days ago was now back, only this time she looked far more downcast. She hesitated upon seeing them. Fan's face twitched, faking shock. Big sister, what are you doing here? Don't just shout. Her jade sword was out and pointing at Fan, though looking awkward as she had to shout with hatred. Listen here. I'll be staying here from now on. You can't kick me out nor report me. Try anything of sorts and I'll kill you. The lass was forced for sure to come back against her will. The father and son mocked her inwardly. Where can an ethereal stage cultivator hide in a city with soul harmony patrols? Instead of acting nice to get a place to stay, you're like a thug stealing it. Would you have been so tough when you left back then if you knew? Would you have still burnt your bridges? Haha. Fan sighed. Miss, I get your back, but can you not shout at us? I'm not one to look for trouble, but since our lives are in your hands, I don't have a choice. But where did that gentle and kind miss from 10 days ago go? How did you become a shrew stooping so low as to steal someone's home? Shuddering, the girl looked hurt at his words, feeling like the victim instead. You dare say that when you kicked me out? The girl raged. Do you know what I did these 10 days? Skulking like a rat in the streets, scared that every person I met would call the guards. I couldn't go to a tavern, I couldn't stay in another place from fear of being found. Flying Cloud City is so huge, yet there is no place that can have me. All I've done is run and run in constant fear. If I hadn't come back, they'd have found me. Yet you call me a shrew. The girl broke down crying. Xuefan sighed inside. She kicked herself out. But only by encountering despair on the streets would she be willing to come back here. This room will be yours from now on, cousin. Xuefan creaked the door open, showing the same bed where she was healed, while jesting. Scrounging her nose, the girl eyed him with a deep and grateful gaze. After wandering the streets like a dog for days, she now returned to the place where she recovered in peace. Anyone would be touched at this point, feeling like this place was home. Making a flourish, Xuefan invited her in while he left. Looking at him leave, she shouted, I saw you and your son having fun in town these days. Pausing, Xuefan frowned and looked back. You mean we can't? You're very good to your dear son, the girl said. From the 10 days you spent roaming Flying Cloud City, one can see how close the two of you are. Xuefan asked, That's a father for you. What's wrong with that? But you said you abandoned your wife. The girl looked in doubt. Going by your close relation with your son, it can't be that you would do such a thing to his mother. Xuefan squinted. Women are women and a son is a son. Men are very clear on the differences. What does an unbroken chick know? Rolling his eyes, Xuefan walked away, his eyes glazing with grief as he shook his head. The girl was furious at the taunt, but then thought about it another way. Xuefan was erratic in his affairs, switching tunes at the drop of a hat, making him mysterious in her eyes, that he had secrets. The girl did not enter her room and walked behind the house. The moon hung in the sky above the sea of stars, bringing light to the night. In the backyard, Gu Santong sat at a stone table, playing with a wooden toy, looking rather cute. He might be 3 centuries old, but his puerile nature never changed. Especially the last few days, having Xuefan prioritize leisure activities in the city over work, he felt paternal love after ages. This brought out the child he buried inside, whining to Xuefan to get him some nice toys. He was now having the time of his life, until a girl popped up behind him. Gu Santong frowned, but faked oblivion as he played. Xuefan kept telling him to play dumb and act like a wee child. Gu Santong, was it? The girl showed the child a bright smile, looking at his toy. Wow, how pretty! Did your dad get it for you? Eyeing her, Gu Santong was vague. Get on with it or sleep it off. Ugh. The girl froze at such hostility, her face twitching hard. Why is he so mean? Wait, it's not the child's fault, but who he lived with. That guy's bad influence. I must hold it in. Smashing down the anger, the girl showed a kind face as she said, Santong, you shouldn't talk like that to me. It isn't nice. Who in hell would be nice to a broad that tried to kill the both of us? Gu Santong bit back. PFF. She almost spat blood in anger, her body shuddering. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. These two's words are so biting, always antagonistic, and it's pissing me off. That's not the problem here, since all is that guy's fault, not the child. I must stay strong. The girl's face twitched like no tomorrow, showing a look worse than crying. Child? Can't you use kinder words? I just wanted to ask you. Out with it already. Gu Santong snapped. Outraged, the girl gnashed her teeth. Ha ha ha. Child, you sure are feisty. Then I'll be frank. Did your dad really abandon your mom? Gu Santong shook, then paused from playing. He then nodded, his reply cold. Yes. The girl looked disappointed, the outcome out of her presumption. Do you like your mother? Yes. Don't you hate your dad for what he did? No. Why? The girl was stunned. Gu Santong went silent as he stared at the toy in his hand. He sighed. If Dad had stayed with Mom, she would have died. What do you think he should have done? What? The girl stood speechless. Young Sanzi, are you playing there? You're supposed to be in bed at this hour. Zhuofan's shout came from afar. Gu Santong ignored the girl and went to Zhuofan's room. Dad's calling me. I need to go. Gu Santong's young appearance that contrasted with the upright stance left the girl in stunned silence. The son resembles the father, but not to the extreme. It looks like he isn't as cruel as he lets on. Meanwhile, Gu Santong got in the room to find Zhuofan sitting at a table, giving him an annoyed and sad look. What are you doing telling her so much? I just don't want her to curse you every time you meet. What's the problem? I'm no saint either, and I've been cursed more than I can count. But I don't want to hear anyone curse my dad. Gu Santong climbed on the bed with a bored look. I used to smash any that cursed you, but since you don't want me to fight, I want to not hear people cursing my dad. Zhuofan gave him a long look and nodded. Son. The next morning, Zhuofan and Gu Santong woke up refreshed from cultivating, welcoming the coming of a new day. Gu Santong smiled. Dad, the broad is back. Are we still toying with her? Of course, the more carefree we are the better. The real fish has yet to bite. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan nodded. Gu Santong cheered in excitement, showing out to be the child he was. Zhuofan nodded, enjoying this rare moment of fatherhood. But the girl's gentle figure suddenly popped in his face. Zhuofan asked, What are you doing? Me and young Sanzi are going out. Great, now take me with you. The girl gave a bright smile. Zhuofan furrowed his brow. Why? Yeah, my dad and I are having fun. So why bring you along, to be a stick in the mud? Gu Santong shunned her, making his position clear as day. She wiggled her cute nose, made a pout at the kid, then turned to Zhuofan to impose. Who's to say you won't report me once you go out? That's why I have to keep an eye on you. Squinting, Zhuofan paused before showing a wide smile. Fine, since Miss wants to, then come along. As long as you don't misunderstand. Misunderstand what? The girl was curious, but Zhuofan's reply was a shifty grin. An hour later. Oh, Sir Gu, you brought your son to play again. What a great father you are spending these days with your son. And now you even brought the madam. My Sir's madam is a world beauty. No wonder she has been cooped up at home for so long. Ha ha ha. The trio walked down the street with many shouts aimed at them. Zhuofan just replied with a smile and nod. The girl was blushing harder than a tomato. She now realized what he meant and grumbled. Why aren't you saying anything? I'm not your wife, but cousin. There's no point talking to these chatterboxes. They'll say whatever they want anyway. And I don't want to talk to some sellers either. Zhuofan grinned, his eyes always scanning his surroundings. By his calculations, the girl had been hiding the past days, making it hard for her friends to find her. Now that she walks in broad daylight, they should get in touch. One of the reasons why he accepted to take her along as bait. Stop! Who are you people? Patrol came by and barred their way. The girl tensed, ready to bolt, but Zhuofan held her. Smiling, Zhuofan did the talking. We're the Gu family from a nearby house. Taking a jade slip, the man read it and waved them off. Oh, the new Gu family, Gu Yifan, Gu Santong and Gu Qingyin. You're free to go. The patrol resumed their duty. The girl was stunned. They let us go that easy? Zhuofan easily guessed her thoughts. Did you forget we got registered a few days back? That jade slip has our portraits and details. In this flying cloud city, we are a family of 3. Then what have I been doing these days? Skulking around like a scared mouse? The girl was stumped. Zhuofan shrugged. Yeah, why did you run? That's what's called guilty looking. Shifty. Homeless. The father and son enjoyed teasing the hell out of the blushing girl. None of them noticed a pair of eyes watched from a dark corner. Dad, I want this and that. Oh, this as well. In the noisy street, The trio strolled through the shops, like one big happy family. Gu Santong, like any child, would jump around at anything that caught his attention, which was everything. Zhuo Fan spoiled him like a true rich guy, forking out spirit stones without a twitch, and throwing them to the shopkeeper with an attitude. "I'll take it all, ha ha ha. Thank you, sir. Thank you." The shopkeepers were overjoyed seeing their profit soar. Gu Santong was having the time of his life with this new batch of toys. The two's happiness was infectious, as it finally got through the girl, making her smile. Candy figurines. Come and enjoy candy figurines. The shouts had Gu Santong turn around with sparkling eyes as he saw an old man in his stall. "Dad, what is that? All looks and no substance. You can just ignore it." Zhuo Fan spoke, but the sweets were all that were reflecting in Gu Santong's childish eyes. The girl lit up and smiled. "Young Sanzi, I'll buy you some. All right?" Gu Santong grumbled, then looked at Zhuo Fan for permission. "Ha ha ha. The girl's a freeloader, so getting something out of her is natural." Zhuo Fan scratched his nose and teased. "Young Sanzi, go all out and get what you want. Fleece her down to the last stone." Gu Santong bobbed his head in glee, then looked around for his targets, wanting not just the candy but heaps of other stuff. He showed a brilliant smile, extending his cute hand at the girl. The girl's face twitched and glared at Zhuo Fan. "I just knew you're a bad influence on the child. You're not buying? You liar." Zhuo Fan twisted his head away, grinning inside. Gu Santong pouted and complained. The kid sure knew how to use his adorable puppy eyes to melt her resistance. And so she nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, young Sanzi. I'll buy it all, ha ha ha." She went to the candy seller but not before glaring at Zhuo Fan and making faces. It was hard to tell if she was being cute like Gu Santong or plain angry. Zhuo Fan held Gu Santong's hand as they looked around, enjoying themselves. "How much for a candy?" Whoosh. But then a shadow fell on her, holding her mouth and taking her away. He took but a second to vanish from the crowd. Not even the people near noticed a thing. The seller looked ahead curiously. "Didn't someone call me just now? Am I hearing things? Strange." The seller got over it fast, returning to shouting his wares. Ooh. In a dark and desolate corner, the girl struggled in fear under the attacker's hand. But the hand clamped down like an iron vice, not letting a sound escape. She panicked, wanting to unleash her power to break free. There was no point playing now, not when the attacker had to be from the Flying Cloud Manor. "Yenner, it's me." The attacker spoke hastily before she did anything rash. Halting, the girl stopped her resistance at the voice. She instead turned a shocked look at the handsome guy that just let her go. "You're alive, cousin." The father and son were enjoying themselves, but when they looked back, they found the girl gone. "Where's the girl gone to?" Gu Santong asked Zhuo Fan. "Did we scare her off from asking for so many things from her?" PFF. Zhuo Fan staggered and shook his head. "All those things you asked for are barely a few spirit stones. Not to mention she's someone important in the eastern lands with her high cultivation. Scaring her off? And where would she be staying if she did? Oh right, the past 10 days were spent homeless and in suffering. She doesn't have the nerve to wander around town alone." Gu Santong pondered, then cried, "Did the guards take her?" Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Flying Cloud Manor is the leader here. Why would they resort to subterfuge when they could just waltz in and grab her? And she came from our place too. If they got her, we'd be in for it as well. That's... I bet this is the hand of her friends." Zhuo Fan smiled at Gu Santong's lost look. With her walking in broad daylight all casual, her friends must be stunned and wanted to take her for answers. Gu Santong showed a vague smile. "Dad, this time we hooked a big fish." "Yeah, but that will put an end to our vacation." Zhuo Fan smiled. "Young Sanzi, this may be our last day having fun, so let's make the most of it. I'll take you anywhere you want to go. I heard there's a street packed with food stalls 100 miles east of the town. Let's go eat our fill." "Brat, you only think with your stomach. Food first and then the rest, hee. Zhuofan and his son walked to their target, having everything under control, enjoying their last day of leisure. Only in the dead of night, with the moon high above them, did they return home. But what welcomed them was a hand grabbing each of their mouths. The door was quickly closed and the soul harmony experts took them into the house. Gu Santong tensed in shock, about to fight back, but Zhuofan looked at him to calm down. The two only put a token of resistance as they got taken. Though they had to do their acting to perfection, trying their best to scream, looking red from their efforts. Finally, the two were taken to the parlor, where two overbearing experts sat. A middle-aged man took the main seat, with grizzled temples, and sporting a genial face. He was a Genesis stage expert. Zhuofan knew then and there he hooked a big one. The two men saw the owners of the house were here and struggling. He shouted, "Make one peep and you're dead." Zhuofan shuddered in fake fear, nodding his head. "We're the guests here. That's now way to treat a host. And there's a child present as well." The middle-aged man frowned and waved his hand. "Release them. Is this how the name we nurtured for 10,000 years is going to be ruined?" "Yes, clan head." The two bowed and withdrew, leaving Zhuofan and his son. The middle-aged man smiled, but Zhuofan cried out in panic first. "Sirs, you got the wrong guy. I just came from the distant western lands. I don't even know the former owner of this place. Don't take your revenge on me. I'm innocent." "Ha ha ha, little brother, you misunderstand. We didn't come for revenge." The middle-aged man smiled. Zhuofan shouted again. "Did you come to rob then? Oh God, I heard Flying Cloud City security was solid. How did it come to this?" The middle-aged man's face twitched. "Robbery? Revenge would be better. Little brother, listen to me, Big brother, sir, you can see that I'm a meager radiant stage cultivator. Not worth anything in Flying Cloud City. I only have my son with me and nothing of value to you. I know I bought a former Flying Cloud Manor guard's house, but I'm not rich. I'm actually dirt poor." Zhuofan kept cutting the man's explanation, crying and whining, eyes twitching. The man looked at himself, then at the rows of men on either side. "Tell me, do we look like robbers?" The people shook their heads with a genial smile. "Clan head, don't listen to this civilian's nonsense. What does a radiant stage cultivator know?" "Yeah, clan head, just ignore him. Sir's brilliant martial renown is above thievery. He's just scared to death and babbles on." Yeah. Indeed." They all agreed, looking at Zhuofan in disdain and disregard. "You don't have to say that." The middle-aged man shook his hand, turning to Zhuofan. "By barging into this man's home, we invite suspicion of being less than we are. This is excusable. But we are righteous men, forced by circumstances to resort to such debased methods, making us look like killers and criminals. How are we any different then from Shangguan Feiyun that betrayed our clan, our greatest shame? Clan head is wise." They all stood and bowed to the middle-aged man. The man nodded and smiled. "Little brother, to be honest, we've barged into your peaceful abode from lack of choice. I hope you could let us seek refuge for a few days. I would be most grateful." The middle-aged man stood up and bowed a little to Zhuofan. Zhuofan nodded inwardly. Regardless of methods, he knows how to win someone over, fishing for compliments while also being very wise and worthy of respect. In any case, quite remarkable for a leader. As for the rest, glancing at the extras, Zhuofan scrunched his nose, waving his hands like a victim. "Big brother, you already have your blade on our necks. I have no choice but to give you shelter. Even drag me through the latrine if you want to. PFF." The middle-aged man burst out and the rest laughed. "Little brother, no need to be so tense. We'll be gone soon. We're not here to hurt you, just borrowing." "Who would believe that? Any one of you is stronger than me and can kill me with your thumb." Zhuofan complained. "Big brother, where do you come from? You want to know who we are?" Someone shouted at Zhuofan's question, scaring him back and hugging young Sanzi close. Glaring at the speaker, the middle-aged man smiled. "There's no point in hiding it. We're from the Eastern lands. Eastern lands. Zhuofan pondered, then sighed. When I was hunted down in the Western lands, I thought of going through the central area to flee to Eastern lands. But I'm glad I didn't. It seems Eastern lands isn't any better than Western lands for all you experts to resort to this. Eastern lands must be in dire straits. PFF. The middle-aged man almost spat blood, bearing a crestfallen look. Little brother, after all I've said, you still see us as robbers? How could I? Zhuofan panicked. How could I see heroes like yourselves as mere robbers? You're temporary guests, borrowing and taking for now. If this becomes permanent, I won't mind it either. The middle-aged man's face sunk, holding his head and sighed. This great and known clan head was now seen by a little guy as nothing more than a murderer and thief. If Eastern lands heard it, all the sects would laugh. Shortly after, bright laughter echoed, followed by a familiar girl. Father, I told you not to see him. He's a petty guy with a nasty tongue. Completely opposite of your righteous character. Look at you, a Genesis stage expert angered to the extreme by mere words. Why is that? Ha ha ha. Zhuofan looked to see the mystery girl from before, entering with a handsome youth behind her staring at them with sharp eyes. He was young and already in the soul harmony stage. He'd be a worthy candidate for the title of the best if this was the Western lands. Uncle! The guy bowed before the middle-aged man, ignoring Zhuofan as he returned behind the girl. The middle-aged man chuckled, turning to Zhuofan. Do you know my daughter, little brother? Zhuofan bobbed his head with a lost look. I heard she's your cousin. With a sinister smile, the middle-aged man laughed. Since I'm her father, that makes me your uncle. An uncle here came to visit his kin, not rob. Is this easier to accept? Ha ha ha. Ugh. Zhuofan gave him a long look then chuckled inwardly. This guy is a man of principles but not pedantic, looking to justify himself. First you take our house and now you write it off as a family visit. How amusing. Big brother. It's uncle. Sighing, Zhuofan put on a strained face as the middle-aged man tried to become Zhuofan Sr. Zhuofan rolled his eyes and returned to the main topic. Us two come from Western lands and only found the girl wounded just as we bought the house. I'm an alchemist and I saved your daughter's life. In the end, when the guards came to search us, your daughter threatened me to bluff my way out, even using my Gu name. It's dangerous enough to hold one person. But now, will all of you unknown people in my house, if you're found? I understand your concern. The middle-aged man waved with a stern face. Little brother, I know everything from Yenner. As a father, I'm most grateful for sheltering her and saving her life. But our operation has countless lives in Eastern lands at stake. Success is a must. While some decisions are not to my liking, I still have to make them. We must take your house. Because we can't find any better place to stay. You know as well how tight security has become. Because of you, Yenner is now a member of this household. Whether you like it or not, she is above suspicion. Zhuofan choked. Are you saying you'll silence us? That's not it at all. I just hope you will work with us and not force us to resort to such vile acts. The middle-aged man sighed. We won't do anything to you, just keep you here at most. Once our business is done, we'll be out of your hair. But if you wish to work with us, it will make our interactions easier. Since you're my nephew, right? Ha ha ha. Zhuofan hesitated as he looked at Gu Santong, considering his child's safety first. But, how can I believe you won't hurt us? With the name of the famed Shangguan clan, the middle-aged man's eyes shone. Zhuofan cried out, Shangguan clan? The same best clan in Eastern lands. Yes, I am Shangguan clan's clan head, Shangguan Feixiong. The middle-aged man declared, then pointed at the girl and youth. She is my daughter, Shangguan Qingyan, and my nephew, Shangguan Yulin. Everyone else is a venerable or elder of the Shangguan clan. Shaking, Zhuofan could hardly believe the best clan of Eastern lands' entire experts were here en masse. That means that Shangguan Feiyun, one of the 9 sword kings, is your younger brother. Shangguan Feixiong gnashed his teeth. But ever since he betrayed Eastern lands, casting his lot with invincible sword. I no longer have a brother. We came here to take back the Eastern Land's treasure he stole. Little brother, I hope, on account of the alliance between the four areas, that you'd help hide us. Zhuo Fan's heart sank, looking into Shangguan Feixiong's wise eyes, and nodded. Don't worry, uncle. We're all on the same side. I will definitely help the Shangguan clan succeed. Wait, what? His heroic valor got Shangguan Feixiong to nod in reflex. But then he cried out, startled. What did you call me? Zhuo Fan scratched his nose with a chuckle. Uncle, didn't you see yourself as such? Did you forget already? Zhuo Fan patted Gu Santong's head proudly. Young Sanzi, we're hailing for a renowned clan. Once we return with uncle to Eastern Lands, none shall pick on us. We'll see if they dare lay a finger on us after uttering the name Shangguan. We're no longer vagrants. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Let's also go slaughter Western Lands later. Kill all our pursuers. Gu Santong bobbed his cute head, bearing a nasty smirk. Everyone else looked on, speechless. For crying out loud. One moment they were scared like mice, and now they have no shame with power behind them. Everyone looked dumbstruck at the crass father-son pair. What's wrong with these two? They have yet to come from old money and power, yet they're acting more obnoxiously than a clan with a deep heritage. What? Drop the Shangguan clan's name around so no one will pick on you. I bet you're planning the opposite, to use the name to pick on people. We came from the renowned Shangguan clan in the Eastern Lands, but we're educated and no honor. We definitely won't let some disrespectful guys like you ruin our good name. Everyone turned to Shangguan Feixiong. Clan head, you started it. Now finish it. Shangguan Feixiong shook his head, his face twitching. There was no way he would just accept someone as his nephew. He only used it as a leverage to become friends, but how was he to know there was such a brazen guy in the world, trying to leverage him instead? He's just a punk. I didn't think the owner of the house would be a bastard. As everyone had nothing but contempt for the two, Shangguan Qingyan laughed. Having been around them the past few days, this Missy had gotten quite friendly, or maybe she understood them the best. Seeing them declare this with a straight face, she liked it. Hey, how about you become my real cousin? Zhuo Fan turned to her and shook his head. Who the hell would? It's that I don't have a choice. Shangguan Feixiong would be pissed if she could hear him. Oh please. For me to accept you as one is the greatest fortune of your lifetime. It's leapfrogging into power. Yet you freaking shun it? You're nothing but a moron. Which was a moot point since he didn't know where to begin. He only felt that taking this pair into his fold would be the greatest mistake of his life. But as the leader, his word was gold. Once spoken, he couldn't just take it back. He sighed. Then you will become Shangguan clan's front, blocking the Flying Cloud Manor's investigation. When we all go to Eastern Lands, you'll be rewarded for your efforts. Yes, uncle. With a genial smile, Zhuo Fan was open in his attempts. Shangguan Feixiong only felt pain instead. He looked from his real nephew, showing valor and attitude, then at the new one with a shrewd gaze and wretched looking. He'd better brace himself for when he returned home for a world of humiliation. Sighing, Shangguan Feixiong waved his hand, tired like never before. Since we're now in understanding, you are dismissed. Shangguan Feixiong stood and walked towards the backyard. Uncle, let me get you a nice room. Zhuo Fan skipped next to him. Like the most obvious toad there was, beaming, ha ha ha. Allow your nephew to lead you. No, we already got our rooms. You just have to play your part. Shangguan Feixiong shunned him. Zhuo Fan just didn't know when to quit. How can I? I have to do my duty for the family. Screw your duty. That was just a blunder of mine. Rolling his eyes, Shangguan Feixiong wanted to push Zhuo Fan away, but Zhuo Fan stuck with him with his nauseatingly sweet flatteries. It only vexed the clan head more. Bam! With a sudden sound, Zhuo Fan was suddenly pushed back hard. Looking up, he found the genuine cousin there. Shangguan Yulin gave him a cold gaze, then took Shangguan Feixiong's arm and left. This time he didn't refuse. The rest shrugged at the event, mocking Zhuo Fan as they left. It just so happened that some of the mockery reached the duo's ears. Humph. A social climber who doesn't know when to quit. Shangguan clan will be shamed now, having these thugs. Exactly, but what can you do? They just got lucky to meet us when we need them, ha ha ha. The name of Shangguan clan is enough for these fools for several lifetimes. Gu Santong clenched his fists, but Zhuofan pulled him back. Young Sanzi. Now I'm your real aunt. Hi hi hi. Shangguan Qingyan skipped over with glee, holding young Sanzi's face with a smile. Young Sanzi looked at her with a cold gaze and slapped her hands away. You're no aunt of mine. Gu Santong gave her the cold shoulder as he left. Zhuofan sighed inside. Invincible Scamp had never been so humiliated in his life. It's all for the sake of the mission. Maybe I should have just left him with Kunping. He's too young and Kunping won't touch him yet. There at least he's king. I shouldn't make choices for young Sanzi, whether good or wrong. Shangguan Qingyan looked stunned. What's with young Sanzi? Did I say something? It's not you. You know kids so volatile. Don't mind it. Zhuofan went after Gu Santong. I'll look after him. See you. Seeing them go, Shangguan Qingyan looked concerned. A tall man loomed from behind. Shangguan Yulin. Smiling at her lost look. Cousin? What are you looking at? I was just wondering why young Sanzi looked so annoyed. Annoyed? Ha ha ha. For a pair of greedy people, getting into Shangguan clan should be a moment of celebration. What's there to be annoyed about? Shangguan Yulin sneered. Shangguan Qingyan glared at him. What do you know? They aren't like that. No? They just acted like brazen and obnoxious people. Anyone could see it. Why is it only you taking their side? You don't know anything. Shangguan Qingyan flicked her head away in annoyance. I've been around them for the past days and they're kind and cherish one another, and not power-hungry people. If they were, they'd long since reported me to Flying Cloud Manor. That's because they were weak, afraid you'd kill them. No, they were never afraid or tense around me. In fact, they always had biting remarks, pissing me off. Shangguan Qingyan was firm. They have their own problems. The jeers and harsh tones are only a front. Don't misunderstand them. Cousin, why do you always side with others? There are no others. Haven't you heard Dad calling Sergu nephew? That's just the shameless punk trying to squeeze his way into the clan. Uncle is a man of virtue. Not for someone like that thug to get close to. I told you, don't judge a book by its cover. Shangguan Qingyan glared and left. Shangguan Yulin's eyes flashed with anger. His fists clenched. I'll deal with you soon, you damn bastards. Just you wait. Zhuofan was back in his room and saw Gu Santong on the bed with sad look as he lay on the pillow. Zhuofan patted his back and chuckled. What's wrong? Brat angry? Ha, think about it. They mock us for our weakness. It's this weakness that will drop their guard and earn their trust. That when we use them to punch through, we're deceiving them, we should be the one laughing at them. Those morons, ha ha ha. Gu Santong began after a long pause. We're being watched by 5 soul harmony experts not 100 meters away. I know. We're outsiders, so of course they won't believe us. They fear we'll snitch. But they're wrong. Don't you think having 5 of them watching us is kind of small? Zhuofan showed a devious grin, winking at Gu Santong. Gu Santong smiled at last. Yeah, I can deal with 5 in one punch. Meanwhile, Shangguan Feixiong entered into a dark room. 3 elders were already here, sitting on the bed with eyes closed. Feixiong, what is it? One spoke. Bowing, Shangguan Feixiong's tone was respectful. Venerables, the owner of the house is a nobody. He even has an 8-year-old son. We can relax for now and deal with Feiyun. Good. We'll use this foothold to make a second ambush. One elder shouted. This time, we will take the divine weapon back to eastern lands. Morning, seniors, ha ha ha. Bright and early, Zhuofan and young Sanzi were heading towards the door and were startled to see someone already there. But that didn't stop him from greeting with a smile. The exit had guards in place, soul harmony experts with mighty auras. Glancing over, the 2 men put their hand out. blocking the way. Zhuofan looked at them puzzled as they mocked. Sorry, Sir Gu, you're the clan head's nephew. For your safety, it's best you stay inside. Oh, I see. Now I'm someone of value. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan gave a strained laugh. You're taking our safety very seriously, I see. Why thank you. Bobbing his face with a bright smile, Zhuofan took young Xianxia back, not thinking of leaving again. The men held nothing but disdain for the two. Gu Santong looked bleak, gnashing his teeth. Damn these bastards. They take our home and now are locking us in. Easy now, young Xianxia. Didn't I tell you already? Yesterday was going to be our last day of leisure. With a sinister smile, Zhuofan continued. Which works best for us. They want to keep us here, so we'll use this to see their every move. Once they act and fight with the flying cloud manner, we'll be sure to reap the rewards, completing our mission. Gu Santong nodded, but that didn't mean he liked it. With these cowards, who knows how long we'll be stuck here before that happens? Ha ha ha, these blokes won't last long. The more they wait, the more dangerous it gets. They're more desperate than us to finish and go home. Rubbing Gu Santong's head, Zhuofan's eyes shone, feeling in complete control of everything. All we have to do now is just wait. Gu Santong sighed a nod. Let's go back to our cell. Not like I haven't done it in Tianyu. Did you come from outside? The two were startled by a bright voice. Turning around, they saw the young miss. First came her unique fragrance, then Shangguan Qingyan's graceful figure. Seeing Gu Santong, she went for a hug, pinching his cheeks. Young Xianxia, did you miss Auntie last night? Zhuofan rolled his eyes. Hey lady, it's only been a night, not years. Not even your relatives will miss you. And you're not close to young Xianxia anyway. Who'd ever miss you? Gu Santong was of the same mind, judging by that cold look. Who'd ever miss you? Ugh. That one went straight to her heart as Shangguan Qing showed a bitter smile. Young Xianxia, you're still so stubborn. Let go of me. I'm going back to sleep. Gu Santong huffed, looking elsewhere. Shangguan Qingyan was stumped. Why is he so cold to me and angry? Who is he angry at? Glancing at Zhuofan, he chuckled. Don't mind it. He's just being a brat. I promised to take him out to play, but you know how I'm now a new man, with the clan worried for my safety. So I have to stay inside for now, and the child. They're holding you here? Shangguan Qingyan exploded. This is your home and we're just guests. How can they do this? That's just crossing the line. Humph. Shangguan clan isn't so shameless. Young Xianxia, don't worry. Auntie here will take you out. Shangguan Qingyan carried Gu Santong as she marched for the door. A woman on a crusade. Zhuofan smirked, enjoying the show that followed. Young miss. The two men bowed before Shangguan Qingyan, unlike how they treated Zhuofan. Shangguan Qingyan barked. What do you think you're doing? This is the Gu household, so why are you stopping the two of them? Are you settling in the role of robbers, taking another's home? Have you forgotten all the values Shangguan clan stands for? Young miss, please. The two bowed again, feeling conflicted. It's clan head's order. We're just the messengers. Shangguan Qingyan's brow shook. Dad? No way. He clearly said to look after the father and son, to be friendly. He even sees him as nephew. Yeah, it must be that clan head was worried for his new nephew that he didn't want him to go out. The town isn't safe. Bullshit. Shangguan Qingyan cut them off with her outburst. You can't lie to me. They have nothing to do with the Shangguan clan. No one's after them in Flying Cloud City. You're just trapping them here. Humph. I brought you all here and this is what you do? It is my duty to hold the true owner of this house's side. Now shove off. I'm taking young Xianxia and Sir Zhua for a walk. Frowning, the two were very conflicted, indecisive. Zhuofan looked from the side. He wanted Shangguan clan to pave his way. But it wasn't bad making waves and stirring things up either. Lest some guy from the Shangguan clan wanted to push him around. If he didn't stand out, he'd suffer. This noise came at the best time. showing everyone Shangguan clan's young miss was on their side and scaring off some bored chaps looking for trouble. Zhuofan simply watched the show unfold with a hidden smile. As the situation became tense, a shout came, "Cousin, uncle is calling you. The Gu father and son can come as well." The two men sighed. The clan head finally asked for young miss. It was getting a bit too tense for them, having to choose between duty and respect. "I'll go see Dad and then we'll go out." Glaring at them, Shangguan Qingyan hugged Gu Santong as she went. "Sir Gu, we'll explain it all to Dad." Zhuofan nodded, walking behind her. Bam! Something blocked his view then, knocking into it and stumbling 5 steps back. It was Shangguan Yulin. Zhuofan sneered inside. "Here it comes, making it hard on me. First last night and now today. He's clearly looking for trouble." Shangguan Qingyan was enraged, holding Gu Santong as she went, while oblivious to Zhuofan's predicament. Shangguan Yulin watched her go, then mocked Zhuofan. "Stay away from young miss. Wretched social climbers like you two won't get anywhere." Shangguan Yulin left after that. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, staring hard at him. Then he shook his head. "Such are clansmen, empty of talent yet full of conceit and petty. While you're looking after the Shangguan clan's name, I have a way bigger goal in mind." Zhuofan shook his head before going as well. People gathered into the parlor, where Shangguan Qingyan and Shangguan Feixiong were already present. Seeing her dad, Shangguan Qingyan started whining. "Ha ha ha, alright, I was only thinking of the two's safety. I'll make sure to berate those insensible men." Shangguan Feixiong was a leader after all, easily handling this trifle. Then he turned to Zhuofan. "Yifan, you're part of the Shangguan clan now and must shoulder the burden. None of us can walk outside and the task of gathering information falls to you. Qingyan Yulin, you'll provide assistance in the light and in shadows." Shangguan Qingyan lit up. "Then young Sanzi can go outside?" "Of course." Shangguan Feixiong smiled. "I said that they misunderstood my intention. I never wanted to hold the two here." "Great!" Shangguan Qingyan cheered, hugging young Sanzi close. Young Sanzi was also smiling. Only Zhuofan had a calculative look. A family of 3 was seen walking down the bustling street, the picture of happiness. Zhuofan and Shangguan Qingyan held Gu Santong's hands between them. The image of the parents taking their child to play earned the jealousy of many, especially from bachelors. And even more so from a certain shadow from a certain corner, gnashing his teeth with bloodshot eyes. Shangguan Feixiong had them go out to gather info, since everyone else was too conspicuous with their build and aura. The Flying Cloud City's guards would find them on the spot. Being in the radiant stage and ethereal stage, the lovely family blended naturally in the urban jungle, raising no eyebrows and no warning. Even the Shangguan Yulin, a fresh soul harmony stage cultivator, found nothing wrong with this picture. The 4 of them thus went out as scouts, making it look easy, which it was since no one minded a few ants. They acted on 2 fronts, Shangguan Yulin in the shadows, while the family in the open, which was the only choice since Zhuofan was recorded to be the owner of that house. Shangguan Yulin was a vagrant, and while the patrol might ignore his cultivation, the papers showed he wasn't on them. So what could an undeclared bachelor supposed to do? Slunk from the shadows with tears of jealousy streaming down his cheeks at others' happiness. "Dad, that one. Here." "Auntie, I want one. Here." "Dad, Auntie, I want everything. Give me all of them." Zhuofan and Shangguan Qingyan looked quite happy holding Gu Santong's hands. Only Shangguan Yulin was their complete opposite. The worst thing wasn't seeing the person he admired being with another man, but being unable to block it. This helplessness was driving Shangguan Yulin nuts. Who told him to be a vagrant anyway? All that a shadow could do was just bottle it up. Dang. The sudden sounds of a gong captured the people's attention and the family of 3 approached the source. It was an announcement with a soul harmony stage guard banging the gong. With all gathered, the man hemmed before announcing, "People of Flying Cloud City, take heed, a message from the imperial capital. Sword Star Empire's best talent. His Highness the Crown Prince has suffered from cultivation deviation and his Danteon is ruined. Countless alchemists had lent a hand but nothing they did helped. Now we are welcoming any and all alchemists from all over to the imperial capital to consult. If any of you have the skills, you can report to the Flying Cloud Manor. After careful screening, we will then recommend you to imperial capital. Whether you can heal Crown Prince or not, your future will be assured. Don't let this chance pass you by. The crowd's eyes shone with ambition. In the central area, there were no sects, only the Sword Star Empire ruling supreme. Getting a job in the imperial capital would set them for life. Whispers spread around, with many looking excited, like they were bound to win. Zhuofan just squinted in thought. Whether the Crown Prince's situation is real or not, it's also a great chance to slip into Flying Cloud Manor. Getting an early grasp of the terrain and assets would make his mission that much easier. Gu, cousin. Shangguan Qingyan looked excited, but she didn't speak before making sure there was no one around. We've been walking for a while now. Let's go back. Young Sanzi must be tired. Eyeing her, Zhuofan knew exactly what she wanted, to report. Zhuofan nodded and they went back. A sudden shadow flashed by them after a few steps, vanishing them from the street and taking them into a dark corner. Shangguan Qingyan asked, "Cousin, you go back with the child. I need Brother Gu for a moment." Shangguan Yulin was tense. "I saw some people from Flying Cloud Manor moving around in secret, but I can't do much as I am. I want Brother Gu to cover for me to investigate." Shangguan Qingyan took it at face value and nodded. "All right, but you have to stay safe, cousin. You must bring Sir Gu back safely. He's just a radiant stage cultivator. Anyone can beat him. Don't worry, cousin. He'll be back safe and sound." With resentment in his eyes, Shangguan Yulin put on a smile. Shangguan Qingyan chuckled, while Zhuofan could read more into it, though too curious about his plan to expose him. Shangguan Qingyan took Gu Santong back, while Shangguan Yulin grabbed Zhuofan's arm towards a forest with a brutal gaze. "Flying Cloud Manor is recruiting alchemists?" Shangguan Qingyan started at the news, then turned serious. "Yenner, is this true?" Shangguan Qingyan nodded, blurting, "Yes." The whole street heard it. "Then it must be real." Shangguan Feixiong's eyes flashed. "This is our best chance to get into the manor. But what if it's a trap?" Shangguan Feixiong then looked around. "Where's Yulin?" Cousin found clues into the manor and wanted Gu Yifan to cover for him. Yulin has always been level-headed. He must have his reasons for doing this. Gu Yifan will be fine with him. Shangguan Feixiong squinted, mulling over this information before walking outside. He went to a familiar room where the three old men sat. Bowing, Shangguan Feixiong made his report and added, "I'm yet unclear if this is a chance or a trap. Danger and opportunity often walk hand in hand." An elder spoke, "Regardless, this is our chance to scout the manor. It's far better than going in head first. We lost too many last time, with even your daughter suffering a heavy wound, threatening her life. We shouldn't have taken the kids with us." Shangguan Feiyun shook his head. "Venerable, the Shangguan clan isn't afraid of death, nor are we conceited. The same goes for my daughter. I brought them along because Shangguan Feiyun doesn't know them, but can keep a lookout for us. Last time they followed our trail and attacked our base, scattering the kids. But this time we're thorough and won't be as dangerous." "I hope so." The elder sighed. "We were indifferent to having them at first, coming to the central area with the intent to take the divine weapon even in death. But they are still young. They are the future of the eastern lands. I can't bear to see them go." Shangguan Feixiong nodded. Another elder spoke. "Second, none of us can leave if we want to now. Why talk about it then? Our goal is to find where the divine weapon is located. The fact that it recruits alchemists is a chance for us regardless of anything. But who can we entrust with infiltrating the manor? None of us can go, since even after 100 years since Shangguan Feiyun left eastern lands, he'd still remember us. No matter how we try to hide, he'll find us." Shangguan Feixiong frowned. That means we can only give it to a junior. But who among them has the alchemical skills to get into the manor? The men shook their heads. Our clan has many talents in cultivation, but none in alchemy. Yeah, alchemy is related to cultivation, skill and arts to become a grandmaster. The elder sighed. Alchemists will flock to Flying Cloud Manor with this announcement. Without the power of a soul harmony stage, it's difficult to stand out. We can only have Yulin try, Shangguan Feixiong muttered. The three elders nodded helplessly. He may not be an alchemist. He's the only choice among the juniors. Does that mean the crown prince's situation is a lie? In a wide and lavish hall, sparkling with wealth, a handsome man sat in the seat of honor. With a teacup in hand, his eyes crackled with lightning as he looked at the seat left of him. The calm and smiling youth there looked like even a slight breeze would topple him, lacking the bold air a man would have. Though his eyes told another story, making the middle-aged man turn serious and not disregard him. Prime Minister, sir. What act are you enacting? With a wide grin, the youth turned to the seat of honor. Ha ha ha, that would be my line, Sword King Feiyun. 2 months ago there was some loud ruckus coming from the hundreds of experts entering the manor. Why is it that the Sword King didn't inform the imperial capital? One of them was the best in Eastern lands, now turned traitor Shangguan Feiyun, and the other Sword Star Empire's Prime Minister, Bailey Jingwei, one of the very few able to wield power equal to 9 Sword Kings. Bailey Jingwei came from the very distant imperial capital and straight to Flying Cloud Manor. The moment he entered, he ordered the guards to announce alchemist recruitment for the crown prince's situation. Now he was saying it was all fake. Shangguan Feiyun was pissed, to say the least, as well as the youth ordering everyone around like this was his own home. Hey, I get you're the prime minister, but then you come to my turf and start barking orders to my men. It was fine if it was critical, but this here was some baffling ploy, and the suddenness of it all and without a word made him feel that he was played with. Anyone would be angry at this point. Just some minor vermin I had to deal with. There was no need informing the imperial capital of this trifle. Shangguan Feiyun eyed him coldly, then looked to the right seat. By telling the imperial capital all that crops up will make the 9 Sword Kings look incompetent. Wouldn't you say so, Brother Dan Qing? Drinking from a yellow gourd without a care. At Shangguan Feiyun's question, the man stopped drinking. Belching, Dan Qingshin rubbed his red nose, feeling tipsy. Brother Feiyun, this is between you and Prime Minister Bailey. Not me. You guys talk it out and don't involve me. I'm just an escort. I still have to get Prime Minister to Imperial Capital safely. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Dragon-Cleaving Sword King. But I'm sure the trip will be quiet and won't disturb you. Bailey Jingwei leaned a bit and nodded before turning to the host. Shangguan Feiyun, don't mince words. If those were but small thieves 2 months ago, why is it that the guards are looking tense and silent? Why else would you have asked Dragon-Cleaving Sword King for protection? Shangguan Feiyun's eyes shook, his mood sinking. Bailey Jingwei stood up and smiled. Sword King and I are more than clear that it was the Shangguan clan who was behind it. Their goal is to take back the same treasure you brought from Eastern lands, the Soaring Sword. Patriarch had long since wanted to gather the other area's divine swords. Sword King's feat is truly commendable. Patriarch would be most pleased at the news. Taking Patriarch's stead, allow me to bow to you, Sword King. Thank you for donating the sword. Bailey Jingwei bowed to Shangguan Feiyun. Shangguan Feiyun's eyes shook, somewhat touched by the perfect bow of the youth. Bailey Jingwei stood up with a flat look. However, Patriarch is in seclusion and is unaware of this matter, needing me to take the sword. Wouldn't Patriarch's joy plunge knowing that in this time the divine sword ended up stolen? He would surely explode. Humph! Are you using the invincible sword to threaten me? Shangguan Feiyun slammed the table and shouted. Bailey Jingwei shook his head with a sigh. The Patriarch himself appointed Sword King Feiyun as a Sword King, together with the imperial family. This is not my intention at all. I'm only extrapolating. When Patriarch is angry, it won't be just a Sword King affected, but the entire empire. I only ask for help in the matter of the Crown Prince. He cannot set foot outside, his grave situation having spread to the entire central area, all to help the Sword King remove all thieves and secure the divine sword. It affects both of us and cooperation is most advised. Eyeing him, Shangguan Feiyun pondered as his rage subsided. What good would spreading this do? They're no fools to fall for it and attack Flying Cloud Manor. Ha ha ha! It's alright, Sword King. I'm certain that, as we screen alchemists, we'll be trapping the Shangguan thieves. Snickering, Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed. People don't do crime out of stupidity, but out of greed. Greed is humanity's most base trait. None can escape its clutches. I know from their first ambush of the manor they suffered heavy casualties. The second ambush would fail if they come without a plan, but it will also make it less likely to end them all. So it's better to give them a chance to slip in, luring them with the sword by screening alchemists. Once they come, we will trap them like rats with none coming out alive. This will cripple the power of Eastern lands by damaging the top clan. It will prove beneficial for our future advancement into Eastern lands. Shangguan Feiyun looked at him hard and nodded. Prime Minister wants not just the soaring sword, but to take precautions for when you attack Eastern lands. Ha ha ha! Didn't I tell you? Greed is the basest trait of humans. One that even I can't escape from. Bailey Jingwei's eyes glinted with wisdom. This is the perfect moment to shoot two birds with one stone. Shangguan Feiyun nodded. I am in awe of Prime Minister's wisdom, but the Shangguan clan has no alchemists. Would they take the bait? It's because it doesn't fit them which makes it more real and enticing. Bailey Jingwei said, Worry not. Paving the way to people in crisis will only scare them away. The harder the journey, the more they'll consider it. Sir Sword King, I ask that you give me the power to command the guards, loosen security, and recall patrols. I promise by this time next fortnight, all the rats will be found and removed. Shangguan Feiyun gave his accord. Bailey Jingwei showed a pleased smile. Sir Sword King, I heard the manor has a true marvel, no less than the imperial capital's ringing thunder temple. May I see it? Prime Minister, you're most welcome. The guards will take you. Shangguan Feiyun nodded. Bailey Jingwei bowed and walked. Thank you. Dragon-cleaving Sword King, don't you want to look as well? Ha ha ha. I'm only into books, painting and wine. Prime Minister may enjoy himself alone. Bailey Jingwei turned to Danqing Shen, who waved him off as he drank. Bailey Jingwei shook his head and left. Ha ha ha. What a shame. Books and paintings are tied to marvels of nature. When he was gone, Shangguan Feiyun squinted and sighed. Brother Danqing, see that? Look how much Bailey Jingwei and even the imperial capital revere us, and now look at all the spies they placed around. The minute something happens, the imperial capital is bound to know it the next. Humph, and they call us 9 Sword Kings. We're nothing more than generals in the army. Danqing Shen shook his head and sighed. It doesn't matter how many spies are there, as long as I can keep it safe. I never pegged you for an idealist wanting to build utopia. I didn't follow Invincible Sword for an insipid and useless title like Sword King, but to stand next to the strongest, to find my own land. Shangguan Feiyun's eyes flashed. The day will come when I'll wield the soaring sword and rule Eastern lands. Danqing Shen put down the wine and mocked. Eastern lands' ruler? Don't let fantasy consume you. The day will come when the whole world will be sword star empires. We'll be nothing more than some governor of a slice at the most, not rulers. That's you. Shangguan Feiyun glared at him. I won't. Absolutely won't. Whoosh. Deep in a thick forest, 2 shadows cut through the trees, before finally stopping and revealing their features. One, looking imposing and having sharp features with soul harmony stage aura, was Shangguan Yulin. The other, looking plain yet having deep eyes, was Zhuo Fan. Looking ahead, Zhuo Fan feigned puzzlement when seeing the bamboo. Cousin? What's odd here? I can't see anything out of place. Who the hell's your cousin? This rotten bastard knows only how to claw his way up through another's power. That's why she fell for his fancy speech. Shangguan Yulin rolled his eyes, but didn't show his anger. Brother Gu, when I watched the guards, I thought I saw them pass through here. I couldn't look alone, so I brought you along. If you meet them, just say you're here for the view. Ha ha ha. Really? But I don't see any signs of people around. Shuafan frowned, his eyes darting around. Shangguan Yulin pushed him lightly with a vile smile as he enticed. Look ahead. There's definitely some guards here. Go see what they're doing and help report to Uncle for merit. Then I shall. Shuafan took slow steps walking forward. Shangguan Yulin, however, did the opposite, getting some distance and watching Zhua with a cold gaze. There was even some bloodthirst mixed in there. Who? Shangguan Yulin sent a sudden palm to Zhuafan's back. Zhuafan cried out. He knew Shangguan Yulin was up to something, but not so soon. He wasn't the only one in this, but the entire Shangguan clan's safety would be affected. If something happened to the Gu family of Flying Cloud City, the manor would definitely investigate it. Next was obvious, fleeing like rats, especially now when they were at their weakest. Shangguan Yulin was no moron to not realize the consequences. Shuafan frowned, stuck in hesitation. To dodge or not? Dodging would expose his level and he might have to silence the kid. But he'd also had to make up a damn good excuse to avoid Shangguan clan's suspicion. The other option, how was he to react if it hit? As a radiant stage, ethereal stage, or soul harmony stage cultivator? Well, his body was as tough as a soul harmony expert now. The problem wasn't the hit, but what came after. Well, he'd just wing it. If found out, killing him is still on the table. Zhuafan's vexation was unrelated to his safety, but his reaction. Shangguan Yulin would have been so pissed if he knew. He was a strong and outstanding member of the Shangguan clan's younger generation, widely known throughout eastern lands. Now this pipsqueak didn't give a whit about the backstab but how to fool him instead. The fact he entertained the thought of silencing him as well was what really took the cake. How conceited can you get? Not that it mattered since it was all hypothetical. Who? Shuafan looked stunned for a moment then reacted, sensing the biting wind on his back. It won't take the life of a radiant stage cultivator as it is. He's not out to kill me at least, but wound me. Let's play along. And then, Shuafan made a plan and struck his body, giving himself a flesh wound and showing some blood from his mouth. Only then did Shangguan Yulin's palm strike. Bam! PFF. At least he got the timing right, spitting blood right as the attack hit and crumbling on the ground in feigned faint. Snickering like a fox, Shangguan Yulin muttered, "Damn bastard. I warned you to stay away from my cousin. You brought this on yourself, humph?" Shangguan Yulin walked over to Zhuafan, his right hand growing cold. Sensing the chill behind him, Zhuafan was stumped. What's he trying to do now? Punk. Don't think for a second that, by being the Shangguan clan's cover, no one will touch you. With a cold glint in his eyes, Shangguan Yulin lifted his icy hand with a creepy grin. We may need you for cover and can't kill you, but that doesn't mean we can't hurt you. This crippling hand of mine is nothing fancy, but at least it leaves no tracks. I just need to press your major pressure points and your meridians will rot. In 10 days, your yuan qi flow will fall. In 20 days, your cultivation will plunge. In a month, you'll be a full-fledged cripple. And the best part, you'll never know why. A cripple, even as part of the Shangguan clan, will have no right to be around cousin. Humph! What a joke! Ha ha ha! There's still clues leading to today though. Aren't you scared Shangguan Feixiong will notice your rotten character, and won't let his daughter around you? A heavy and gruff voice entered his ears. Not even that worked to wipe the smug smile off Shangguan Yulin's face. As if, since I thought it through, the punk didn't see who struck him. I'll just say we met with a patrol and in the fight he was backstabbed before bringing him back. Uncle might doubt his crippled status, but will think it had something to do with today's wound. He'll never place the blame on me. Haha dash. Wait, who are you? Shangguan Yulin's laughter got stuck in his throat. Who said that? Hi, kid. Seeing you so devious, petty, greedy, immoral, and cocky, you're right in tune with my demonic path. Why not leave the Shangguan clan and join me down the path of evil? Whoosh. A shadow shrouded the sky, turning everything pitch black and cutting Shangguan Yulin off from reality. Shangguan Yulin panicked. Domain soul. But then he mocked. You think you can contend with me, a soul harmony expert, by using a domain in the ethereal stage? Ha ha ha. You wish. I'll break it with this punch. Shangguan Yulin did just that. Dragon trapping chain. The voice came before he could finish the attack. Whoosh. Something huge slithered around his body and seeped into his body and blocking his yuan qi in place. A great power fell on him, stopping him from even budging. Shangguan Yulin, a soul harmony expert, found himself trapped and cried, What is this? Hi. Kid. The world is far and wide. Not all ethereal stage cultivators are weaker than soul harmony cultivators. You're too cocky. The creepy voice echoed around, filling Shangguan Yulin with fear. Who is he? How does he have such a strange skill? This never happened before. No soul harmony expert ended up trapped by a mere ethereal stage cultivator's domain soul. Shangguan Yulin's heart shivered with dread. Looking around, all he saw was darkness, and the unknown only fed his fears. While he was blind as a bat, the other side saw clearly. Smirking at Shangguan Yulin being squeezed by the chain, Zhuofan's eyes flashed with a toying gaze. His voice was gruff. Kid, I find your wretched and debased style reminding me of my olden days. Those were the days. I'll make an exception and take you in. So kowtow 100 times and call me master. Ha ha ha. 100. Shangguan Yulin's face twitched in anger as he snapped. In your dreams. Do you have any idea who I am? I am the best genius in Shangguan clan, of ultimate honor. Why the hell would I bow to you? Ha ha ha. Kid has some spunk. Zhuofan mocked from the shadows. I know everything about you. How many you are and where you're hiding. I'm not scared of Shangguan Feixiong, let alone a kid like you. Humph, having you kowtow is my way of appreciating you. But since you don't want to... Zhuofan paused for effect. Bam! A huge dragon tail lashed at his cheek, leaving a red welt with blood seeping from his mouth. There were even some teeth mixed with the blood, clattering to the ground. Pain assaulted his senses, with half his face double the other. Shangguan Yulin shuddered, his eyes tearing, his mouth shivering. What are you doing? Why did you hit me? Humph! You have the nerve to ask why? Zhuofan snickered. I've always been conceited, looking down on every youth who wanted to learn from me. Now that I found a good seed, you actually dare refuse me. Bam! Another tail lash struck the other cheek and relieving him of a few more teeth. Lips quivering, Shangguan Yulin's heart was against it. I, Shangguan Yulin, appreciate your care, but I can't accept it. I'm part of the Shangguan clan. Bam! Zhuofan kept lashing his face with glee. Cut the crap. I want you. You should be honored, but instead you turn me down. Of course I'll hit you. Ha ha ha. Bang. A dozen lashes later, Shangguan Yulin was seeing stars, tears falling like a river. What did I do to deserve this? All I wanted was to get the goo guy here and cripple him. But I didn't even get to do that as I stumbled into the devil who wants me as his disciple. He knew he was amazing, from all the seniors wanting him as well, but he was born from a great and righteous clan. How could he fall so low as to become a demon's disciple? I don't even know what his status is in his faction. Won't I lose out trading glory for being some commander's disciple? If I go from Eastern Land's best clan's future inheritor to some nobody devil's disciple, who do I blame then? Not like he had a choice. The devil had him trapped and leashed. He wasn't long for this world if he kept this up. Senior, tell me your request and I will brave hell or high water in achieving it. Please release. No, I want you as a disciple. Refuse and I'll just kill you. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Yulin cried bitter tears over his swollen face, pleading for his life. Zhuofan laughed at his expense, shouting and demanding instead. Shangguan Yulin's heart was in despair. Why am I so amazing to earn the attention of this devil? Fame has its price and now I have to pay for my greatness. As Shangguan Yulin's face was being flung from side to side, he had the time for a flight of fancy, actually taking pride in it. In the end, Shangguan Yulin couldn't take it any more inside, forcing himself to say, "Fine, since Senior cherishes me so, I will concede." Bang. The lashes came still. Zhuofan didn't seem to hear over the loud smacks. "Hey, Senior, I give up. Why are you still hitting me?" With his face swollen bigger than an overripe melon, Shangguan Yulin cried out as the strikes continued to fall on his numb face. Zhuofan finally reacted, "Did you say something? My ears aren't as sharp as they used to. Screw you." Shangguan Yulin lashed out in his mind. "You clearly heard since you replied. Goddamn playing with me." But as a hostage, he had to play his part and hung his head. Since he said his ears were bad, then he'd have to speak louder, obviously. "Master, I pay respects to you. Please stop." "What, you want me as your master? Ha ha ha. That's great." Bam. With not a single intention of stopping the dragon tail lashing, actually growing in strength instead, Zhuofan himself joined the punishment with his Qilin arm, sending heavy punches to his gut until blood spurted from his mouth. Face twitching constantly, Shangguan Yulin wailed, "Master, I wish to be under you, so why do you still strike me?" "Oh, your master is a great demonic cultivator and loves thrashing people from joy." Zhuofan toyed with him. "With such an amazing talent, so eager to be learning from me." The excitement got to me. "Since there's no one around, I'll use you to calm my overstimulated heart." Shangguan Yulin's face was twitching like there was no tomorrow. "Geezer, I get you want to pummel me. So why make up such lame excuses? Though sensible enough not to voice it. This coot is insane. If he thrashes people when excited, what about in anger? Will he flay them alive? Anywho, he'd rather not test that theory. Master, don't hit me. You might beat me to death too if you're too excited." "Oh, Zhuofan sneered inside. "Oh, being in my domain, you couldn't sense that the guy you hit woke up a while ago and left. That left only you to beat up. What?" Shangguan Yulin shuddered in anger. He wanted to ruin Zhuofan, but instead the punk got away while he instead ended up suffering at the hand of this freak. "What did I ever do to deserve this?" Shangguan Yulin howled. "Master, how could you let him go? He's too weak. What was I supposed to do with him? But you're going to wear my mantle, ha ha ha." Zhuofan laughed and gave 2 slaps and another overexcited punch to Shangguan Yulin's chest, caving it in. "It always gets my blood going just thinking about it. I just have to punch something. PFF. Blood and gore spurted from Shangguan Yulin's mouth. He paled like paper and his face swelled up more, if that was even possible. Shangguan Yulin's face twitched again, out of habit perhaps, as he wailed and pleaded, "Master, do you want me as a disciple or one to toy around with? You're going to end up killing me." "Oh, oops. I just can't control myself in all the excitement." Zhuofan coughed. "I'm sure you know by now that all demonic cultivators have their peculiar hobbies. I've had mine for far too long now, or I would have gotten a disciple ages ago. With such love taps, all your disciples would end up dead." With the flogging finally ended, Shangguan Yulin sighed, slumping weakly with hatred. "Goddamn lunatic." Zhuofan let him off seeing him so worn out, but his play had yet to finish. "That only leaves 100 kowtows, and that should do for ceremony." "Kowtows? Still?" Shangguan Yulin was so bitter he hardly spoke. Zhuofan raged. "You won't? Does that mean you don't want to be my disciple? Then, I'm doing it, look." Shangguan Yulin waved his hands around, frantic. But before he could start, he asked, "Master, they say 3 bows to the elders and 4 to those who passed. Shouldn't it be just 3 then? Why would Sir want 100 then?" "Oh, nice thinking." Zhuofan grinned. "The 3 are for me, of course, while the rest are for your late departed senior brothers, to watch over you so you won't follow in their footsteps. 1 for each one should appease their spirits. You drove 97 disciples to death already?" Shangguan Yulin eyes rolled in his head, blanking out from fear. The black domain faded and Xuefan revealed his mocking smile, his grin turning devious as he watched his puppet. On a pitch-black night, the black clouds drifted away, revealing a round moon that shone its graceful light upon the cold land and the unmoving man. Upon a closer look, he was covered in wounds. His clothes were in tatters, his face so swollen only a mother would recognize him. His brows quivered as the moonlight stirred him, opening his hazy eyes. Where am I? Why am I? Confusion laced his gaze from his unsettled mind. But then it all came pouring in. He sat quickly and darted his eyes all over in panic. Where's that sicko? Where is he? He looked around, but there was no one around except for him. The man nodded for some reason, muttering to himself. It was all just an illusion. Yes, that's it. There's no sicko and that never happened. It was just one horrible nightmare. Ha ha ha. Pa. His crazed and delusional justification came to an abrupt halt as a stone graced his most sensitive and swollen face, slamming him into the ground. The flood of pain brought him to tears, his mouth quivering. Hey, disciple, who are you calling a sicko? A most familiar and dreaded voice came from the darkness. The man shuddered, but he actually remained silent. That's the old demon's voice. The nightmare is real. The devil is still here. Eyes twitching, Shangguan Yulin wailed in tears. Master, I would never. I was only referring to the people of Flying Cloud Manor. Those old freaks suck at even being guards. How could they let just anyone into the city? Shangguan Yulin wailed while making excuses as his voice trailed off, growing so tiny no one could hear him. He just dumped all his hatred on the guards. What the hell is wrong with you? You call yourself guards, and yet you let this sicko disturb public peace. It not once occurred to him that if security was that tight, Shangguan clan had no way of getting in. From the shadow, Xuefan listened with a laugh. Oh, disciple. So you're cursing the guards. They sure deserve it. They ignore their duties and let anyone in. Ha ha ha. Xuefan continued. However, thanks to their sloppy attitude, we got to slip in, no? This is where a sword king is stationed, you know? Shangguan Yulin flushed, knowing fully well the old guy was mocking him, but his mouth remained shut. Seeing you all worn out, we'll leave the 100 kowtows aside for now. Shangguan Yulin lit up in joy. Really? Thank you, master. Thank you. Ha ha ha. A total discrepancy from the hatred he felt in his heart. This decrepit geezer, I won't take a sicko like him as master ever, even if I would have been put to bow 100 times. The minute I get to uncle, you're dead to me. And if I catch you around me again, I'll sick people on you to skin you alive, flay your flesh and break your bones. Xuefan could easily see through those crocodile tears, making a most devious grin. While the ceremony will be on hold for now, we're now master and disciple. Don't you ever forget that. Yes, master, absolutely. Shangguan Yulin bobbed his head with a fake smile. Xuefan laughed and shook his head. Heh, do you really think I'll believe that, disciple? That'll make all those centuries roaming the world for nothing. No, 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 master, you have to believe me. I'm serious about having you as my master. My vow shall never be broken. Shangguan Yulin panicked as he explained. Xuefan mocked. It's fine. I'm not that easy to fool and I came prepared. Now take your shirt off. What do you want to do? Shangguan Yulin froze on high alert. The sicko's first twisted hobby was enough as it is. Who knows if he doesn't have any others even worse than this? Xuefan chuckled. Easy now, disciple. I am a great demonic cultivator, but I won't ever swing that way. Also, why would I have waited so long if I had that intention to begin with? Shangguan Yulin paused for a moment before realizing it as well, so he complied. Seeing his perfect body riddled with wounds, Shangguan Yulin's hatred grew hotter. This is all the sicko's fault. Try using Yuan Qi, Xuefan said. Shangguan Yulin did as he was told, and on his caved-in chest, 2 words in golden letters appeared. Degenerate demon. Shangguan Yulin looked gobsmacked. He pointed at his chest with a dumb look, stammering, What is this? Ha ha ha, disciple. The demonic path has always been unpopular. So anyone who becomes my disciple needs to have these words engraved on them as a reminder. So you'll never lower yourself again, nor get trapped in lofty dreams. Shuofan laughed. You'll soon leave with me and strike out in the world. You're best off forgetting everything about inheriting the Shangguan clan. There's no way they'll let someone with such words on their chest lead the Shangguan clan. They're too renowned for that. Shangguan Yulin's eyes twitched, about to explode in anger. Master, you've ruined me. I only ever wanted the supreme glory of the Shangguan clan. We can even rule it together, but please don't take everything from me. Share, you say? Shuofan raised an eyebrow. You're serious? Shangguan Yulin bobbed his head. Yes, of course, as long as I get to lead Shangguan clan. Then half of it will be yours as my master. You truly know how to return favors. I bet your uncle would be fuming if he heard you. But I like it. Ha ha ha. Shuofan made a sign and the gaudy golden letters faded from Shangguan Yulin's chest. Shangguan Yulin perked up. A bit too soon though, as Shuofan's icy tone came right after. Remember your words, disciple. You are to follow my every word from now on. Or else it won't be as easy as letters appearing on your chest next time. Maybe your life will expire. Shangguan Yulin shuddered, but looked confused. Why did those words appear? Ha ha ha. That's because I gave you a blood curse. Shuofan snickered. As you saw, the words popped on your chest the minute you used Yuan Qi. What you don't know is that in 15 minutes you would have been splattered everywhere if I hadn't kept the blood curse in check with my signs. Panicking, Shangguan Yulin's eyes bugged out. No way. Ha ha ha, yes way. You just became my disciple and have no idea what I'm capable of. Now do you understand how your 97 senior brothers passed? Humph. Shuofan squinted. Press the sacred pool pressure point on your right hand and use Yuan Qi. Shangguan Yulin did just that. He heard a bang then and his right arm exploded in a golden pillar of flames, followed by the breaking of his meridian. Blood dripped on the ground as the hand now hung limp. He was now in extreme shock. He never thought this old freak would be so brutal, planting a bomb in him to detonate at any second. Shuofan grinned at his dumb look. The golden flame shows I'm going easy on you. If it were the black flame, then the second it appeared, losing your hand would be the least of your problems. Then again, even this display was only a fraction of the golden flame's power. If you don't listen, Master, I'll do everything you say, no questions asked. Please show mercy and release the blood curse. Shangguan Yulin was looking afraid now, starting to slam his head on the ground without Shuofan's urging. Shuofan's eyes flashed. Good. Now tell me everything about Shangguan clan and why you have come to Flying Cloud City. Pausing, Shangguan Yulin sighed after some hesitation. I see. So Eastern Land's divine weapon, soaring sword, was brought to Eastern Lands by Shangguan Feiyun. Shuofan nodded after he finished. So that's why Shangguan clan left home. It was all to get the Eastern Lands treasure back. Looking at the black void around him, Shangguan Yulin found a shadow of Shuofan. Master, you said you knew everything, so does it look like you just found out? You talk too much. Shuofan glared. You only need to answer my question. Try to hide anything and when I'll find out. I know. I will never lie to you. Shangguan Yulin bobbed his head while cussing on the inside. The old coot is so sly. With how he acts, I don't have any chance of hiding anything. The minute I do, he'll activate that golden flame he stuck in me and blow me sky high. Shangguan Yulin sighed. This marks the beginning of my betrayal of the Shangguan clan. Shuofan had since known him to be twisted inside. That was why he believed he wasn't a zealot for the clan, choosing self-preservation over glory. That made his words believable, turning him into a usable young master. Shuofan probed. What if I wanted you to get me the soaring sword? Will you give your life for the Shangguan clan or offer me the sword? Master, why do you even ask? My life is in Sir's hands. Of course, I'll give you the sword for my life. Shangguan Yulin sighed. Shuofan had a hard look, but then laughed. Ha ha ha. Great. You know when to compromise, kid. It brings me relief knowing this as I charge you with an important task. Shangguan Yulin asked. What task? Shuofan shook his head. I'll contact you when the time is right. Until then, you are to play your part in the Shangguan clan, to make sure there are no incidents. I'll notify you when I'm ready. That will be your glorious achievement for your master's sake. Yes, master. He'd rather not, but it wasn't like he had a choice. He bowed and cupped his hands. The tranquility of the forest was the only reply. Looking around, Shangguan Yulin tested. Master? Are you there? The night breeze blew by. Curses? Did he really leave? Shangguan Yulin took a deep breath, depression evident on his face. Just what did he do to deserve this fate? Why him? How could he become a turncoat just like that and become some devil's toy? All he could do was hang his head and trudge along dejectedly until the devil whispered in his ear. After the cruel ceremony to be the devil's disciple, he still had no idea what he was. He lost big this time. He only came to take care of his love rival, yet ended up with him being some sicko's puppet instead. Shangguan Yulin teared up again. With a beaten look, Shangguan Yulin dragged his weary body as the night wind grazed his swollen face. As he faded out into the night, Shuofan faded in, at the same spot. Looking at the poor sap of a young master, Shuofan smirked. I finally got myself a usable pawn. I no longer have to be part of the audience, but actually flip the board. Ha ha ha. Shuofan left with one final laugh. Meanwhile, in the parlor of Gu household, the face of Shangguan Feixiong on the main seat shone in the light of candles. He was frowning, focusing on the entrance with a heavy look. Shangguan Qingyan paced around the parlor, looking nervous and restless. A stark contrast to the young child sitting there with a toy in his hands, cheerfully playing. Thump. The two's eyes snapped up to see a Shangguan clan guard rushing in. Well, are they back yet? Shangguan Qingyan asked first. The guard bowed with a sigh. Young miss, clan head, young master and Sir Gu have yet to return. You may go. A Shangguan Feixiong's gesture, the man withdrew. Shangguan Qingyan complained. Just where did cousin take Sir Gu? What's taking them so long? Dad. Tell me they're all right. Shangguan Feixiong frowned in thought, shaking his head. Young Sanzi, aren't you worried since your dad is late? Shangguan Qingyan turned to the carefree child playing with the toy. She knew the father and son were very close, sticking to each other like glue. So why was it the kid showed no care when his dad went missing? It made no sense. Gu Santong glanced at her, not stopping his playing for her sake. My dad is too great for something to happen to him. Even if it does, it's the other side who'll suffer. What do you mean by that? Shangguan Qingyan was baffled. Gu Santong had a vague smile on his face in reply. It only worked to puzzle this young missy to the extreme. Hurried footsteps were heard as a guard barged in with a cheerful cry. Clan head, young miss, young master is back. Truly. Shangguan Feixiong shot to his feet and walked for the door, with Shangguan Qingyan right behind him. They didn't get far, as Shangguan Yulin's wretched figure and swollen face entered the parlor with a casual step. The two were stunned, scanning Shangguan Yulin's remaining obvious facial features and crying in shock. Who are you? See? I told you it's unclear who had incidents, humph. Gu Santong was still in his seat and glanced over with a sneer as he played on. Shangguan Yulin's mouth quivered, looking at his uncle and cousin with a heavy heart. Seeing them so happy, he was choking on his words. Uncle, cousin, I'm back. Why you're Yulin? Still incredulous Shangguan Feixiong stammered. The guard explained. Clan head, he is indeed young master. He just came back and had us all jump. But we knew him from his aura. Shangguan Feixiong finally took notice of the air around the swollen head, finally putting a name to this strange face. What shocked him wasn't that though. What happened? Why are you like this? What about Sir Gu? Where is he? Wasn't he with you? Shangguan Qingyan asked. Shangguan Yulin's face fell, his anger spiking. Cousin, you're my kin. Yet instead of asking about me you worry about someone else? Am I that insignificant to you? Shangguan Yulin felt wronged, remaining silent. This had Shangguan Qingyan growing frantic. Cousin? Where's Sir Gu? Didn't I tell you to watch over him? Why are you returning perfectly fine while he's missing? Shangguan Yulin shook on the point of spewing blood. Fine? Cousin, does anything about me look perfectly fine to you? I just came back from an encounter with a patrol. But seeing me so roughed up, they pitted me and didn't interrogate me. You call that perfectly fine? Why do you only care about him? What is going on between you two? What are you to each other? Shangguan Yulin's heart was crushed, wanting to howl at the sky. Only his uncle's presence stopped him. Did cousin come back yet? Cries were heard from outside and soon. Zhuofan's figure rushed in. He looked drenched and tense as he asked quickly, Uncle, cousin just left me. Shangguan Feixiong's face twitched. Looking from him to the unrecognizable Shangguan Yulin, they shook their heads. What did they do anyway? Sighing, Shangguan Feixiong pointed at the youth with a warped face. Yulin is already back. He's standing right here. That's cousin. Looking shocked at Shangguan Yulin next to him, Zhuofan's eyes shook in disbelief, but then he changed tunes to, while there's no resemblance to speak of, I can vaguely sense cousin's valor and grandeur, the imposing posture. PFF. Shangguan Qingyan rolled her eyes and giggled. Shangguan Yulin was fuming. Is he toying with me or praising me? Shangguan Feixiong glared at his daughter, making her smile fade, but she stuck out her tongue. He sighed and frowned at the two. What have you been doing all this time? Why do you look like that? Uncle, actually. Zhuofan began his report, making Shangguan Feixiong look stern and focused. But Zhuofan's next words had this mild clan head actually ticked off. I have no clue whatsoever. PFF. Shangguan Feixiong was so close to popping in anger, barking, Why are you talking then? And weren't you two together? How can you not know anything? Uncle, while I and cousin were out searching, I was struck unconscious out of nowhere. By the time I woke up, there was no one there, not even cousin. I searched for him, fearing the guards might have found him. But despite all the searching, I found no sign of him and rushed back, only to see cousin wasn't home either. I truly don't know anything about what happened when I was out cold. Zhuofan muttered, playing the victim. Uncle, at your question, I of course responded swiftly as a sign of respect. Yet you do not appreciate me, but shout at me. Aren't you from a righteous clan? Ugh. Shangguan Feixiong was stumped, feeling ashamed seeing Zhuofan's look, but he was also gratified. While Zhuofan was a flippant rogue, he could still tell from that recounting he forewent his safety in danger, worrying for his friend and searching all day through the city to find him. Such loyalty was just the kind Shangguan clan preached, clueless that all of it was merely an elaborate excuse for his late arrival. All of it was to get closer to the clan. Loyalty was the farthest thing from his mind. With Zhuofan's vile character, what the hell kind of loyalty would he have after meeting you guys for just a day? But since the old man wanted to believe it, Zhuofan was happy to play along, all to get more out of it later. Shangguan Feixiong took a deep breath and patted his shoulder. Yifan, I was wrong. Don't mind it. With no parents in this world, you are my only elder. I have no right to complain. Zhuofan beamed and bowed. Shangguan Feixiong was even more gratified. You're looking more and more like a true Shangguan clansman. I haven't made a mistake taking you in. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Yulin shook, a feeling of dread drowning him. What the hell? The kid only knew how to run his mouth, forcing uncle to take him in with a reluctant heart. So why is it that now the punk got uncle's approval? Won't that make it harder to touch him later? Yulin, Yifan doesn't know what happened. You tell us. Shangguan Yulin was thinking about his next plan when Shangguan Feixiong's shout brought him back to the present. Uncle is right. Brother Gu truly is like a Shangguan clansman. Only difference is his surname. Shangguan Feixiong eyed him. Yulin, what are you spouting? I'm asking here, where have you been all this time? And how did Yifan get attacked? Oh, that. Wiping the cold sweat off his brow, Shangguan Yulin had a dry smile as he made excuses. Uncle, I and Brother Gu had followed a patrol in the forest, since they were being suspicious in their actions. I never thought they had a sentry post hidden as well, ambushing us. I panicked and blocked in reflex, not even realizing the shockwave would catch Brother Gu by surprise and knock him out. 6 people then showed up, forcing me to flee upon facing such strong opposition. Zhuofan's brow rose, sparing him an approving glance. He's a genius, all right, making perfect lies on the spot that encompasses all doubts. He's one crafty guy. Even I would have believed him if I wasn't there. Shangguan Feixiong frowned. So, you abandoned Yifan? No, uncle. Please hear me out. Shangguan Yulin rushed to come up with another lie. With so many enemies after us, if I had taken Brother Gu as well, it didn't matter if escape was impossible. But that Brother Gu would have been caught up in our fight and die. Brother Gu's cultivation is also low, and I feared the enemy would have no remorse for him. That's why I drew them away as we fought, hoping to give Brother Gu the time to flee. Once I threw off their pursuit, I came back to find Brother Gu wasn't there. That's why I rushed back home, hoping to find him safe. If he hadn't returned, then I would have gone back, risking my life to save Brother Gu. Shangguan Yulin's vehement speech coupled with his sorry state made for a tragic impression. Everyone admired him. Zhuofan might have even thought him heroic if he didn't know the truth. For crying out loud, is all Shangguan clan filled with high-class actors? Then again, I'm not lacking in that department either. Zhuofan grabbed his hands firmly, touched to the core. Cousin, I am unable to bear such loyalty from you. Aren't we brothers? While Shangguan Yulin was revolted of Zhuofan, in front of uncle he had to show his big brother side. In this case, Zhuofan milked it for all it's worth, tearing up, Cousin, I'm just a nobody. How could I be worthy of cousin's glorious sacrifice and friendship? I can feel my heart beating out of my chest every time I think about it. If cousin had died because of me, I'd deserve death. Zhuofan looked particularly mournful right about now, driving his point with his snot and tears dripping on Shangguan Yulin's hands. Filled with disgust and loathing that could not be expressed with Shangguan Feixiong around, he revealed instead a brilliant smile. Brother Gu, we are true brothers under oath. Cousin. Brother Gu. Cousin. Brother Gu. The two sighed at the touching words, with the father and daughter of Shangguan clan admiring their camaraderie. Gu Santong, who kept on playing, felt his mouth twitch constantly. Looky here, Dad got some more simps falling for his act. Then again, this cousin's shamelessness can challenge Dad's. They're both shadow emperors. He might be a child but had more than 3 centuries of experience. Then there were the years spent along with Zhuofan on top, and Gu Santong could see through any of his acts. He held the play in disdain, though he never said a word, playing on with his toy. I'm grateful to know you brothers are so close, but no matter how close you are, you should let go of your hands now. How do you think it'll look seeing 2 grown men hold each other and sniveling? Shangguan Feixiong found the two's friendship too strong for his eyes, teasing them about it. The two beamed and let go. Shangguan Yulin wanted to let go ages ago. Zhuofan had been dripping snot all over them and left him with disgust. But he was forced to smile through the ordeal. Shangguan Feixiong nodded. All that matters is that you're both safe and sound. Yulin, were you followed when coming back? Don't worry, uncle. I was careful not to pick a tail. Shangguan Yulin's eyes flashed. Shangguan Feixiong nodded. I think so too. Yulin, there's an important job I have to entrust you with. Another one. Shangguan Yulin's eyes looked lost. First was the devil and now his uncle. What's the world coming to? Dumping all its troubles on my head. I'm just too amazing, too strong and too responsible. The delusions of grandeur were strong with this one. In the dead of night, Shangguan Feixiong brought Shangguan Yulin through the halls towards a plain room. He bowed. Venerables, I've brought him. Enter. Shangguan Feixiong nodded at the aged voice and went in with his nephew. There sat the 3 oldest venerables of the Shangguan clan. Knowing this was serious, Shangguan Yulin bowed and shivered in excitement. Another heavy task is entrusted. Greetings, venerables. Stand up. The elders smiled, but then they looked at him oddly. What's with that swollen face? Feixiong. What is this? Shangguan Feixiong was embarrassed, but went to whisper in their ears. The trio nodded. Oh, so he was scouting for the clan and had a bitter fight with the enemy. Exactly, ha ha ha. Shangguan Yulin beamed. I'd do anything for the clan, come hell or high water. The elders eased a breath. The fight must have been truly desperate, beaten so much that not even his mother would recognize him. Shangguan Yulin's mouth twitched while Shangguan Feixiong chuckled with a shake of his head. But they're all mere flesh wounds. Needing a few days to recover, ha ha ha. But then the elders laughed out, focusing their aged eyes on him. Shangguan Yulin, you are the best disciple of Shangguan clan, renowned for your cultivation. This time, the clan has a critical and deadly task for you. Do it well and you'll gain the most merit. Fail and you may die. Will you accept? Shangguan Yulin cupped his hands and shouted. For all the care the Shangguan clan gave me all these years, I will not shy from any danger. Good. You got spunk. An elder elaborated the task. You know by now that the manor is recruiting alchemists. In a few days it will open its doors for them. We hope you can play as one and sneak in. You will scout the place for us so that we can make a better plan of attack the second time. Shangguan Yulin cried out. You want me to play the role of an alchemist? But I don't know alchemy. We know that. The Shangguan clan hardly has any such talents. That's why it can only be you. The venerable sighed. Alchemy combines cultivation, skill and arts to achieve greatness. While we lack in arts, we'll just have to make up with cultivation and skill. It's known that a radiant stage cultivator can be a 7th grade alchemist, an ethereal stage cultivator an 8th grade, a soul harmony stage cultivator a 9th grade, and a genesis stage cultivation a 10th grade. In this world 11th grade alchemists are the true masters of this art. With our skills, we can only make average 9th grade pills with a rare 10th one. We're not real alchemists in this sense, let alone outstanding grandmasters. While I bet you can't even reach the 7th grade. But since we lack alchemy arts, we'll use cultivation. You're in the soul harmony stage, so we'll use these days to beat a few secret alchemy arts into you, in hope you reach the 8th grade. Maybe it will be enough to gain you entry into the manor. Shangguan Yulin's brow shook. You want me to become an 8th grade alchemist in just a few days? No way. I know next to nothing about alchemy. I may have an easy time making some casual pills, but I never tackled anything more complex. Oh, why not have Brother Gu go instead? Ain't he an alchemist? Shangguan Yulin proposed. He knew just how deadly it could turn out if he went into the manor. In case he was exposed, his death was certain. It's better to let that punk brave the danger than stay here. Humph? The people shook their heads. Yulin, we've already taken him in consideration, but he's not good. Like I told you, a radiant stage cultivator can only reach 7th grade in alchemy, with average 8th grade at the most for true grandmasters. The limit is tied to one's cultivation. The child is in the 5th layer of radiant stage but not at the rank of grandmaster. A good 7th grade alchemist is all. It might have worked in the other land's tiny nations but not in the Swordstar Empire. He's also an outsider that has yet to earn our trust. A task so critical can only be handed down to a trusted clansman. Shangguan Yulin's face twitched. Damn geezers, you're saying it's better for a clansman to die than an outsider. Curses. Why aren't you old farts going then? Don't drag me into this. Shangguan Yulin frowned and worked hard to find an excuse. He stuck out his chest and declared, Venerable sirs, I think your judgment of Brother Gu is unfair. Maybe he was dubious before, but today showed he is loyal. He helped me in my search and proved he's worthy of trust. Right, uncle? Yes, it's indeed so. Shangguan Feixiong nodded. I was about to tell Venerables, and since Yulin mentioned it, I will do it now. Today, Gu Yifan had not been under our surveillance, but still didn't betray us. This shows his loyalty. I think holding him and his son confined is no longer needed. We should see them as part of the Shangguan clan. And from what we saw today, he has quite the valor, fitting the nature of the Shangguan clan. The Venerables looked at him long then nodded. Feixiong, we'll trust your judgment. But this task of infiltrating the manor. Venerables, please give Brother Gu a chance. He's working hard to join our clan. Shangguan Yulin cupped his hands and urged. Shangguan Feixiong nodded, touched by the two's camaraderie. Though why did this happen after a single trip together? Is it growing close through suffering? Has to be. Shangguan Feixiong added. Venerables, Gu Yifan is a true alchemist. Even if he's in 7th grade, he's still a gem. He might even get into the manor. I believe casting a wider net will work in our favor. Why not have them both go? It will be the same as long as any one of them enters. Clueless that Shangguan Yulin wanted to throw Zhuofan to the wolves. Should we let the outsider try as well? The venerables sank in thought. Shangguan Yulin nodded and Shangguan Yulin rushed to add. Yes, you must give Brother Gu a chance. But leaving it to an outsider makes us uneasy. The venerables looked worried. He may go, but someone must keep an eye on him for any mishaps and dangers. Shangguan Yulin beamed. Not a problem. As long as we treat Brother Gu as family, giving him the chance to prove himself, all will be fine, ha ha ha. Although we'll have Yifan do something for us, we'll also send someone to watch him. This might lower his opinion of us. Shangguan Feixiong frowned. I have seen the kid's character today. While he likes to mess around, his heart is good. And this is how we treat him. Feixiong, a man of ambition doesn't mind trifles. Yeah, Uncle, Brother Gu won't mind it. Shangguan Yulin and the venerables urged Shangguan Feixiong, who felt ashamed still. Maybe, but he will definitely be against having some stranger with him. It will alienate him. Why not let Yenner go? She'll observe him under the guise of support. They're also familiar to each other, so he won't mind. What cousin? No. Shangguan Yulin waved his hands around. Yes, that's what we'll do. Yenner is the best choice. Feixiong, you're really thorough. We'll go with your plan. All of us are in agreement. Ignoring Shangguan Yulin's outburst, the elders nodded, putting an end to this discussion, having disregarded him completely. While the four laughed, their minds made up. Zhuofan, the second candidate, was going to sneak into the manor with Yenner as his helper and watcher. Shangguan Yulin was dumbstruck. What have I done? Did I just hand my cousin to that punk? That was not his intention at all. He had overreached himself. Pa! Shangguan Yulin slapped himself hard. The four gave him a look. What's wrong? Nothing, just a toothache. You want me to join the Flying Cloud Manor's alchemy screening and sneak in? At the crack of dawn, Shangguan Feixiong was seeing Zhuofan and Shangguan Qinyan in the parlor with a bright smile. Zhuofan was stunned, then nodded. It fit his plan of wanting to test the waters as well after hearing this announcement. Putting it off until Flying Cloud Manor and Shangguan clan faced off would leave too much room for error, something he wished to avoid. And this proved to be his best chance to do it while also entering Shangguan clan's good graces. Zhuofan cupped his hands without delay, agreeing with a smile. Doing my part for the Shangguan clan, after the clan took us both in, is an utmost honor. Thank you, Uncle, for giving us this chance. As long as you know. Shangguan Feixiong smiled. I'm sure you know that my decision of taking you in hasn't been met well by other members. But if you do this well, you'll prove yourself in front of everyone. No one will question you again. Zhuofan's eyes shone. Shangguan Qinyan giggled. Sir Gu, work hard. Whether you stand with Shangguan clan will depend on this task. Maybe you'll even earn everyone's approval and become a true young master of our clan. You might even get the chance to get back your wife. It won't matter who you offended in Western lands when the Shangguan clan has your back. You'll finally be together. Zhuofan gave him a long look, but seeing her clear eyes, he returned a smile. Oh, I see. I was wondering why this Missy cared so much for me and my son. I wrote it off as being my immense charm's fault. Who knew she wanted to get me and my wife together again? How kind. A shame it's not that simple. With a dimmed gaze, Zhuofan shook his head. Even if you become one of us, you can't go on a rampage. Shangguan Feixiong glared at his daughter. But then he smiled at Zhuofan. Don't worry, Shangguan clan is no pushover. Do this well and I will definitely help you out. Even if Double Dragon Manor is involved, I'll give you justice. Thank you so much, uncle. Shuafan bowed. Double Dragon Manor. If it were that easy, I'd have done it myself. Yenner, we planned on sending Yulin with Yifan at the competition. Shangguan Qingyan continued. Yulin is a steady man and can take charge. Yifan's cultivation is low, so you will have to assist him in making sure he's selected. Got it. Shangguan Qingyan gave a firm nod with a happy look. Yes, father. Hee, Sir Gu, you better listen to me now. She gave Zhuofan a teasing smile. Zhuofan chuckled as well, but he saw through Shangguan Feixiong's plan on having her spy on him. Yesterday's play wasn't enough to remove all doubts of the clan, which was normal, especially with such an important task. Caution was paramount. Zhuofan and Shangguan Feixiong exchanged a few more words before he left with a bow. Shangguan Qingyan skipped behind him. The next few days, Shangguan Yulin and Zhuofan went through a personal hell. Shangguan Yulin, being the most promising seed, was instructed personally by the three venerables in the intricate arts of cooking herbs into pills. Day in, day out, he was found hovering over the cauldron, soaked in its fumes, instructed in the fine arts the elders were hardly familiar with. That was because Shangguan Yulin had the cultivation but not the skills. Thus the elders went harder on him, in hope his skill improved faster. On the other hand, Zhuofan's days were paradise by comparison. Everyone knew him as an alchemist, so that was that. That was why he was left to his own devices. All he had to make up for was cultivation. But cultivation wasn't to be rushed either, which made this backup, Shangguan Yulin's replacement, disregarded in this aspect. With the confinement ending, Zhuofan was out in the world again, with his son. With clan head's daughter leading along, he was the envy of anyone as he enjoyed himself. Shangguan Qingyan's role was the observer, but young Sanzi's infectious playful nature got the best of her, making her grow closer and closer to the pair. It went as far as going in the back of the house to have a blast with them. This only worked to sour Shangguan Yulin's mood, being wiped like a donkey over the cauldron by the elders. Ha ha ha! Young Sanzi, loosen your hand a bit or your kite's going to fall. Yes, that's it. Auntie, hold it while I get a fruit. Sure. Hey, Gu Yifan, stop being lazy. You should be the one to hold your son's kite. Young Sanzi gave it to you so you guys play with it. Now stop messing up my nap, stingy. Hey, whose son is young Sanzi anyway? What kind of father doesn't care? Then you care instead. Wretched brat. Banter and teasing was heard from beyond the walls. Shangguan Yulin sat cross-legged near a cauldron over a scorching fire, his mouth constantly twitching, his eyes burning hotter than the fire before him. Damn that accursed punk. I warned him to stay away from her. Now he's flirting instead. Once I get out of here, I'll throttle you. Calm your heart and focus. The gestures are the key as you employ the art. Noticing Shangguan Yulin's attention was slipping, a bamboo scroll smacked him over the head, making him wince. He looked at the venerable standing behind him with a cold gaze. Calm your heart and focus on the gestures. Screw you. My cousin is out there with that degenerate pair, and you're telling me to frickin' calm down. Pa. Another smack came on point. Empty your mind. Calm your heart. Your thoughts should only be on the gestures. Face twitching, Shangguan Yulin's heart was grumbling as he nodded. He got himself to blame for this mess. I get you wanting me to go into the manor, but why the hell is that bastard coming too? Now look at him. Even before we reach it, I'm in hell, wasting my time with alchemy while you guys are giggling so hard. Afraid I won't hear you. This is torture. Heavens above, Mother Earth below. What did I ever do to deserve this? Why are you so cruel to me? Gu Yifan, this isn't over, not by a long shot. Once we're done with the manor, I'll make sure you're dead. Pa. The smacking came on point, as did the warning. Calm your heart. Flinching, Shangguan Yulin grumbled some more. A week passed like this, with Zhuofan and Shangguan Yulin enjoying their special and contradictory training. What they had in common was the annoyance with it. What Shangguan Yulin saw as hell in the pungent herbs boiling their noxious fumes in his face. Zhuofan saw it as relaxation. He was most happy to switch places. It should be Zhuofan the main with Shangguan Yulin as backup in this scenario. However, the bitter days finally ran out as Zhuofan returned home at noon with Shangguan Qingyan and Gu Santong. But they were far from relaxed. Dad, the manor made another announcement. 3 days later, it will hold the Pill King Convention to select true alchemists to heal the Crown Prince in the imperial capital. Rushing into the parlor, Shangguan Qingyan made her report. Jumping to his feet, Shangguan Feixiong's eyes shone, shouting. Since they mentioned the alchemist selection, the security eased up, the patrols eased, and people swarmed the city. The day finally came. In 3 days we move. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Feixiong walked behind the house. I'll inform the venerables. Shangguan Qingyan beamed and nodded. Gu Yifan, your moment is near. Don't mess it up. While a backup. No worries, I won't. Zhuofan's eyes flashed. Shangguan Qingyan nodded, rushing after her dad. Gu Santong muttered. Dad, is it a trap? Definitely. Zhuofan grinned. But Shangguan clan spies in the central area have reported for the last few days that the Crown Prince is indeed hurt badly. Won't. Zhuofan patted his head. It's too strange of an event. Not about the number of reports confirming it, but the timing is what reveals it being a trap. Yet they're still going. Don't they know this? People always believe what they want to believe. Zhuofan smiled. Knowing it's a trap, the fact that they make all kinds of plans around it, they don't see it as one, but an opportunity. Such is the mentality of men greedy. There's no way opportunity lies at every corner. Ha ha ha. Though this trap is clever, what's truly ingenious is that it fits the Shangguan clan's character. Flying Cloud Manor has a cunning mind among them. Zhuofan's eyes shone coldly. I'll have to watch my step in the manor as well. If it isn't Grandmaster Zhang. You've also come to join the bustle, sir. What do you think? With such a rare chance of shooting for the moon, I'm not one to pass it up. Are you any different, Surly? You must want to get a post in the imperial family with this, right? Please, I don't hold such high hopes. I'm only here to enjoy the occasion. Ha ha ha. Bright and early, as the rooster crowed, Flying Cloud Manor entrance was packed with a huge crowd, alchemists drawn in by the rumors. As far as skills went, only some were real alchemists who came here to seize their chance. The people laughed, joked, teased, greeted. Yet what all had in common was their reserved stance. They were ready to sweep the opposition. While warm smiles were everywhere, they were each wise enough to know the cruelty hidden within. They were rivals. At long last, Zhuofan and Shangguan Qingyan arrived as well among the sea of hypocrites. Miss, are you an alchemist too? How rare. Shangguan Qingyan got quite a few curious glances, when they were actually trying to get some info out of her. Alchemy is filled with fumes and toil, hardly an interest to women. I'm truly amazed you are an alchemist, miss. Shangguan Qingyan shook her head, pointing at Zhuofan. You misunderstood, brother. It's my elder brother who's an alchemist. I'm only here to keep him company. Oh, he is. The man turned his attention to Zhuofan, giving off a smile of contempt. So brother is an alchemist coming to participate in the Pill King Convention. Greetings. Oh, there's an old friend of mine. Better say hi. Let's meet again. The man quickly left the two, being all friendly to another group. Ha ha ha. One look told me you're all seasoned alchemists. May I know from where? Air. Shangguan Qingyan was taken aback, then glanced at Zhuofan. Who is he? He looks friendly yet bolts after a few words. Zhuofan shook his head. He's being nice to you. Figuring you'd be a strong contender if you were an alchemist coupled with your cultivation. He was only assessing the competition. As a result, he saw me in the Radiant stage as the only one to participate and was happy. Since alchemy skill is tied to cultivation as well. He's mocking you then? Shangguan Qingyan cursed. What a snob! You may be weak, you may be average in alchemy, but you've come to join the Grand Pill King Convention as an alchemist. Much better than those fakers coming fighting for scraps. I never liked their type. Ugh. Staggering, Shufan's heart fell. Sister. They might look down on me, but at least you should appreciate me. Why are you calling me weak and average in alchemy? Don't you know you're bruising my ego? Oh, sorry. I was just trying to help you out. Shangguan Qingyan beamed as she apologized. I got too excited and didn't mean it like that. Moreover, I'm stating facts as a fifth-layer radiant stage cultivator. Just how great of an alchemist can you be? If you were entrusted with such a heavy task, why then did Dad force Cousin to go through alchemy the past week? Zhuofan's face twitched hard and almost spat blood. Sister, I beg of you, never try to take one side again. I have great tolerance and can take it, but others would fly into a rage by now. You're not helping me here. But the other. Isn't it all because of you too? Shangguan Qingyan blushed and glared at him with a pout. Hanging out with the two of you every day. My mind's jumbled up and don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Yesterday, Cousin failed in making an 8th grade pill and Father was concerned if he would pass the selection. I tried soothing Cousin, but he took my kind words the wrong way and almost blew a gasket. FF. Zhuofan almost laughed out loud. Shangguan Qingyan was flabbergasted, beating his spin in embarrassment. What are you laughing at? It's all your fault for teaching me this. I didn't teach you anything. You're just a natural when it comes to cutting someone down to size. Ha ha ha. Don't laugh. The light punches kept coming, with Shangguan Qingyan looking distraught. My Shangguan clan is one of virtue. The only reason I became like this is because I spent too much time around you. It's all your fault. Can't you be more gentlemanlike? All the time you only know how to talk back and mock. Ruining your son and even a lady like me. Don't blame me. Who told you to stick around every day? No, it's all on you. The two argued in front of everyone, having fun regardless of the audience. Only one pair of eyes watched them with hatred and fury. It was none other than Shangguan Yulin. To not cast any doubts on them, the Shangguan clan planned for Shangguan Yulin and Zhuofan to act like strangers. Zhuofan was registered in Flying Cloud City, so nothing he did was eye-catching. While Shangguan Yulin had to be subtle about it before falling back, faking that he was like everyone else, attracted by the Pill King convention. This way, with one egg in another basket, the chances of failure dropped. At the very least, if Shangguan Yulin was found out, there was still Zhuofan safe, making the Gu household safe in turn. Shangguan clan's plan was ingenious, just that they omitted this young master's mood. Watching the two having fun, Shangguan Yulin was about to explode, with veins popping on his hands. Oh, is brother an alchemist? A soul harmony stage cultivator too. A most unfriendly voice sounded, from the same man who probed the others before, showing his fake smile. Brother's alchemy must be amazing, in the 9th grade I bet. May I ask from where? Shangguan Yulin spat. Buzz off! What did you say, brother? His anger made the words somewhat unrecognizable, and the new guy asked again despite the danger he was in. Squinting, Shangguan Yulin showed a nasty grin. Do you want to know my master? Humph, he is the most amazing man in the central area that everyone knows. But I can't say it here. Let's go somewhere quiet and I'll tell you. Shangguan Yulin walked to a corner and was gone. The man was excited as he followed. But just as he made a turn, his mouth was covered. What followed was an endless string of dull sounds as punches rained down on the hapless fool. An hour later, Shangguan Yulin came out in the light looking refreshed and smiling. Ah! Much better. He went back to mingling, with a faint groan coming from behind. W.Y. A bloody hand stretched out of the corner. Before slumping down and slowly crawling out was an unrecognizable man into the light. He cursed. What the frickin' hell? We were just talking. Why the violence? What did I ever do to you? I didn't kill your father, nor steal your wife. Sob. How was he to know that the man he accosted had indeed had his girl taken? Just that he couldn't vent on the culprit and had him be the target instead, since it just so happened he was the wrong guy at just the right time. It was just now his day for this unfortunate soul. Wiping the blood from his nose, he gnashed his teeth. Curses, wait till I'll tell on you. With a creak, The manor gate opened and a soul harmony stage guard stepped out and cupped his hands to announce, "Alchemists, the Lord welcomes you." He turned around and led the way in. The crowd followed excitedly, eyes brimming with hope. They felt glory was just around the corner. "Prime Minister, Lords, that guy is a Xianxia clan spy. No doubt about it." In a lavish and grand hall, 3 figures sat in front. On the left, Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei. In center, Xianxia Feiyun. And on the right, dragon-cleaving Sword King, Dan Xingxin. The 3 looked calm, their eyes lowered at the bloody mass below. The man wore a victimized look, his hand constantly wiping his bloody nose as he recounted. "Sirs, you must believe me. He is most definitely a spy Xianxia clan sent into Flying Cloud Manor." Glancing at him, Bailey Jingwei had a faint smile. "Is the Xianxia clan ever brutal? Are they that cocky to think they can get away with doing something so conspicuous? Yeah, I for one would keep my nose down in another's home. Avoid trouble like the plague and not go around beating people." Dan Xingxin covered his teacup with the most mocking smile. Bailey Jingwei smiled, turning a deep gaze on the victim. His tone was anything but kind. "Try to repeat that. Just tell me again that he's related to the Xianxia clan." Well?" His eyes darted all over as he spluttered. "Bam!" Bailey Jingwei slammed the table. "I had you sent out there to scout for information, to be the first outpost. It's to gather information, not to let it go to your head and get revenge. Yeah, an undercover agent is to blend in just like a spy would." Sighing, Dan Xingxin mocked. "But I guess with how the guards are always conceited, they have a hard time staying unknown. Ha ha ha." The victim looked hurt by that remark and hurriedly explained, "Sirs, Prime Minister, I have been keeping a low profile." "Then why are you here like this? A bloody pulp?" Xianxia Feiyun barked, pointing at his nose. The man's mouth quivered. "Why was I beaten black and blue anyway? I was only talking to him." Bailey Jingwei shook his head and muttered, "There are no true coincidences in the world. Everything has a reason. Why is it that of all the quiet alchemists at our gates, only you stand out? And the other left you breathing as well. This shows he didn't find you out as being an agent. Being exposed would definitely have gotten you killed by the Xianxia clan. Yet this didn't happen, only suffering some bruising. Now you're coming here and tell us he's from the Xianxia clan? Ha ha ha, you take us for fools? You think Flying Cloud Manor is your backyard to do as you please? No, no, no. I'd never, never." The man panicked and shivered in fear. Bailey Jingwei mocked. "Then I'll ask you again. Is that man really from the Xianxia clan?" Well, his heart fell, his body shook, and words came hard. Having it all figured out, Bailey Jingwei ignored him and turned an angry stare at Xianxia Feiyun. "Sword King Feiyun? He's your man. I was only borrowing him for something, but now he even refused to take responsibility for his own mess. I just don't know how to deal with him. Though one might ask, if Sir's agents are all so outrageous and abuse their status, I can only wonder, are your ears capable of hearing the truth? Can a Sword King who doesn't know his own domain's safeguard? Ha ha ha, I won't say it. I'm just an outsider. While here is Sword King Feiyun's world. I shouldn't meddle. Oh, the Pill King convention is about to start. I'll play the host in Sir's place. Ha ha ha." Bailey Jingwei waved his hand and left with his guards, leaving an indifferent Dan Xingxin, a shivering and bloody agent, and a furious Xianxia Feiyun. Knuckles cracked as Xianxia Feiyun clenched his fist, staring at the writhing mess below. "Answer the question. Is he part of the Xianxia clan? Or are you just trying to get back at him for the beating?" "Lord. He's suspicious." Bam! The agent cowered, blabbering, and Xianxia Feiyun flicked his hand. The bloody mess now turned into a bloody mist, with the soul destroyed as well. Xianxia Feiyun's brow shook, his teeth clenched. These damn arrogant fools lord around the streets daily, but the least they can do is not shame me in front of Bailey Jingwei. Brother Feiyun, easy. Bailey Jingwei is the Prime Minister, and it won't be easy to fool him. Dan Xingxin patted his shoulder. Annoyed, Shangguan Feiyun flicked his hand and spat. Who the hell is fooling who here? It's all these morons' fault for not playing their part. Hey, that can be taken different ways. Shangguan Feiyun reacted, glowering at Dan Xingshen. You mean to tell me these men fooled me till now? Only getting exposed now Bailey Jingwei came? Dan Xingshen beamed and waved his hand. This definitely isn't from just yesterday. Since today they used your name for revenge, it goes to show you handle them poorly. In fact, Bailey Jingwei knocking you down a peg came at the right time for... Whatever, it's none of my business anyway. Ha ha ha, by the way, I hear you have quite the wine collection in the cellar. Hope you won't mind. Ha ha ha. Dan Xingshen waved his hand at Shangguan Feiyun's dark look, slipping away while leaving those snide remarks to pierce the host's ears. Shangguan Feiyun gnashed his teeth. For God's sake, these bastards made a fool of me. Even Dan Xingshen dares to mock me now. Humph. I'll be sure to clean up the manor once this is all over with. Shangguan Feiyun's eyes flashed. Yet all were clueless that this agent was a wronged agent. He really did find the Shangguan clan's spy, though by chance, by becoming the other's punching bag. Yet his suffering did not go rewarded. Then again, he was doing it for his own selfish reasons too. At the end of it all, the fact remained, heaven gave him a shortcut to success. Though brutal, his bosses were too smart for their own good, not believing a word. Man proposes, God disposes. A saying held true now more than ever. Luck was not to be neglected. Meanwhile, in the garden behind Flying Cloud Manor, the crowd gathered around a stone stage. A rough glance saw close to 1,000 heads. Being brought here yet told nothing on the way. The people formed little groups, talking to each other and picking on the other's faults. Hey, look there, it's Shui clan's elder, Shui Dingxian. I heard the rare 9th grade alchemist is on the cusp of reaching 10th grade. That's him? He had placed in the top 20 of the last Pill King competition held at the imperial capital. Coming here, he's sure to come out on top. No, not if you consider him. Someone recognized with shock the candidate of another competition, while another shook his head in disdain, pointing at an old man in white. That right there is divine Pill Meng Feitian, in the top 10 of the last Pill King competition. I thought the top 10 would be given a post in the imperial capital. What's he doing here? Stealing our bread. Who knows? These old coots are all weirdos. Who knows what craziness is going on in that head of theirs? They got their fame last time and now they came here for some more. The man looked puzzled as well. The others felt their hearts sink. Having no clue how many spots were for the imperial capital, they were afraid that with such tight competition, they wouldn't make the cut. All they could do was mock others and make themselves feel good. The two seated candidates finally bumped heads and were looking at each other with fire in their eyes. Old Shui, you're here as well? Humph, Sword King Feiyun controls these parts. My Shui clan is the best in alchemy for thousands of miles. If I didn't show up, calling it the Pill King convention would be an overstatement. Ha ha ha. What a mouth on you. In the last competition at the imperial capital you placed 5 spots behind me, yet now you show off in my face. Shui Dingxian, you have no shame. Ha ha ha. Meng Feitian looked smug. Shui Dingxian's lips twitched in anger. Meng Feitian. Time changes everything, especially when the last competition was a decade ago. We'll just see whose skills are the best soon enough. Ha ha ha. Then I can only oblige you and have you taste the bitter flavor of defeat once more. Meng Feitian laughed. Shui Dingxian was fuming, his hands shaky, his face all red. Bailey Jingwei just arrived to see the petty Meng Feitian and held his head. Wasn't he supposed to have a post in the imperial family's alchemy department? What's he doing here? Prime Minister, sir, after hearing the Sword Star Empire is selecting alchemists from every corner. Sir Meng resigned his post in the imperial capital and came to join. He said he wanted to start all over again. A guard chuckled. Sighing, Bailey Jingwei shook his head. These crotchety geezers are nothing but weirdos. He was doing just fine in the imperial capital, so why the hell would he quit it all just to go back to it all over again? God knows what's cooking in that brain of his. Bailey Jingwei looked around and walked over to Meng Feitian with cupped hands. Old Meng, it's been a while. HM? Oh, there's someone else who knows me? You won't get far sticking close to me, boy. Meng Feiyin frowned. But as he turned, he shivered. Sir Bailey. Signaling to keep quiet, Bailey Jingwei laughed, leaning on him. Old Meng. The last time we saw each other in the imperial capital. How have you been lately? Thank you, young master, for your concern. I've been doing very well. Ha ha ha. Wiping his brow, Meng Feiyin's smile was strained. Xianxia gave him a funny look. What's with the usual smug Meng Feiyin looking so scared all of a sudden? A look at this youth and he has him shaking in his boots. He scanned Bailey Jingwei with quizzical eyes. Old Meng, I heard you've done well for yourself in the imperial capital. Why leave and come here? Didn't you earn your place in the imperial family? Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed as he patted Meng Feiyin's shoulder, questioning him. Shuddering, Meng Feiyin was put on the spot. I'll be honest, since the crown prince suffered an incident, he's been isolated and no alchemist in the imperial family was allowed to check on him. We were baffled. When we heard alchemists were being selected across the empire, we thought we were inadequate. So I resigned stubbornly to come here and prove once again my value and not let others pass me. Oh, really? Bailey Jingwei raised a mocking eyebrow. Why then all the way to Sword King Feiyun's place? Of the 9 domains, you oughtn't be here. Meng Feiyin's face twitched, staying silent. Xianxia stepped closer, explaining, Young master, this coot wants to compete with me. He and I have been studying under the same master, always competing, always excelling. But in the last competition in the imperial capital, he got 5 spots ahead of me, entering the imperial family while I failed. Despite the regret, I had no choice but to accept it. Once more, this rare occasion presents itself and I joined with high hopes. But whoever thought this eyesore would show up and ruin things? But he'll be sorely disappointed if he thinks this will be a repeat of last time. As if this win will be mine again. Meng Feiyin was annoyed, flaring his nose. Bailey Jingwei got the gist of it. 2 rivals testing their mettle. The fact remained, for Meng to resign from the imperial capital showed just how much he cared about his rival. Bailey Jingwei patted Xianxia's shoulder in encouragement. Oh, a fellow brother of old Meng, and only 5 spots shy of him in alchemy. Senior must be a true grandmaster then. A shame the last competition ended like that, but this time will be different. I hope you will both strive hard for the empire. That's all I want. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei left with a smile. Xianxia looked at Meng Feiyin with a skeptical look. Old man? Who exactly was that youth? What do you mean who? You'll know once you enter the imperial capital. Meng Feiyin gave him a look and said, Since a man of his greatness does not want to reveal himself, I can only oblige. And so should you. Xianxia's face fell and mocked. What greatness? Look at you knowing all the secrets of the empire. But isn't it just being a royal alchemist? If you lose to me this time, that spot will be mine. When pigs fly, Meng Feiyin mocked. Bailey Jingwei walked before the crowd, with guards converging from around to protect him. The clamor stopped then and there, with all eyes on the youth. Zhuofan was watching him too, his eyes shaking. He feels oddly familiar. Stepping on stage, Bailey Jingwei waved his hand for them to settle down. Alchemists coming here from every corner of the central area. I'm gratified for your devotion to His Majesty, your desire to help the Crown Prince in time of need, and efforts for the Empire. I shall be presiding over the alchemist selection at the Flying Cloud Manor. The people started whispering, looking lost. Who is this kid? Isn't the Pill King convention important? Shouldn't there be someone with more renown leading it? Why is this kid here instead? What about Sword King Feiyun? Bailey Jingwei easily read their minds. The Pill King convention has 3 rounds to select the best 10 alchemists to go to the imperial capital and heal His Highness. The preliminary and second rounds shall be overseen by me, while the last will be presided by the Sword King in person. A man of Sword King's renown will only meet those worthy of his time. That set the crowd aboil. It wasn't just about the Pill King convention here, but about their worth. If they couldn't reach the last round, they would be seen as nothing, unworthy of the Sword King's attention? Many of the ambitious candidates had a fire lit under them. Bailey Jingwei approved. By getting all worked up, it would force Shangguan clan's spy to stand out. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed as he smiled. He waved and 1,000 guards carried trays to the alchemists, with a simple storage ring on it. What? So many precious ingredients, rare treasures, and even ingredients for a 10th grade pill. The people scanned the rings and cried out. The crowd once again stirred in excitement. Many of the alchemists here were dirt poor. It would have been a miracle if they ever got their hands on a 10th grade ingredient, let alone the pill. They got to touch such precious ingredients in this Pill King convention. Their lives were complete. Bailey Jingwei watched them with a grin, pointing out alchemists to his guards. Kick them out. Yes, sir. The guards moved with purpose, hoisting the alchemists like some chickens and dragging them outside the manor. The people were indignant, to say the least. What's going on? Why are you throwing us out? You've been eliminated. Bailey Jingwei smiled. The men complained. Why? We haven't even started refining, so why kick us out? Alchemy needs a calm mind. If you can't even control your joy from seeing 10th grade ingredients, it only shows you're not great alchemists. Bailey Jingwei disdained. The men kicked out naturally responded in a bout of rage. Screw you. We're just poor alchemists, not like you in the Lord's employ. Who wouldn't be excited to see such great ingredients? I won't accept your rule. Bailey Jingwei shook his head. The crowd whispered. The Pill King convention turned out to be harsher than they realized, even involving an alchemist's joy. Wow! It's my first time being at such a tense competition. Shangguan Qingyan smacked her lips. Shuofan nodded with a smile. But looking back at Bailey Jingwei on stage, he turned grave. It might look like it was out of requirement of an alchemist, but what Bailey Jingwei did was eliminate the ones less likely to be Shangguan clan spies. Shangguan clan was the best clan in Eastern lands. No way they would bat an eyelid in front of some meager 10th grade ingredient. So while it looked to be selecting alchemists, it was more to filter Shangguan clan spies. I just knew the Pill King convention was a trap. Now I know why I found him familiar. He's just like Zhuge Changfeng. Wearing a crooked smile, Shuofan shook his head. The kid is something all right. Of the 1,000+ candidates, a mere third remained, most of which were seasoned in deception. As for the rest, they looked at each other stumped, grumbling to themselves. What kind of preliminary round is this? Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed. Now that the extras are out of the way, we can start the preliminary round. Everyone chilled, having lost their early disregard of this youth. It never crossed their mind the alchemist selection would be so cruel. It hadn't even started and only a third was left. The goal of this round is to refine a 7th grade pill. Seeing them so tense, Bailey Jingwei wore a playful smirk. You've received the ingredient. Now refine. Ugh. Everyone was taken aback, with one scrounging up the nerve to open his mouth. Sir, is that all we have to do in the preliminary round? Refine a 7th grade pill? What about speed, quality, or features? The people waited for Bailey Jingwei's answer. With how harsh the alchemist selection started, the preliminaries had to be even crueler. One extra condition at the least. There's no way it's as simple as a 7th grade pill. There are no hidden targets. All you have to do is make a 7th grade pill. Bailey Jingwei had a wide grin on his face. The candidates were still skeptical. Is it that simple? Most of us here can do it. The crowd was tittering from indecision, considering what they were after in the end. Don't just stand there, hurry up and start. Bailey Jingwei saw them with that dumb look and urged them. He was better off not saying anything as now everyone's eyes shone, having figured out the aim of the test. Speed. All now wore knowing smiles. They heard him loud and clear hurry up and start. The candidates ignited their flame and started refining with a smug grin. I'm so smart. Getting Sir's conditions so fast. Ha ha ha. But as everyone raced to the finish, problems cropped up. The flames differed, some were heaven and earth spirit flames, others beast flames, and even the poorest yuan qi flames. The most basic flame, that of Yuan Qi, was feeling the pressure of the other two types, so much so it was hard for it to even light up. Curses, this is the worst fear of any alchemist in a competition. Getting your flame snuffed out. How am I supposed to refine when it won't even burn? They'd have to wait till the others finished. But with speed being the crux in this round. Dude, while others finish the race, I'm just running in place. That had the group of average alchemists with the most plain flame growing frantic by the second. They looked around with tense faces as the others showed off their precious otherworldly flames and the clear contempt in their eyes. Shangguan Yulin now took out his faint blue flame, releasing its own mighty aura, that of a rare heaven and earth spirit flame. It was what the three venerables had prepared especially for this Pill King convention. With this wonder flame, coupled with his high cultivation and weak of hell, he ought to barely make an 8th grade pill. Grinning, Shangguan Yulin glanced at his precious heaven and earth spirit flame, then looked at the far Zhuofan in disdain. He reckoned Zhuofan was just a 5th-layer radiant stage nobody, chased out of his homeland. What could he possibly amount to? A Yuan Qi flame tops. With so many promising candidates in the Pill King convention, Yuan Qi flame was like a bug, trampled around by the other ones. What can you do now? The punk must be panicking right about now, crying for his mommy, humph. Shangguan Yulin was relishing in his delusion of Zhuofan's predicament. But then his eyes glazed over from shock. He wasn't the only one, as many around Zhuofan were dumbstruck. Who? A surge of a scarlet flame, 10 meters high, burned hot as the sun. Zhuofan looked at the towering blaze with a flat look, while all around him were bug-eyed, unable to get over their shock. Shangguan Qingyan was even more so. Jigu, your flame. Yuan Qi flame, why? Glancing at her, Zhuofan spoke lazily, leaving her dull and the others with twitching faces. Are you bloody kidding here? Shangguan Qingyan gasped. I know that. But why is it the only one unaffected by the many beast flames and heaven and earth spirit flames? Everyone strained their ears to catch every word. Zhuofan looked around then said, I have better control. I'm sure you know that flame control is crucial to an alchemist. Bang. Something just kept on falling in the background while Shangguan Qingyan merely staggered as she said in disbelief. What alchemist here doesn't have control? But look at their Yuan Qi flame, it's not even out. So how is it that yours is so lively? The candidates had hopeful looks, wishing to know the secret. As alchemists, they all wanted to improve their skills. This is different. Zhuofan shook his head, putting on the most grave look he mustered as he ran his mouth and weaved inanity. A fire has spirit, making it so a high-grade fire would suppress a lower one. But people have spirit as well, just of different character from a flames and aren't affected by higher-grade flames. This is where the problem lies. If a flame spirit joins with a human's, would it still be suppressed? The people gaped in shock. They never heard of this theory in their lives. Wasn't fire fire and man man? How could they join? Zhuofan smiled. This is where your control lacks. If fire is fire and man is man, how can your control excel? I'm different. I reached that stage where I'm one with the flame. It is an extension of me going where I want with a thought. I fear no higher grade flame and my Yuan Qi flame doesn't by relation. This is the pinnacle of flame control. Oh, I see, brother is a true genius. I'm in awe of your skill in control. Brother is only in the radiant stage, but your skills are a marvel. Brother must have been focused on alchemy so much you forwent cultivation. Or you'd be in a much higher stage, brimming with power. I truly admire brother's perseverance in alchemy. Yes, we thought we knew enough about alchemy and came to the Pill King convention. Now we witnessed brother's amazing skill. It would be such a shame to fail because of your low cultivation. But from brother's diligent focus, we're sure that brother will one day soar. Your name will be known throughout. Hear, hear. Ha ha ha. Claps resounded from all around Zhuofan. Shangguan Qingyan was looking at him with bright eyes and a wide smile. Only Shangguan Yulin was seething in anger. He never thought Zhuofan was so skilled to make a Yuan Qi flame reach such heights. It was the miracle of a true underdog in making others look inadequate. Even he had to admit Zhuo Fan's control was out of this world, crushing the expert's reality. Totally unaware that Zhuo Fan's so-called fancy control didn't exist to begin with. It was a hoax. His Yuan Qi flame stood taller than the rest because of the 3 mighty flames he had. Control had nothing to do with it. Chaos flame, decimating golden flame, and the dreaded thunder flame. These 3 were like emperors housed in one body. While he only let out a Yuan Qi flame, it was backed up by the 3 emperors' aura. So how would the beast flames and heaven and earth spirit flames be so blind as to not bow before true power? It was akin to a 4-year-old girl sucking her lollipop strutting cluelessly through a ghetto, under the greedy eyes of everyone around. But looking closely behind the wee lass, they'd find a 1,000,000-strong army. Who'd be dumb enough to touch her at this point? This wee and frail lass was Zhuo Fan's Yuan Qi flame, while the army was the 3 mighty flames, growling at the others to stay away. Thugs could scare children, but scare the army behind them? That's a no-no. Though this was one secret only Zhuo Fan was privy to, while others were completely taken in by his guise of faux control. This way Zhuo Fan didn't have to use Azure Flame and scare off all the other flames. When the Emperor came, his way was paved. And that would be showing off a tad too much for his liking. Cousin, I never knew you to have such skill. Shangguan Qingyan looked at Zhuo Fan filled with admiration. Zhuo Fan had a smirk on, sticking out his chin. Ain't I awesome? Now, who was it? I wonder. That said my alchemy sucks just a minute ago. Humph. Since when did fire control equal being amazing in alchemy? Shangguan Qingyan blushed, sticking to her guts. Dad said radiant stage cultivators can at most become a 7th grade alchemist. Now that it is a requirement for preliminaries, it remains to be seen if you can pass it. Zhuo Fan shook his head, muttering, aside from the harsh mandatory cultivation stage in alchemy, the core of it is secret arts and control, the last one being imperative to one's results. You and your dad are amateurs and don't know the details, but any alchemist worth his salt is clear on this. What do you guys say? Zhuo Fan turned to the crowd. Yes, yes. Everyone bobbed their heads, with one even speaking out. Miss, your cousin is right. The situation now proves just how frickin' important it is. Why else would we be standing here like this, waiting for them to finish? His colleagues nodded, sharing his pain. Right. If these bums had Zhuo Fan's amazing control skill, they wouldn't be affected by other special flames and look so down. Shangguan Qingyan returned her eye to Zhuo Fan. But anything can be said, when the actual results count. Isn't it all about speed? Say that again once you get into the top 10. Miss, you're being too hard on him. It's not so easy to achieve it in today's Pill King convention. Now with such a tight competition. Since nothing could be done, these guys talked it out to soothe their worries. Your cousin has an insane control, but not on the level of a beast flame or heaven and earth spirit flame. It would be amazing if he makes it to the top 100. So you admit it. Control has little to do with actual refining. Grasping the excuse she wanted, Shangguan Qingyan laughed at her great wisdom. Shrugging, the people only smiled. Miss, there's so many factors when it comes to alchemy. Control is just one of them. Whether or not your cousin will stand out will depend on his grasp of other aspects. Besides, while we have been debating here, the others have started already. Some are even close to finishing. I now stand corrected. It'd be a miracle if your cousin gets into top 100. What? Shangguan Qingyan's startled eyes looked around, finding hundreds of special flames finishing refining the ingredients, with some of them wrapping up, while their side hadn't even begun. This sudden delay made her feel the pressure and grow angry. Don't just waste time with idle chat. Time's a wastin'. The candidates shrugged with a plain look. It's not us chatting here, but young miss yapping on around your cousin. True, I have to give that to them. Zhuo Fan nodded. Have you come to help or hold me back? Shangguan Qingyan's face fell and glared with a pout. How can you say that? It's you who's wasting time yet blame it on me. Look, they're almost done. Shangguan Qingyan pointed over to Shangguan Yulin but then caught herself. She at least had the mind to not expose their relationship. Shuafan followed her finger and nodded. He sure is fast, though. Shuafan returned to his blaze, throwing ingredients in it and beginning the process. Humph. Feeling guilty, so you only start now. Shangguan Yulin smirked, seeing Shuafan start at long last. He focused on his own flame then, as the pills were about to be finished. Starting now will only get you north of 300. Shangguan Qingyan was feeling the pressure from all the other exuberant flames around. I hope the preliminaries won't kick too many out, so you can squeeze in. Yeah. It'd be such a shame for brother to fail after having such amazing control. But that'll be hard. The crowd nodded, filled with sarcasm. Glaring at their audience, Shangguan Qingyan huffed and stared tensely at her new cousin. Shuafan merely smirked, the blaze in his hand warping and readying to finish the pill. The others cried out, Brother, what are you doing? You only got the ingredients in and have yet to refine them. If Shuafan doused his blaze, all the ingredients would turn to ash, a great carelessness for an alchemist. They thought that, with Shuafan's control, he'd be a seasoned alchemist. Was he making such an elementary mistake to make up for lost time? But no amount of rushing is worth taking the foolish approach of ruining the pills. The judge up there clearly said the one to make a pill will qualify. But by failing to make the pill, it's all going down the drain. Brother, are you touched in the head perhaps? What's wrong? Shangguan Qingyan was clueless, though noticed the tense looks of the crowd. She guessed Shuafan might have done something he shouldn't. Shuafan beamed, his eyes focusing on the fire. Nothing, they're just droning on. Ignore them. The blaze shrunk quickly, vanishing in moments under the incredulous eyes of his audience. Meng Feitian and Xue Dingxian were right now in a tight competition. They had rare heaven and earth spirit flames, with fires so hot that dyed the sky red. Ha ha ha, old Xue. I'm just about done. The preliminaries are mine, just like before. Ha ha ha. Humph, stop with the prancing. My pill is about done as well. We'll see who takes first soon. The two lifelong rivals fought with everything. But one thing was certain, they were both grandmasters and the win could go either way. Bailey Jingwei stood on stage and nodded at the two oldies' rivalry, smiling to a guard. They're true alchemists, Old Meng and his junior brother. They're the only ones leading the round. The closest to them are still only halfway. Such disparity is incredible. They're sure to take the top 2 places in preliminaries. Well, of course, since Old Meng was an imperial family alchemist. His junior brother, Xue Dingxian, had been competing with him for decades, so of course he'd be outstanding as well. Those random alchemists around stand no chance. The guard nodded. Bailey Jingwei sighed, looking down somewhat. The main reason for this Pill King convention was to draw out the rats and take down Shangguan clan's thieves, but also to get some good seeds for the imperial capital. I didn't think it'd be so hard to go headhunting. Sword King Feiyun's domain only has Xue Dingxian worthy of attention. The others are subpar, lacking sorely by comparison with Old Meng. They don't deserve to enter the imperial capital. This only goes to show the Prime Minister's brilliant track record of recent years. Recruiting talent throughout the central area all this time has made them all be under Prime Minister now. Few are those remaining, making it hard to find such a commodity among the people. Ha ha ha. You sure have a slick tongue. The guard bowed and Bailey Jingwei patted his shoulder with a sigh. Maybe so. All I wish is for the empire to be strong and use talents to their best. Ha ha ha, old man. I'm almost there. This is my win. A laughter echoed, drawing looks. Meng Feitian held a shiny pill in hand, needing but to take away the flame to finish. Xue Dingxian's pill was still lacking, needing but a few more moments to finish. Yet this was enough to settle a victor. Xue Dingxian shuddered in fury, but powerless to fight it. He watched Meng Feitian's revoltingly prideful face, with a smile going from ear to ear as the fire was doused to take the pill. Bailey Jingwei and the guard smiled. It's still Old Meng who won in the end, even if only by a hair. Ha ha ha. These old guys are funny. Boom. Meng Feitian's flame had yet to die out as an explosion rattled their heads. A drawn-out voice resounded. Sir, I'm done. What? Bailey Jingwei jerked and turned to the corner where Yuan Qi flames failed to even ignite. To go faster than old Meng, an imperial family alchemist. Does that mean there's still a genius here? Meng Feitian shuddered at the sudden outburst and caused his attention to lapse and the pill to be in danger of being ruined right at the end. No way! You're telling me this backwater city holds another talent than Xianxia? Meng Feitian frowned, wrapping up his refining and ending up being the runner-up. Then he looked nervously where the shout came from. Xianxia was startled as well, but then looked lost. As far as he knew, living in this area for so long, there was no other than his clan as real grandmasters in alchemy around these parts. Where did he come from then to be faster than us brothers? In the end, seeing was believing. Since he was close to finishing as well, he wrapped it up and finished third. Bailey Jingwei, Meng Feitian and Xianxia thus turned their dubious gazes to the speaker. The rest gasped in shock and stopped their refining, wanting to see what kind of outstanding, marvelous and ridiculous being could outdo these two grandmasters. Prime Minister, sir, should I go and get to the bottom of this? A guard glanced at Bailey Jingwei and asked. Bailey Jingwei shook his head. No. Since he took the lead in the preliminaries, I want to see him myself. If he's a true genius, I'll personally take him back to the imperial capital. But if he's a quack looking to make it big, I'll have to show my less kind side. Bailey Jingwei took large steps over, with Meng Feitian and Xianxia rushing after. 3 men and 1 guard, overcome by curiosity, made their way to where Zhuofan was, who still held his hand closed. Who said he's done? Bailey Jingwei scanned the competitors. All fingers pointed at Zhuofan, out of fear of being put through the ringer as well. So they rushed to put some distance between them. Shangguan Qingyan gave him a reproachful look, then worried. They all saw how quickly Zhuofan closed his fists moments after he dumped the ingredients into the blaze. No matter how one looked at it, it was a bust. That was why all figured him for a lunatic who had given up in despair. Only to realize, he's no lunatic, but a moron. A suicidal one. Well, he did close his fist just as the ingredients went in the fire, then shout out he was done, stealing the Grandmaster's thunder. This isn't your average friendly Pill King convention, where you can talk trash. It won't end with just a simple expulsion. Consequences are deadly in a competition held at a Sword King's manor. Declaring you finished when the pill is obviously ruined. Are you toying with Sword King Feiyun? Your head is on the line here. Maybe there'd be some innocent bystanders who'd suffer as well from such crass transgression. So the same one who appreciated his talent and wanted to get close moments before, made the sound judgment of keeping their distance and playing dumb. Shangguan Qingyan was hopeless in standing there, unable to escape. Why is he so crazy all of a sudden? Playing around with the flying cloud manor? That's a swift trip down under. A grin split Shangguan Yulin's face, enjoying the show. Moments ago he was still mulling over how to use the manor to remove this thorn in his side. When lo and behold, the guy did it himself and he didn't have to lift a finger. It sure saves me the trouble. He was feeling a sudden and uncontrollable need to cackle. Rotten punk, your day has come. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei figured it all out from the obvious looks and turned to Zhuofan. Was it you? Yes, sir. Zhuofan smiled. Bailey Jingwei sneered as he began. Brother, I've seen many cheats trying to catch my eye at the imperial capital. Obsessed with fame and willing to do anything to gain status. I'm more than happy to cater for real talents, of course. But if there's one thing I hate, it's to have some clown think he can pull the wool over my eyes. Bailey Jingwei squinted. If you're some special talent, you could have approached me in trying to offer your services. But this is a pill competition, where results are judged on one's grasp of alchemy. Not baiting me like this to showcase your value. Humph, in fact, even if you might be a fairly decent talent, I'll still only judge your action as a means to toy with me and will have to enforce the rules of the competition upon you. Have I made myself clear? Crystal. Zhuofan nodded. Bailey Jingwei raised an eyebrow. This was rare, seeing one held his own under his rebuke. Bailey Jingwei had a whole new respect for him. Regardless, if Zhuofan put on a show, the result would be the same, no mercy. Bailey Jingwei patted Zhuofan's hand and warned, This is your last chance. Are you really done? Of course. Zhuofan replied. While he was nonplussed, the crowd was sweating bullets. Dude, learn when to quit. The other guy even took the time to explain the process while also giving you a way out. Plead guilty and you might walk. Why so adamant? Who here doesn't know just how done you are? The crowd lamented inwardly. Bailey Jingwei looked from the audience to him with a smile. I like your mentality the best, able to keep cool in my presence. But toying is still toying and would all be revealed in the end. Since you're so done with your pill, show it to me. I will be kind enough to give you one last chance. Walk away with your fist closed and I'll ignore it. But this offer is gone the minute you pry open those fingers. Clutching his clothes, Shangguan Qinyan glared hard at the calm Zhuofan. Ha ha ha. Thank you, sir, for your kindness, but I'm not playing anything here. Zhuofan shook his head, his eyes shining as he opened his fist. Also, it's not my mentality that's great, but my clear conscience. Sir's question must have come after noticing the bystander's reaction. However, by definition, a bystander is a mere spectator and their reaction isn't always to be trusted. A ripple spread from Zhuofan's hand, followed by a colorful aura and thick fragrance of medicine. The crowd felt their minds sharpen, their bodies livelier, making these alchemists immediately label the result as a top 7th grade pill. Whoosh! The pill had taken a life of its own as it hovered for a moment before shooting away. Meng Feiyan made a sign and the pill froze before bringing it to his hand. Feeling the warmth it gave off and the specific scent of a freshly baked pill, Meng Feiyan rushed before Bailey Jingwei and gasped, Young master, it's a newly refined top 7th grade pill. No mistake about it. You mean to tell me the kid's random clench ended up making a 7th grade pill? But none was more shocked than the watching alchemists around Zhuofan. They saw with their own eyes how Zhuofan had done it, and that was precisely why reality gave them such a blow they couldn't get over. That actually works. Shangguan Qinyan was looking overwhelmed, filled with disbelief. Is alchemy that easy? Throw in some ingredients into the fire, then just grab it and it's done. What about those other clan's alchemists, toiling day in day out around a cauldron to make pill after pill? Was it a high-class act? He had no idea that this was all due to Zhuofan's unique skill in alchemy, universe palm. It was this very skill that helped him trample over those obnoxiously conceited alchemists and poach the best alchemist in Tianyu as his disciple. It was a supreme skill Zhuofan never shared. Bailey Jingwei looked from the pill to Zhuofan with an awkward gaze. He doubted Zhuofan at first because the circumstances made it so. The people around Zhuofan looked at him so. But the results were now in, and no matter how outrageous and unbelievable it was, he was a true alchemical master, faster than the ex-top 2 grandmasters. In his capacity as prime minister, Bailey Jingwei was, nonetheless, also capable of respect and appreciation for his fellow man. He walked before him and bowed in apology. I ask that Sir can overlook my rude remarks from before. Sir doesn't need to do that. Zhuofan grinned casually. Shangguan Yulin looked bleak, gnashing his teeth and seething on the inside. What the hell did the punk do? Those ingredients are supposed to be ashes? How is it a pill instead? Lucky bastard. Shangguan Yulin squinted and raged. Tracing the precious and still warm pill in his hand, Bailey Jingwei praised. Sir is a true grandmaster on the path of alchemy to have achieved such outstanding speed in refining. Sir's too kind. Zhuofan was humble. Bailey Jingwei bowed deeply. It is a glory deserving of Sir's talent. May I know Sir's name, where you come from and where you stay? I am Gu Yifan from Western lands that has taken temporary refuge at the Gu residence. Oh, a newcomer to the central area, ha ha ha. Welcome. Bailey Jingwei bowed again. The Sword Star Empire of the central area always appreciated talent. I believe Sir Gu will have a great chance to make something of yourself here. Thank you for the kind words. No, this is a fact. My Sword Star Empire will never neglect any talent. Bailey Jingwei bowed again and gestured. Sir Gu has not only come out first in preliminaries but also passed the 2 grandmasters. The honor is yours. Please follow me. Bailey Jingwei led the way, with the guards flanking the sides and carving a path. Now that was respect right there. Zhuofan nodded inside, more alert than ever. He sure knows how to cater to the people's feelings. Decisive when needed and respectful when required. There's nothing fake about him. Truly a man of character. Saying he was resourceful and shrew was an understatement. It was more appropriate to call him a genius mastermind. There's no way some steward of a Sword King's manor acts like this. Zhuofan took a deep breath and followed. Shangguan Qingyan next to him woke up moments later and followed with a face flushed with pride. All that remained were just a few hundred envious alchemists watching the two go in front and be given such glory like honored guests of the royal family. But no one's envy could ever match Shangguan Yulin's. For God's sake, here I was eager to see his head roll only to make a sudden recovery and take first place. He got to keep his head and get all the honor and glory. This is just absurd. I'm the main here, me, while you're just the backup. How are you better? Shangguan Yulin was filled with discontent, especially seeing Shangguan Qingyan looking so happy near Zhuofan. What was the week of hell even for? I can't even beat a meager 7th grade Radiant Stage weakling alchemist. He didn't like it at all and was not about to take it lying down. The rancor burned in his stare, his curses unspoken. Gu, enjoy it while you can. The bigger you are, the harder you fall. A Radiant Stage alchemist like you, 7th grade is the limit. Your shortcomings will be made painfully obvious in the second round, where your fall from grace will be met with harsh rebuttal. The hope of Shangguan clan getting into the manor still rests with me, and me alone. This isn't grievance, but confidence in my alchemy. Just you wait. Patting his bruised ego, Shangguan Yulin looked ashen as the flame in his hand finished the pill. The side alchemists found his expression baffling. Friend. Buddy, what's up? If refining gets you pissed, how are you an alchemist? See that? That's Bailey Jingwei, knowing when to be resolute and conforming. The guy he just threatened is now being led like a guest of honor. The switch in treatment coming at the drop of the hat. In a dark corner, Shangguan Feiyun and Dan Qingshin overlooked the competition. Shangguan Feiyun's eyes shone. I admit that I fall short in bearing when compared to this kid. He's definitely prime minister for a reason, humph. Dan Qingshin chugged another mouth of wine and chuckled. Ha ha ha. That's the whole point of being made prime minister. You think just about everyone is a skilled martial artist like us. What's wrong with being one? Isn't Sword Star Empire's ancestor, Invincible Sword, one as well? Without one such as him holding the nation, Sword Star Empire could never intimidate the other lands. I wouldn't have run off to the central area to become one of the 9 Sword Kings either. In the end, conquest is done with force, while pacification through guile. Sword Star Empire's power does come from the invincible sword. But there are some things we know too well. Dan Qingshan's eyes flashed, staring at the smiling Bailey Jingwei. Sword Star Empire's power is half due to that man's efforts. Without Bailey Jingwei, Invincible Sword might be able to take the 4 lands all the same, but it would be a difficult undertaking. Now though, the day looks awfully close. Shangguan Feiyun squinted and nodded. Central area has become stronger, and with the might of the 9 Sword Kings, the 4 lands have no chance. Bailey Jingwei's plan for years will soon come to pass. What's that guy doing here? Dan Qingshin startled Shangguan Feiyun with his cry. He muttered confused. Now even Western lands is... Shangguan Feiyun asked, Old man? Who are you talking about? No one. Got the wrong person. Dan Qingshin blinked a couple of times, then shook his head with a chuckle. Though his grip on the wine jug was harder, his sharp eyes hid the unknown intent behind them. Reaching the very front, before the 2 grandmasters, Bailey Jingwei bowed to Zhuofan. Sir Gu is the best alchemist. Please stay here and allow me to witness Sir's remarkable skills. Sir's too kind. Zhuofan spoke. Bailey Jingwei nodded and went on stage to resume his watch over the other candidates. Just that compared to the rest of the crowd, the top 3 were way too fast. Glancing at Zhuofan, Meng Feiyin and his junior brother looked skeptical. It was hard for them to swallow the fact Zhuofan, at his age and cultivation, could refine faster than them. It was a kind of talent that was too outrageous to accept. Kid, whose mantle do you carry? Oh, it's my clan's inheritance, ha ha ha. Shuafan's bright reply came to Meng Feiyan's cold and questioning tone. Meng Feiyan knew his meaning and mocked. Fine. Keep it to yourself. We don't care anyway. But let me tell you, we have strict demands on alchemy. Making anything but the best 7th grade pill will be an insult to ourselves and a disgrace to our master. While speed is of the essence, we have made perfect pills. So don't go getting a big head for being faster than us with just a top pill. Heh, old Foggy's wasted so much time making some perfect pills. Shangguan Qingyan was quick to answer first with an annoyed glare. Shuafan rushed to stop her. Seniors, please forgive my ignorance. It just happened for me to be a bit faster this time. Don't mind it. If we did, we'd be the ones shaming ourselves for lowering to a kid's level. Meng Feiyan didn't care, but some things he had to admit. Regardless of it being a top quality, you sure are young and promising to make it with such a cultivation and at that speed. The actions speak of your skills. One day you may even surpass us. Work hard, kid. Shuafan cupped his hands. Thank you so much for your praise, senior. Ending it there, the two grandmasters ignored him. But as they shared a glance, they gave a sigh filled with mixed feelings. The new replaces the old. They felt threatened by the promising youth. It's the first time I see old Meng looking so lost. Bailey Jingwei watched their interaction with a smile. This proves Sir Gu is indeed a talent to get their approval. His cultivation may be lacking but more than deserving of being groomed. The Pill King convention finally shows results. Getting me another talent. Ha ha ha. The guard bowed from the side. Congratulations, sir. The Empire has gained another helper. Tone down the flattery. Bailey Jingwei waved him off. The others' refining is about to end. Get those bums without a flame out of here. Shangguan clan is the best in Eastern lands for a reason. There's no way they'll send a spy in with some lousy flame. Humph. Yes, Prime Minister is wise. The guard nodded and got to work. Hey, I didn't even start yet. What's the meaning of this? What can you refine when you can't even start your fire? Get lost. This isn't fair. How can we compete like this? It's not our fault the others have better flames. You can't do this to us. You're discriminating against us because of our average flames. Complaints, grumbles, and dissatisfaction echoed as the guards drove away the alchemists that had yet to start. It was not the guards' job to care about their problems. They had a task and proceeded to throw them out the front door. No amount of complaining worked. But if they resorted to force, the guards would cower them with their auras and bloodthirst. The outcome was obvious to any just by sensing it, death. So they shuddered and fell silent, leaving after feeling abandoned. Peace was once again restored outside the manor. Bailey Jingwei was on stage, giving them a cold gaze. His respect had been used up on Zhuofan, and he had no more left to give to mere bugs. This was Bailey Jingwei, the Prime Minister of the Swordstar Empire, always pragmatic. He was willing to bear any shame in pursuit of talents, even at the expense of his own pride as a Prime Minister. But when facing these extras that didn't make the cut, he found them an eyesore, offering no compassion or care. This was how any true official should be, calm and of good judge of character. Another group is eliminated. Zhuofan knew this guy was tightening the noose around them. It won't be long before he gets his rat. Zhuofan glanced by chance at Shangguan Yulin. Seeing his nose so high up after making a pill and the sheer disdain for the alchemists who had yet to start, going as far as enjoying to see them being kicked out, Zhuofan's face twitched and shook his head. What a fool, he's totally oblivious of the net closing in. Bailey Jingwei looked at the remaining candidates, around 500, while another 200 had been removed. He smiled. People, do you find my methods crude? A brilliant man such as Sir has done perfectly. The candidates cupped their hands and shouted. Zhuofan shook his head. These guys were the winners in this case. Since you kicked out their competition, they're more than accommodating. He's only asking to make this competition he's presiding over sound fair. I'm here holding a Pill King convention, not a job offer. Those that didn't make it failed to meet the standard. The empire did not toy with them, or the empire's prestige would take a hit. Bailey Jingwei nodded, finding it a bit lacking as he kept making excuses. All alchemists should strive their best in a competition. Joining such an event, especially an empire-held one, they should realize the minimal requirements, especially when it came to one's flame. They should have been aware of the tight competition. Since they haven't yet come to join such an event, it proves you're not invested in it. Getting eliminated is only natural. Sir is right. They got what they deserved. One man bowed with a sneer on the spot. The rest followed, hailing the prime minister, like they were congratulating a politician for winning an election. Zhuo Fan, Meng Feiyan and Xue Dingxian were silent. They weren't against their ruling but not about to debase themselves. This was an alchemist's self-respect. All alchemists went from weak to strong, each having gone through using Yuan Qi flame at some point in their career. As for the special flame they had now, that was earned through harsh toils, it didn't fall on their laps. Only an alchemist knew another's plight. Towards those poor alchemists, trying to get a better flame was very hard, sometimes even deadly. But the flame did not mean one's skill sucked. By admitting this fact, it was the same as saying these remaining candidates sucked the same at one point in their alchemist career. This made some conscious alchemists aware of their value and not join the rear kissing. As for the rest of those toadies screaming their lungs out, they were a disgrace as alchemists, pursuing this path for pocket change and ephemeral glory. Bailey Jingwei saw Zhuo Fan and some abstained from being swallowed by the trend and approved of it. While looking at the toadies, he only had disdain. They're nothing but expendable pawns. Bailey Jingwei smirked. Let the true preliminaries begin. The cheering died on the spot. Sir, what was that? Haven't we been through preliminaries already? Of course not. You think the Pill King convention is that easy? Bailey Jingwei spoke. That was only meant to eliminate random elements slipping in. The true selection has only just begun. Bring their pills. Bailey Jingwei called his guards, sending them a couple of extra words before they entered the crowd to inspect their results. The 500 alchemists were sporting countless emotions: pride, anxiety, worry, fear. In an hour, the pills were brought back in 2 piles. The deciding factor of this split had nothing to do with the process involved or the quality. These piles had quality ranging from low to top as well. Bailey Jingwei scanned the 2 and pointed at one. Cast them out. Yes, sir. Bowing, the guards walked in a line towards the designated targets. Hoisting them by the collar, they were easily carried off. Though that didn't make it any easier to accept it. Wait, I made a top pill. Why are you throwing me out? There would always be one who whined, and this time was no exception. Someone then pointed at someone snickering. I refined faster than him and with good quality. Why is Sir eliminating me as well? The guy jerked and shivered in fear, looking tensely at Bailey Jingwei. He knew very well he was worse than some who were eliminated. But was Sir so nice enough to leave him out? He was by himself with joy of having been skipped, but someone telling on him filled him with hatred and worry, cursing the culprit to the heavens. Screw you. I got luck on my side, alright? What the hell are you dragging me down for? Bailey Jingwei ignored the complaint with a sneer. Because his pill's aura is thicker. How can you call it a spirit pill if it has no spiritual energy? Ugh. Choking, the guy shuddered, but he still wasn't convinced. What do you know about alchemy? He used an 8th grade ingredient to make it so thick. But its quality is worse than mine. I used 7th grade ingredients and made it better. This shows my skill is better than his. The others bobbed their heads in total agreement. When did I say it's about skill here? Bailey Jingwei raised an eyebrow. Once you enter the imperial capital, you're to serve the imperial family. The first requirement isn't skill but determination to give your all. I didn't judge you on speed when you made the 7th grade pill, but being able to always refine to the best of your ability and speed. Then I found that some of you only cared about showing off your skills while forgetting about my requirement. It's obvious you can make a pill faster with 8th grade ingredients, but you chose 7th grade. It's obvious you can make a top 7th grade pill with 8th grade ingredient. Please, your lord is the imperial family and doesn't need you to stint on ingredients and don't need to dazzle them with your skills. As long as you do your very best and are fast, nothing else matters. I'm throwing them out because they were holding back. Any other problem? Shuddering, the people fell silent. Bailey Jingwei didn't have a true requirement of an alchemist, but a bureaucratic one to be a good servant. My character, livelihood, and my prideful skills aren't important here. I must first be a good and devoted servant to the Lord first. Wasn't this the whole point behind entering the imperial capital? Haha. The man shook his head, struggling out of the guard's grip as he sighed. I see. Thank you, sir, for the advice. I have failed to understand sir's wish. All my life I've been in competition with my skills, only to finally find one where they aren't as needed. Haha, but it's fine. I'm eliminated now, but I'm happy about it. Goodbye, everyone, and good luck. He gave a bow and walked out with a smile, on his own 2 feet and not thrown out. An alchemist had his dignity. Seeing his back straight even as he failed and that smile, it was deeply ingrained in the others' minds, having mixed feelings. Sir, I forfeit. Someone stood up, bowing towards Bailey Jingwei. I'm not fit to join the imperial capital. It's best for me to be a free alchemist. Bailey Jingwei nodded. It all depends on yourself and your wishes if you want to serve the empire. I won't impose on you. Thank you, sir. The man walked out. More and more people chose to walk away. While greed was widespread among them, they were still men of character that would choose to step down rather than betray their dignity and values. Before the second round even started, people were leaving en masse, leaving but 100. Shangguan Feiyun watched from a corner. Wasn't Bailey Jingwei the most admired official? It looks like his remarks today have repulsed many talents. He's not his usual wise self. Ha ha ha, Brother Feiyun. Aren't you confused? You think this is really a Pill King convention? Danqing Shun squinted. Bailey Jingwei is searching for the Shangguan clan. Since those tough men left, it makes it easier to inspect the few remaining. In other words, anyone can leave, anyone but the Shangguan clan. Bailey Jingwei had figured this out, and that's why he's inciting them. Shangguan Feiyun eyed Danqing Shin. You mean Shangguan clansmen are among them? Isn't it possible that the pile he cast out includes some as well? No. Bailey Jingwei's actions are precise. We both know that. Danqing Shin took a deep breath. We might not know why he threw them out, but one thing's certain. The net is closing in, with Shangguan clan at its center. Shangguan Feiyun nodded. Bailey Jingwei, sagely statesman, has amazing control. Cousin. I've never seen a pill competition like this before. Pulling on Zhuo Fan's sleeve, Shangguan Qingyan looked hateful. Since she couldn't lash out, she had to share it with him. Since the great young Missy of Shangguan clan couldn't see Bailey Jingwei's machination, nothing could be said about the rest of the alchemists. Of the 3 Shangguan clan spies, everyone else that stayed was without a doubt a cowardly and dishonorable alchemist. All going according to the guy's plan. Looking at the smug Shangguan Yulin, as if patting himself on the back for being selected to stay, Zhuo Fan shook his head. Is he really that blind to the tightening noose? He was among the rare ones who saw through Bailey Jingwei's reasoning. Shangguan clan wasn't good at alchemy, and Shangguan Feiyun knew this, having only been 10 short days from the announcement and the holding of the Pill King convention. Getting a presentable alchemist ready in such a time was an illusion, though more than enough for a pretender. This made the previous round focused on speed to be in fact a test of the mind. Alchemists trained for years and years, starting from scratch and mastering every kind of skill and recipe before advancing a grade. This solidified their base. This meant that a 6th grade alchemist could make any pill to that grade as long as he had the recipe. While a pretender, having gone through alchemy cram school, would never be able to make more than some average pill. In other words, he lacked the basics. His cultivation supported him to make 8th grade, but top 7th grade would be impossible still. Such was the case of Shangguan Yulin. Bailey Jingwei must have figured it out, asking for such vague requirements and hinting at speed. It was to force those sham alchemists to quickly refine the pill he wanted, quality aside. In this frantic race, when skills were lacking, cultivation made up for it along with high-grade ingredients. While a true alchemist had dignity and would not use anything better than a 7th-grade ingredient for the same grade pill. This showed he was a 7th-grade alchemist, as real as it got. Bailey Jingwei had them eliminated still, proving that no spy was among them. He was more interested in the shady alchemists. This was Bailey Jingwei's net. Though odds were only Zhuofan saw through it. All the others saw was a strange Pill King convention, as if tailored to the whims of their masters in the imperial capital. Unaware that it was nothing but a trap to ferret out Shangguan clan spies. Zhuofan was now pondering on a counter. Shangguan Yulin, the only pawn I can use. Should I throw him to the wolves? If he did toss him out, he'd come into the open as well. The question is, what kind of man is this guy? Looking for an instant result or a patient fisherman? Just how far will he go? Zhuofan knew the host was shrewd from all that had been going according to his plan and not Shangguan Feiyun's. Zhuofan had come to Flying Cloud City only 2 months ago. From Shangguan Feiyun's meticulous and forced search, it showed he was not a shrewd mind. Only 2 weeks ago was the competition announced, turning into a web. Unlike the previous method, this was a more subtle and ingenious trap. It was obvious that this guy only arrived in Flying Cloud City around that time. He had to be from the imperial capital and of equal power as Sword King Feiyun to take the main role in ordering the manor guards to his wishes. Zhuofan squinted as he was figuring Bailey Jingwei out. He was courteous, steady, decisive, and a man of action. His mind had to be broad and not after crumbs. He may not touch me even when I'm in front of him, or it would drive away the real target, the Shangguan clan. I'll be safe until the two fight it out. This way I'll use it to my advantage, from the shadows and in the open, to gain victory. Finding the two's clash inevitable, Zhuofan sighed and showed a crooked smile. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Yulin, be good and stick out your head. You're in high demand, to be used by Shangguan Feiyun and Shangguan Feixiong. Everyone wants you, Shangguan Yulin felt a chilling breeze that sent a cold shiver down his spine. Who the hell is targeting me? Bailey Jingwei then spoke out. Congratulations, everyone. You've advanced to the 2nd round. The topic will be ha ha ha. I've yet to come up with one. Just refine. Ugh. The people looked at each other lost. This is too damn random. Just refine? What's the requirement then? What if you only accept 8th grade and cast out the 9th grade we make? How are we supposed to accept that? It's you who has the final say anyway. This competition is too weird. The candidates were stumped when one spoke up. Sir, please enlighten us about the entire process, so as to avoid any mistakes. Ha ha ha, there isn't one. Just do your best. Bailey Jingwei smiled, but his vague grin puzzled them even more. Zhuofan's Yuan Qi flamesword just then, speaking casually. Didn't Sir tell you already? Do your best. Doesn't that mean you have to show what you're capable of? Zhuofan threw ingredients into his fire, and the others rushed to start as well. Unaware this was Bailey Jingwei's 2nd attempt at ferreting Shangguan clan spies,